Hello, I'm Mo Speaks. If you're new here, like, subscribe, share. It has been a while. Where have I been? Where have I been? Working. That's all I can really say. I've been offline off YouTube. As far as live streams goes, I've been off for it's been a couple of months. It's been a minute. It's been a minute. I apologize, but I'm back. I'm here. I'm ready to talk some politics. I'm ready to talk about this debate because that's what the topic is today. The topic, what's a live? Live is the great debate, a full breakdown of Candace Owens versus Andrew Wilson. It's been a minute. It happened last week. I've been watching reviews, and people are seeing a lot of what I saw, but not everybody is seeing the things that I saw. So I want to make sure everything gets covered. I want to I want to give my perspective because I think I have a little bit of a unique perspective. I am 100% biased. I will not lie. I went in believing that Candace Owens was going to destroy Andrew Wilson. I did have a fear. What's up, Uncle L? What's up, Arabia? Free J, what's going on, everybody? Um, I I I did a live stream um, about a Andrew Wilson debate when he was debating Zach Costello. And I was so mad. What's up, G Will? I was so mad at that debate that I messaged Zach Costello. And I didn't mean it in like a harsh way. I was just like, hey man, you can't let people do this in a debate. You can't let people do that in a debate. And I was really, really angry because I like I like Andrew Wilson, but he doesn't debate. Um, he doesn't debate. How do I say this? He's not looking for answers. He's not looking for truth. He's looking to win. And when you're talking to somebody, you need to understand their motives. So if they don't have pure motives and it's not in good faith, you're wasting your time. You shouldn't do the debate. Um, and when he does this, it concerns me, and he goes up against somebody that I really like because I really did like what is this? Oh, you could show the comments on stage. Oh, that's pretty cool. Hmm. Why don't I see you guys chats in here though? Shows that, but I can't see you guys chats. I see people chatting, but I don't see it in my feed. Anyway, I'm gonna have to watch the actual chat then because I'm not seeing anything in my StreamYard. Very, very, very strange. Anyway, so when Candace agreed, I was like, oh no, because I know he's not coming to debate in good faith. He's coming to win and try to prove points, and that's what he does. And it's kind of frustrating when the other person doesn't know it. When they know it, I have no issue with it. I love watching him debate because he can pick apart people's arguments. He failed miserably with Candace Owens, and that's what I want to go over. This is gonna be a long one. I got my water. I may take a little intermission because I want to go through the whole thing. And now I did chop it up, and I added some stuff, and I added some perspective. So I want you guys to see the whole thing. I don't want to. I didn't cut much out. I cut out any kind of what I felt was fillers. But just right out the bat, I will tell you she won, and we're about to see why and how. That's what we're going to do today. So without further ado, Uncle L, appreciate you, sir. Uncle L hit my Cash App before I even went live. I guess I should let me share some links real quick. I don't know if you guys can see them on. I'm on Twitch right now. I'm on Rumble right now. I'm on YouTube right now. I don't know if you guys can see those, but there's a couple ways to donate to the channel, support the channel. One would be Cash App. This is my Cash App. Let me see if it's going through because this is weird. I don't know why. Let's see if it goes through. Nope, doesn't support. Oh, I see what happened. Why does it say I'm private? Interesting. Let's do public. That's interesting. So now let's see if I can send this. Very interesting. I don't know why it was on private. Let's see now. There we go. So that's all I had to do. Sorry. All right. So you can support the channel on Cash App. You can support me at Buy Me a Coffee. I think I set it up for Buy Me Pizza because I don't really drink coffee. You can support me there. So now I can see you guys chat in the. There it is. There it is. And you can see it over on Twitch, and I can see it on Rumble. Beautiful. All right, so let's get to this. If you want to follow me, if you're watching on any of the other platforms, you can follow me on Twitch. Let's do that real quick. Whoops. Let's do that. Why? Why now? Why now? Why do I have to have these struggle streaming events when I go live? There you go. You can follow me on Twitch. You can follow me on Rumble. Before we get going, you can follow me on Rumble. Bam. You can follow me on YouTube. Depending on where you guys are, subscribe, like, follow, all that good stuff, and we can get into this video because it's fascinating. Oh, if you want to follow me on X also, let's do that as well. So this debate, Andrew Wilson begged for. I think he thought he was going to steamroll her because she's not really a debater. But I also think he forgot who her friend was, and her friend was named Charlie Kirk, and he was a debater. And she did used to go to college campuses with him. She would tour with him and debate. Now, you're debating college kids, a little bit different, but you still have to learn methods of how people debate. I've seen her do panels where it's kind of like a debate. This wasn't really, it ended up not really being a debate, but going in, everybody thought it was going to be a debate. So this is what she ran into, a guy who was very, very, very skilled at wordplay, deflection, and parsing words and changing definitions. And
what I mean by overwhelming is I just find it very convincing.
So immediately he changes the definition of the word overwhelming. What does overwhelming mean? It's a massive amount of strong proof, so clear and powerful that it leaves no room for doubt, no room for other guessing, no room for arguments. That's overwhelming. And this is the legal term. Very strong. Facts point to only one clear answer. It's too big for anyone to disprove easily. It leaves no doubt. So the word overwhelming is no different than the standard in court, which would be beyond a reasonable doubt. Any reasonable person would think this, it's beyond that. So he immediately, and of course, obviously I cut out the intros and all that stuff. We don't need to see all that. But he immediately changes the definition of the word overwhelming. And I'm like, oh, this is not going to be good. Because I knew she wasn't going to allow him to do this. So let's start over.
Sure. And what I mean by overwhelming is I just find it very convincing.
That's not overwhelming. It's what I think.
I think that's what most people mean when they say overwhelming evidence.
No.
So I have a brief opening statement. On September 10th, 2025, Charlie Kirk was murdered.
Free J.
Many of you already know a lot about the events which occurred after Kirk's death. You remember the ghoulish laughter, celebrations, and madness we saw from leftists all over, from TikTok invasions, debates, posts on social media, destruction of memorials, and things like this. Within weeks of Kirk's death, a cottage industry began to form, peddling various alternative theories on how he died. What special interest may have killed him, what nations were involved, and was our own government one of them? Because this was the first nationwide traumatic event in Gen Z's lifetime, the demand for answers was severe and palpable. The leading theory from the conspiracy verse is that Israel worked with the United States government to murder Charlie Kirk. Within a day or two of Kirk's death, Ian Carroll claimed that Israel killed Charlie Kirk, and the conspiracy caught on like wildfire. This theory was built on one misleading piece of evidence, that in his final days, on or around September 8th, Charlie sent a text message reading, "Jewish donors play into all the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause." This was sent in the context of a platforming dispute regarding Tucker Carlson. From this scintilla of misleading information, it was speculated that Israel killed Charlie Kirk because he would have successfully opposed the Iranian war. Now, that's a fun theory, and who doesn't like a good, fun conspiracy theory? I like them. But there is no evidence that Israel actually killed Charlie Kirk. And if Candace has some, I'd like her to actually show it to me. I'm open to suggestions, but to date, there hasn't been any. There is, however, tons of evidence that a leftist killed Charlie Kirk, just as Charlie feared they would. I believe Charlie Kirk, and I have the receipts. No, I didn't have a dream where he came to me and told me that the left killed him. No, he didn't come to me a dream and say, Candace Owens betrayed him. That never happened. In fact, I don't need dreams of any kind because I hold in my possession never before seen messages from Charlie Kirk to the security team on September 9th, 2025. I'm going to share the message with you today, which is the first time this information's ever been publicly revealed. On September 9th, Charlie's security team wrote to him, yes, law enforcement has been fully supportive and agreed to a security plan and posture. Tomorrow's event will be covered by both my team and the campus PD. If additional support is required, patrol units will be available. I have 11 on site. Charlie responded with this, okay, great. Remind them that they are there for one person's security only, because I'm somewhat worried the left is trying to kill me. That was a message sent September 9th. Charlie responded with this, okay, great.
So this is the greatest part. Yeah, Victoria, exactly. He still hasn't shown it, and he's milking it. But it doesn't really matter because this video popped up on X, and it's hilarious. It's not really hilarious. It's funny at the fact that he would say something like this that directly contradicts Erika Kirk.
Remind them that they are there for one person's security only, because I'm somewhat worried the left is trying to kill me. That was a message sent September 9th.
But he was not messaging people the day before saying, I'm going to be murdered. They're coming after me. Someone's going to kill me. He didn't say that. And I have his cell phone.
And I have his cell phone. She said it with a lot of confidence. But now, apparently, supposedly, she shared that with Andrew. But then, so did you lie to Glenn Beck when you said that back in, I don't know, may have even still been September at that point. Did you lie? And yeah, Victoria, he didn't basically call her a liar. He directly contradicted what she said. He did call her a liar.
Whatever could he have meant by that? Well, I think he meant exactly what he said, that he was worried the left was going to try to kill him. Now, we'll discuss this more later on in the debate, and maybe I have more never-before-seen evidence that exposes just how wrong and, in my opinion, idiotic many of these conspiracy theories have been. But that's what happens when you rely on what's called the evidence of the gaps. In other words, they don't have evidence. They seem to just make up evidence. And what did they make up? Well, in my opinion, kind of whatever lined the pockets. And I think it's ghoulish to profit off of the death of a good man. But we came here today to debate. And so let's get to it. The debate topic today is 1, my belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. And 2, Candace's belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson was a patsy and didn't kill Charlie Kirk. In sum, the audience is going to decide who has more evidence supporting their theory. My theory is that the state is correct that Tyler Robinson is the killer, at least based on evidence so far, and Candace's theory that Tyler Robinson is not the killer and he's a patsy set up by the feds. To be clear, this is not a question of reasonable doubt. If it was reasonable doubt, and that's all it was, and that's all Candace was proffering, I wouldn't even be here having the debate with her. It's fair to have doubts, as the trial has yet to occur, and the state hasn't even begun to try to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt, but Candace makes a more forceful claim. She claims that there's more evidence that Tyler is not guilty of murder and was set up as a patsy than there is for the state's case.
But your claim is that it's overwhelming. So that is beyond a reasonable doubt. This is what he immediately attempts to take away your claim by redefining words. And it's a tactic. And I'm really glad that Candace Owens caught all of his tactics, because you're going to watch her call it out. And yeah, $300,000.
Just think that that's absurd. And she will not be able to demonstrate that in any way. In fact, she has almost no real evidence at all of her theory, whereas my theory is supported by compelling witness testimony, physical evidence, multiple confessions, all of which are independently compelling, but which are even more convincing as each piece of evidence corroborates the others. You'll notice the term overwhelming was included in both theories. This is because Candace demanded I defend my use of that term, which I think is fair, in describing the evidence against Tyler Robinson. She, on the other hand, only wanted to defend her theory as merely viable. That is, until I showed her clips in which she said she believed the evidence of her theory, that Tyler Robinson's a patsy, was supported by overwhelming evidence. Only then did she agree to defend that position. Regardless, we're both defending the claim that there's overwhelming evidence on our side, so it's worth defining that term. When I say the evidence against Robinson's overwhelming, all I'm saying is that I mean that as of right now, I find it very convincing.
That is not. And I'm going to keep putting up the definition of overwhelming, because that's just not what it means. And it's dishonest, and he's too smart for that to be his real stance. He knows what he's doing.
I see almost no evidence at all, only speculation on verified
No
claims
evidence
and
at all.
suggestions of things that could merely be hypothetically possible. Dreams, vibes, feelings, things like this. Almost done, by the way. I have no problem defending the state's case and welcome Candace bringing up any challenges she would like, but if I'm honest, the reason I was willing to pay the $300,000 for this debate was to finally have a chance for someone to demand Candace be held accountable for the unbelievable theories and claims she's been making. Candace's investigation is indistinguishable from a leftist operation. She couldn't be doing more damage to the right if she were trying.
That's not what this debate is about. No, I haven't watched it yet. I'm going to watch it today. I didn't want to watch it because I know she was going to go over it. She said something about, I don't think I watched either of her first 2 episodes because I know I wanted to go over this completely separate of whatever her opinions are, because I want to give my legitimate opinions. The argument is literally about the fact of this case. When he does stuff like this, it's disingenuous. Let me go back just a little bit so you can hear this, because it's deceiving to the audience and it makes it look like they're arguing something that they're not.
Forceful claim. She claims that there's more evidence that Tyler is not guilty of murder and was set up as a patsy than there is for the state's case. And I just think that that's
too far
absurd.
back. Sorry.
And she will not be able to demonstrate that in any way. In fact, she has almost no real evidence at all of her theory, whereas my theory is supported by compelling witness testimony, physical evidence, multiple confessions, all of which are independently compelling, but which are even more convincing as each piece of evidence corroborates the others. You'll notice the term overwhelming was included in both theories. This is because Candace demanded I defend my use of that term, which I think is fair, in describing the evidence against Tyler Robinson. She, on the other hand, only wanted to defend her theory as merely viable. That is, until I showed her clips in which she said she believed the evidence of her theory, that Tyler Robinson's a patsy, was supported by overwhelming evidence. Only then did she agree to defend that position. Regardless, we're both defending the claim that there's overwhelming evidence on our side, so it's worth defining that term. When I say the evidence against Robinson is overwhelming, all I'm saying is that I mean that as of right now, I find it very convincing. I see almost no evidence at all, only speculation on verified claims and suggestions of things that could merely be hypothetically possible. Dreams, vibes, feelings, things like this. Almost done, by the way. I have no problem defending the state's case and welcome Candace bringing up any challenges she would like, but if I'm honest, the reason I was willing to pay the $300,000 for this debate was to finally have a chance for someone to demand Candace be held accountable for the unbelievable theories and claims she's been making. Candace's investigation is indistinguishable from a leftist operation. She couldn't be doing more damage to the right if she were trying.
Why do we care about politics when we're talking about a man who was shot in front of the world? Now, was he a political figure? Yes. Is this a political channel? Yes. But that's not what this debate is about. He's worried about the politics. And I told you guys, I've said this a million times. The left only cares about winning. They'll cheat. They'll do anything they can to win. The right is becoming that, unfortunately, to where we vote in our guy and he chooses politics over doing what he said, because they're more worried about the next election than doing what they told us they were going to do. So now here we are, a man gets unalived in front of us all, and instead of focusing on that, he's saying she's doing damage. She's doing damage to the right. Really? What does one have to do with the other? I understand they're related, but in this debate, it's about the man. It's not about politics. And every time I see somebody do this, I think Tim Pool was the first one to do this. Oh, we're going to lose the midterms. That's what you're worried about? This man died in front of all of us, defending the right to free speech, defending debating, defending Christianity, and then politics, because they're related. But to sit here and act like this is about politics and we need to shut up, stop asking questions about our JFK, it's unbelievable to me that they're willing to show their hand so clearly and say, yeah, well, now what? How are we going to win more elections? Like, dude, do you really want to stand on this kind of public thinking?
She uses her considerable platform to relentlessly attack one of the most influential conservative outreach organizations for young people. And she's making a mockery of the online right-wing commentary class. She's harming Republicans in the election by dividing them. She's attacking the very organization Charlie spent his life building. And she's attacking the people he loved, including his wife. And it cost me $300,000. But today, I hope that she finally answers for some of that.
I hope you get your money's worth.
Candace?
Did you get it out of your system?
I did.
Okay, great. Well, I'm not going to waste time with the preamble because I think I just want to get to the substance of the debate and
right to
speak
it.
to the audience. I've obviously had an audience since we've been covering this case. People know that there was a personal friendship between me and Charlie, and diminishing the pursuit of something that makes sense regarding what happened on September 10th by throwing it to this is just people who are conspiracy theorists. These are people who are just trying to generate clicks. I don't think that people should be satisfied by that. I want people to remember that it's important to think. We've been lied to by the government a great many times over, just the last couple of years, if you just think of the things that we've learned about our government. And I do want to say this, what's been the most disturbing element, I think, for everyone is that not only does the narrative not make any sense, which I'm going to demonstrate, I don't need to waste time with the preamble going through the points or trying to insult you or pretending that I've been running a podcast saying it's just dreams and vibes like I'm Miss Cleo. And that's the reason why it's taking so many influencers. It looks like $1 billion industry of influencers to dispute everything Candace says. Is not because I'm on my platform saying I had a dream last night. I don't think I think that diminishes you as an argument. Obviously, we have presented a lot of evidence. You just presented a text message and said this is evidence. Well, that's how this entire thing began. You're talking about how Israel got into the conversation. It was because immediately after Charlie died, one of the first things we saw was this push to make us all think and remember how much he loved Israel. It's because the prime minister of Israel, who's fighting like a 27 front war, felt that he needed to come do a little mini tour and to be, strangely, to state that I did not kill Charlie Kirk, when nobody was having that thought that I can remember. Nobody was going, I wonder if Bibi Netanyahu killed Charlie Kirk. And
just imagine, because Bibi and Zelensky are the same type of person. Just imagine being a world leader. You run a whole country, not a business, not a household, a whole country, and you feel the need to go onto news channels and talk about how good of a friend Charlie Kirk was and how he was a big ally. Is that weird? Where did that come from? Why wouldn't you just say my condolences to his lovely wife and his family? This is a horrible thing. Charlie was an exceptional speaker, and tout him. But Netanyahu found a way to tout himself and his country and how great his country is and how Charlie Kirk was an advocate of his. And that's what makes him great. Not the man, not the family, none of that matters. He was a friend of ours. You're using this dead man to promote other people and trying to get these other people to agree with him after he's dead. Now, he was speaking out against you guys. And that may be why you decided to do that. That's what made people suspicious. Zelensky did the same thing, kept coming over here and lecturing us. It's just your tax dollars. Don't worry about it. Give it to me. I'll take it. And then he ends up firing over half of his staff due to corruption because they're stealing our money. So what does he do? He comes back and does it again. Like, these people have no shame. So to pretend like Israel just randomly got brought up, it's absolutely, it's more than absurd. It's insulting to tell me that it's my fault for saying and putting these things together and saying, why did you just come randomly out and say I didn't do it? Can you imagine if somebody died in your family and then somebody just comes, knocks on the door, hey, just wanted to let you know I was a great friend of so and so, and I didn't do it. You're gonna call the police. This is all right. I'm sorry.
Then we had a round of influencers who lied and said Charlie was not changing on Israel, that he wasn't having any disagreements regarding that topic, that the day he died, he just loved Israel so much. And I demonstrated via a text message, which you just mentioned, and you're now contextualizing and pretending it was just about Tucker Carlson, which is not true. It was a part of a broader shift that Charlie was having over the last, I would say, actually, on your show, it began since October 7th, which is when I began asking myself more questions about Israel as well. And so, yeah, when all of these things happen in the immediate aftermath, and then I drop a text message after everyone is denying that, Tucker Carlson then comes out and confirms the conversations that he had with Charlie.
Yep.
Megyn Kelly then comes out and confirms the private conversations that she had with Charlie. People then begin to ask a reasonable question, which is, why are we lying about this?
Charlie Kirk, after October 7th, the first show he did was PBD, which is very interesting because you can't squirm out of that if you're Andrew Wilson. And he didn't even try to touch it because I don't even know if he knew that. But he did PBD, and the first thing he did was blame Netanyahu. Now, he didn't outright do it because obviously there's legalities. But he said, was there a stand-down order? He wanted to, and he was really, really adamant. That was a bold statement to make. He did it on Pat David's show. And he wanted to know how it's possible that Hamas was able to go into their country, and he gave the mileage and how it only takes 4 hours to get across the country or 6 hours to get across the country. He wanted to know why it didn't get addressed and why it took so long to respond. And he literally said, Bibi Netanyahu has been in trouble politically. His country's turning against him. Was there a stand-down order? Does that sound like this great ally? No, he was clearly changing perspectives. He was clearly the influence that stopped us from going to war with Iran the first time. He was upset that we bombed when we did. And he turned out to be right. Here we are, February, late January, early February, a war started that we were told was going to take 4 to 6 weeks, 8 max. And it is what? August 19th. And we're still in this war. And Trump's now still talking about taking over the Strait of Hormuz. Why didn't you do that if that's what we were going to do? Anyway,
If they were forthcoming with that and they had said, hey, yeah, Charlie was starting to ask questions. I think after October 7th, it's reasonable that people are starting to re-examine our relationship with
Absolutely.
Israel. We wouldn't be here today. But it has been lie after lie after lie, debunk after debunk after debunk. Yes, I did share that I had a dream that Charlie was betrayed. It's not a dream anymore. It's a reality. I look at what the organization has become, the people that they are partnering with, the lies that they are telling, the extraordinary people that they're sending out to say that I hadn't speak to Charlie since 2018, and it begins to look like a conspiracy. And just as a historical fact, that entire term was created by the CIA to gaslight people after the assassination of JFK. So it's not exactly one that makes me nervous. Like calling somebody a conspiracy theorist is essentially saying that they demand further answers and they're not accepting the Fed slop. So I'm grateful that you came today. I don't need to, like I said, take cheap shots and discuss your manner of debate or your strategy. And I'm also grateful that you shared that you had that text message today, because everybody watching knows that I have been demanding not a debate, just an open conversation with Turning Point USA. They should be here. It shouldn't be you in that chair. It should be the person that took Charlie's place, maybe Erika Kirk, maybe Andrew Colbert. He's a spokesperson. And rather than doing that, they send us another influencer. So let's see how it goes.
Just out of curiosity,
go
are you
good.
between 0 to 100? What is the likelihood that you think Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk and killed him?
Based on the evidence right now, I don't know, I'd say 75, 85%.
So let's look at this again, because overwhelming does not mean majority. It means it's beyond a reasonable doubt. It's literally the same argument that the prosecution is going to have to give and make for a jury. Points to only one clear answer. It's too big for anyone to disprove. People see the proof and feel totally sure. Like, I don't here's the funniest part. Down, if you look where it says where you see it, and under law, it says fingerprints, video, and DNA show a person is guilty. They have still not shown any video that can point to this guy. They can say, hey, I think it's that guy. His own supposed boyfriend, which I have questions about, but his own supposed boyfriend said, I'm about, I'm mostly sure, 90% or 95, whatever he said. He didn't say 100. He knows him. I can point any of my cousins, any of my daughters. I can point out my son. I can point out my wife. No matter how blurry it is, I can tell who they are. Now, if it was as clear as they show, what's going on, Just Jay? If it was as clear as what they showed, I can identify anyone in my family, because it's not just what they have on. And what's interesting is that's what Lance Twiggs said. Well, he had the same shoes, same shirt. He likes hats. I've never seen that hat, but he likes hats. That's not identifying anyone. And that's not convincing to me. So when they're acting like they have this evidence, the DNA evidence is flawed. And she's going to kind of go over that. So when we're looking and they're trying to tell us that they have fingerprints, which my fingerprints are on this mic. Like, it's mine. It's supposed to. So if my sidearm has my fingerprints on it. My AR has my fingerprints on it. Like, it's supposed to be on. Who else's fingerprints are supposed to be on him? Well, apparently his gun has 5 sets. So you still can't point it at him. You can't look at him and look at those pictures and tell it's him. When they describe the car, there was a partial print. Okay, well, how many numbers and letters are there? There's a partial print, or not partial print, a partial plate. So it kind of looks like his car. So they're putting all these things together and they create their own theory, and you're supposed to just buy it. It's his second favorite. Yeah, you're just supposed to, oh, yeah, I guess that's got to be him. Why? Says who? And the reason why I show doubt with Twiggs is during his testimony, they asked him if they slept in the same room, and he said no. I haven't heard anyone talk about this, but they're a couple. They're a thing, but they don't sleep in the same room? They started out roommates, so I get that, but if you're a couple, you don't. Anyway, let me put this back.
Candace?
I'm annoyed.
0%?
0%.
I'm at 0.
So
with what we've seen in terms of the evidence, I'm at 0%.
So not only, that maybe somebody was behind him as a patsy influencing him, you're not even saying that he didn't even shoot Charlie Kirk.
Right. If you said, was he involved that day, as
Right.
I have consistently,
And I've heard
platform, I
people
would say yes.
I've heard people say, oh, she said 0%, there's 0 chance. No, she said based on the evidence, there's 0 chance. You can't point at the group of evidence. You can't point at the individual evidence and say that it's him. You can't. You could say it's a guy, and you can make your own coincidental case. And you can say, well, I don't know. His gun sure is there. Okay, so Lance lives with him. Supposedly his boyfriend, who doesn't sleep with him, which is very strange. He's the political one. He's the one with the name Luna that ties back to all the weird stuff that they're talking about. They're trying to put on Robinson. He's got the same motives, but he's never talked to him about politics. What's going on, Katana? So it's just anyone who says that they're sure, even 51%, it's completely opinionated. And it's based on the exact same thing, which she's about to go over right now.
He was. I don't know what role he played, but as the shooter, 0%.
Do you have any evidence for it?
For what? My percentage?
The fact that he didn't shoot and kill Charlie Kirk.
See, and this is a problem because you don't need evidence to say somebody didn't do something. You need evidence to say somebody did do something. What country are we in? I'll wait for a little while to make this point when they're on this topic, because this is really annoying. Because he'll tell her at some point that she's got to prove her claims or something, whatever. It's nonsense, but we'll get there.
Yes, which I'm hoping we're going to get to all of the evidence that he feels that he has. I mean, I'm not even convinced that Charlie was shot from the rooftop on Losi that day, based on the evidence that has been.
Do you think he was shot?
I do not think that Charlie was shot from a 30-06 from
Yeah,
Losi.
but just shot at all.
I don't know. I think that a projectile hit Charlie, and I'm open to other people's presentations, but I have not seen any compelling evidence that Charlie was shot by a 30-06.
Can we see maybe if we're going to have an olive branch to each other, if maybe we can establish what we consider the facts of the case to be first?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So you're not sure if he was actually shot. You're open to alternative theories.
He was definitely hit with a projectile of some description. If we're talking about was he shot from a gun, a 30-06, I would say definitively no.
Okay.
It defies common sense to think that he had a Superman neck, and even if he did have a Superman neck, which has been demonstrated, I think actually recently a YouTuber actually set up Valhalla steel cages and shot it and it went through. So under no circumstance will I.
So at least not a 30-06.
Definitively not. A
Okay,
30-06
but you
from
are
Losi,
open-
150 feet. No.
But you're not necessarily closing off the avenue that he could have been shot at all.
With maybe a smaller
Caliber? Okay. And then there's some things that I'm going to make concessions on that I do think we need more answers on, and I'm fine with that. And we can get to those things as well.
Never got to those things.
The other thing is in the timeline, one of the things that we dispute, I think, on the timeline is that you think that Robinson drove hours away to a steakhouse in
Yes.
the timeline. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the compelling evidence that you think you have there?
I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, and I have seen the receipt. I know the conversation that I had, and I think it's enough that it will be presented. Obviously, if this goes to trial, but yes, I do believe that he was in Penguich, which is near his grandparents' home.
Did he give you an unedited copy of that receipt?
I have seen an unedited copy of that receipt. It was not given to me from the owner. But I want to, before we get into like all the timeline stuff, I want to address what you think is evidence so we can keep this on par with what your claim is. Since
Well, I think that that's a piece of evidence that's in dispute, and that's why I'm.
yeah, but
because if
we're
not
trying to get
establishing
to
the
whether there's
timeline-
overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson did this.
Yeah,
So
if you
whether
wanna
that
use
you're
the
starting
first-
with,
if you want to use the first part of that for the internal critique,
yeah,
for you,
we should
that's
go
fine.
over the actual
Okay,
evidence that
so
we feel.
The first reason that I think it's compelling evidence is that Tyler Robinson's rifle was found near the crime scene. So I would consider that to be very good evidence. And also the fact of the matter is that I dispute this claim that a 30-06 could not have made this wound. I think that that's absurd. 150 grain Remington core locks absolutely could shatter when it hits the neck of any human being. When you say that there's some steel neck and it's a smaller caliber, you have to make a counter explanation. Why wouldn't a smaller caliber also go through bone?
It could. I didn't say it can't.
Right, exactly. So if that's the case, then ammunition is going to be the critical key here. And if we have frangible ammunition, which we do in this case, a flex tip round, well, I'm sorry, not a flex tip, a soft point round from a 150 grain Remington core lock, that's just a small jacket that goes around the actual lead piece. This thing could have split apart in air for all we know. But
No, it couldn't. And so he sounds like he knows what he's talking about, and for the most part, he's correct. But what he's saying is just not true. Frangible round is not what he's saying it is. But this is the slow part of the debate for me because it's just nonsense, and he thinks that he's damaging her somehow. But this was neither here nor there for me.
definitely upon impact. And we have the medical examiner who confirms this in a summary. And my team can bring that up, the summarization, which means he would have to be a part of some kind of conspiracy as well.
Okay, so just to start with your point about saying that the gun was found near him, near Losi Center, or I guess off in the woods. that gun, did you watch the testimony? Did you watch the preliminary
we
hearing?
covered it live. Yeah.
Okay, so forgetting what the summary of the medical report was, did you watch the testimony that was given by the Caitlin Oliver, the ATF woman, Samantha Carner, any of those people who went into the science of
Yes, I recall. You're talking about
the bullet
when they-
analysis?
Yeah, when they went into the DNA.
Okay, so that's kind of the most relevant part.
Okay.
I'm not denying, I've never denied on my platform or anywhere else that a gun owned by Tyler Robinson was found near the crime scene, right? That
Okay.
doesn't remove, if you think somebody's set up as a patsy, you could take a gun out of this room right now and you could walk out and plant it in the woods near a crime scene.
I
Like, that's
agree.
not convincing evidence
I
to me.
concur with the fact that that's a possibility.
So you
Logically
are,
possible.
you, I think, have said on a platform that you were a gunsmith. Okay, and for how many years?
many, many years.
For many years. You
Many
also
years.
said that you were an Army sniper.
I wasn't a sniper in the Army.
Okay.
And I never said that. by the
Sorry,
way.
your wife tweeted that you were an Army sniper.
Yeah, I don't know. Like 15 years ago, she said something.
Does it
She said
change
that
15
was-
years later?
She said that it was colloquial. So
Army sniper is a
So she figured out a way to bring that up because that's funny and it's still a point of contention. It's hilarious because his wife claimed that he was an Army sniper, and somehow that's colloquial. Listen, I don't mind you trying to troll. It doesn't work on me, but the cursing, chill. If you can chill on the cursing, you can keep thinking that you're doing something. You can't troll me. It's not possible.
colloquial term.
yeah, I was never an Army sniper.
Okay. What did you do in the Army? Did you teach this? Then I corrected it and said you taught rifles in the Army.
No, I didn't teach rifle. No, I taught rifles as a private.
He's
citizen.
being careful.
Okay.
And I was an NRA instructor for many, many, many
Okay,
years
so
alongside my gun shop.
As with your expertise, when she gave testimony on the stand, Samantha Carner, that there was dust and there was debris that was found in the gun barrel.
Yep.
And then when we had the person who, and this was, I believe, Caitlin Oliver, who explained painfully about the DNA, the prints.
Well, let's start with a
No,
point
no,
at
no,
a time.
I'm not done. You said something, so I'm going to finish my thought, right?
You don't want to do a point at a time?
No, well, sure. If you want to respond to,
Well, I
but
want
I
to
want you to
start
respond to
with
2 points.
the
I want you to start with 2 points.
Okay.
Dust and debris in the gun barrel.
Yeah.
Secondly, the fact that there were 5 sets of prints, 5 plus actually by the end of the testimony, 5 sets of prints for which we already had the woman who worked for the FBI forensics testify that above 2 prints, if you're taking a sample, it's no longer a science, right? She testified that when they took the sample of what was on the trigger, they saw 5 plus prints. And among those 5 plus prints, Tyler Robinson's was the most degraded. So I would like you to explain how Tyler Robinson's prints could be the most degraded when she said, actually, you could have DNA on something that you've touched. You could have DNA on something that you've never touched. And to get DNA degradation, they've looked at pieces, items 20, 40 years on that don't have degradation. Yet Tyler Robinson's prints, amongst 5 plus other prints, were the most degraded on that weapon.
Yeah. So let's get into all 3 of the claims. First, with debris. When it comes to debris, firing a rifle doesn't always blow the debris out of the barrel.
Okay, that
So-
He's right.
you think there could be debris and dust.
Yeah.
He just fired the weapon.
Sure.
Okay.
Not only that, he left it in a forest. Now, I don't know if you agree with me, but if you leave a rifle in a wooded area, it's also possible that debris could get in that way. But I'm not even sure that that's what the case
reasonable.
is. I think it's far more likely that he fired the shot, it just didn't blow all the debris out, and it often doesn't. You'll find this if you take Grandpappy's dirty rifle and it's all dusty inside the bore and you go fire it, you'll often look down the bore and there's still dust.
Okay.
Happens all the time.
Okay. And the prints?
Yeah, so the prints we don't know all of the details on just yet.
We do. It was
We don't know
excruciatingly
all of
long.
it.
testimony on the prints.
We don't because they haven't gone to trial, so we don't know on the print front. But Tyler Robinson's DNA was on there. You made the claim that Lance Twig's DNA was on there, and it was not.
Well, when she gave the testimony, no, hold on. First, let's go to your first point because that's wrong. We can get a fact check on that. What do you mean we don't know until it goes to trial about the degraded prints? She testified, and
Yeah.
this is the person who took the prints.
Yes, but the problem is that inside of this particular testimony, you agree with me that there's going to be much more of the DNA analysis in the trial, right?
But you also would agree that her fact is not going to change. That among the prints, his was the most degraded.
Even
so I'm
if-
asking you to
but let's-
address that. How
well,
could that be
here,
possible?
Let's give it. Let's just grant this for a second as a possibility that his fingerprints were degraded.
It's not a possibility.
It's not a possibility. She said it. Listen, I don't care how you troll. I said the cursing is my issue. You seem to be able to comment without cursing, so why don't you? I'm gonna keep hiding them when you do that. I'm not gonna block you unless you show that you have low impulse control. But he's trying. He will not concede anything, which is why I don't like when people concede in debates with people like him, because he takes that as a win, and his fans take that as a win. It's not something to agree or disagree with. It's what the lady said. She said they were degraded. And I've seen people try to explain this. I think it was Ian Carroll was talking about, he tried to use like a cigarette butt thing where if you have a stack of cigarettes, you can show, you can infer that if the cigarette's on the bottom, the cigarette butt's on the bottom, it was used first, right? You can use same thing with. I think a better comparison would be footprints on like a muddy trail. I think he may have used that one too. The first footprint is going to be the one that's degraded if there's more prints over it, and that's the same thing with fingerprints. So that's all she's saying, and he won't agree with that. It's really interesting, and well, it's not interesting because this is what he does, but to do this on this stage, you don't think people are going to say, "Wait a minute, what do you mean?" Maybe if that's true. The forensic person said that this is what happened.
It's a fact. The person who took
okay,
who
It's a fact.
took it-
I'm just
okay.
granting it for the sake of argument.
You should grant it because it's a
Okay,
fact that
so
she
now,
presented.
so now it's granted. So what?
What do you mean? So,
So
what?
Yeah, so what? What does that prove?
It proves that if his prints were the most degraded amongst 5 of them, you're going to have to explain how that's possible if he's the one that recently fired the weapon.
Yeah, so wait a second. You're saying that it's an impossibility that if his fingerprints are the most degraded.
I'm telling
Not
you to
what
that's
she
the
explain
case.
it. You're the gunsmith.
Well,
so
wait a
explain it.
second. How would a gunsmith give an analysis on fingerprints or DNA? Do you think that I
Well, that's what you're doing. That's what you're doing right now.
work in a DNA laboratory
So
with
your answer
fingerprints?
is I don't know. You can just say you don't know.
But
You
I
don't
did.
have to.
But I did.
No, you said so what? So
Yeah,
say
so-
I don't know.
but
I
what would
actually don't
that-
have an
what would
explanation
that
for that,
prove,
Candace.
though, is my question.
Well, I think that what it would prove is that it is a more viable theory that people who had stronger prints on the gun may have used it more recently.
Did they say who else had fingerprints on the gun?
They named Matt Robinson explicitly,
Okay.
and this was a part of the testimony where she was speaking about how they got samples of elimination samples from the home of Amber Robinson, Matt Robinson, and Lance Twiggs. Those were the 3 names they named.
So are you saying that Twiggs
Would you like me to
fingerprints-
finish my statement?
I just want to make sure I'm clarifying.
I'm trying to finish the answer, but it can't be clarified until the answer comes out of my mouth.
Okay, go
So
ahead.
this was a portion of her testimony where she was explaining how they got elimination samples from the home, and she named Matt Robinson, Amber Robinson, and Lance Twiggs as the elimination samples that she was using. And so she explicitly said some of them, so we can assume 2 out of the 3 were their prints were found on the gun. She explicitly named Matt Robinson as someone who had prints on the gun, and then said there were 5 people that they had taken that sample from. And again, what's also relevant here is the earlier testimony, which came.
Well, and before she goes on, it's really, really important because it's either somebody else could have had something to do with this and planted it, or could have had something to do with this and threw the weapon in the bushes, or the police could have really screwed up the investigation and it could be their prints. Why does it matter whose prints they are? There's 5 sets of prints on a gun that you're saying he used, but his are the most degraded. It's a pretty important point that he's trying to shrug past. It's really difficult because, again, if it's the most degraded, that means he wasn't likely the most recent person to hold the weapon.
From the FBI forensics analyst, I believe it was on day 2, where she said that when you're using those mixtures and those samples and you get up to 5+, it's really hard to make any sort of a determination. So both of those things are relevant. If you can't explain why his prints are the most degraded and you're saying he is the shooter, it's not really a so what. It's an open-ended question that people have a right to pursue. It's not a conspiracy. It's actually proof of my claim that there's evidence that he was set up as a patsy.
It almost takes a conspiracy to say that it's only that one person who's possibly the person who shot, because you're just ignoring 4 other prints or 5 other prints. Like, that's the conspiracy to say this is the one. Why? Where are you coming up with this? It seems like you're just making that up. You're creating your own narrative.
Wouldn't prove anything about him being a patsy.
It said it's evidence to support the claim that he could have been set up as a patsy.
So this is why I said earlier, so what? Because even if it's the
So
case,
what?
this doesn't have an explanation for it yet. That doesn't actually give you any evidence in your corner for Tyler Robinson being a patsy.
Okay,
hang on. I didn't cut you off. Right? You would need to actually explain how this would demonstrate Tyler Robinson. This is tied into Robinson being a patsy. Are you claiming that these fingerprints were Lance Twiggs or that he had any DNA there?
I'm saying that it could be Matt Robinson, it could be Amber Robinson. That sort of information is going to come out during the trial.
How would that tie into the idea that he's a patsy?
Yes,
though?
because if his is the most degraded prints and the information that I shared on my platform is true, that this gun was given to Tyler Robinson as an heirloom. I had conversation with members of the Robinson family, Twiggs family, both of them. You know, like I said, we're not just dreaming. And if we're having those conversations and they told me that gun was only given to Tyler Robinson because it was a family heirloom. Okay, so it was his grandfather's gun or great-grandfather's gun. I don't remember the difference. I don't remember which one it was. And so he got it because he's the firstborn. So, but he's not much of a shooter, is what I was told. And so he has this because he inherited it, essentially. So if I get something from my grandpa and I put it up on the shelf and I own this, you could see that could be.
How do we get to the Patsy part?
You don't let me ever get to the end of the sentence. So how could we get to the Patsy part?
Okay, I'll wait patiently till we get to
so
the
that could be a
part.
reasonable explanation as to why there was dust in the barrel, because he doesn't often shoot this weapon and he is indeed a fisher. And it could also be a reasonable explanation for why we have Matt Robinson's prints on this. Obviously, Lance Twiggs, even if he has prints on things they live together, that doesn't really mean anything. But that could demonstrate that somebody took his weapon and put it somewhere. His prints are the most degraded. Somebody else's prints, there's more presence of somebody else's prints, and that could demonstrate that somebody is taking items from his house and putting it into various places.
But it also could demonstrate nothing. So the problem that you have here is that this is pure conjecture. No, this is not evidence that Tyler Robinson is a patsy. It's only evidence that you have conjectured up that, well, if it's the case that these are the more degraded prints, then therefore that means must be patsy because dad's fingerprints on gun.
I didn't say must be patsy.
Describe how this actually links in to Robinson being a patsy.
Okay, I just described that for you, so I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you, so I'm going to move on from that. But to just go back to your point about this is not evidence, you can't make that claim because the entire basis for why you think that there's evidence for Tyler Robinson being the person that took the shot is based off of a hearing under Utah 1102 rules, meaning that they are doing the exact same thing that I am doing. This is the state. You said you're here to represent the state. Well, did you watch the preliminary
hearing?
I
didn't say I was here to represent the state.
The state's position you think is strong and convincing.
What I'm here to do is represent my own opinion.
You said in your opening statement,
based on the evidence presented so far by the state.
The state has presented evidence under Utah's 1102.
So again, this is what he does. Instead of conceding, he says something like that, but then he literally says, but based on the state's case, I agree. So you are agreeing with the state's position. That's what you're doing, but he won't concede anything. So it comes across as if he's in the right somehow, I guess. I don't even know why he does that. I think conceding certain points helps you be more credible in a debate.
But this doesn't demonstrate any patsy behavior.
That's very important because that rule is hearsay. So you can't say at the same time, Candace, you're not allowed to. And what that means under the Utah rule, which I'm sure you know, because I'm sure you watched the preliminary hearing and yourself understand what that means, is that the entire hearing was hearsay. It means none of that information that was presented is going to be allowed. The majority of it, the overwhelming majority of it is not going to be allowed at the trial. They're allowed to present when it's just a probative hearing.
I don't think all the evidence that was put in was hearsay.
Okay, you didn't watch this case.
But not only that,
no, this is a huge point. This is crazy that you don't know this.
Fact check if all the evidence
we need more than a fact check. This was every single day, Utah Rule 1102.
All right. So if you look at their main objection, Robinson's standing objection filed over a weekend includes photographs, video recordings, Utah State Medical Examiner's autopsy report without the testimony of the medical examiner, testimony from the police. They say all of this is hearsay. So that's kind of a problem. Let me make this bigger so you guys can see this. This is important because what she's saying is all, or then she's going to change it to overwhelming because you can't say all of anything. Which she smartly says, you know, okay, overwhelming majority. She did that on purpose. It was a play on words. But they say they object to all of these things because it was all hearsay. So again, photos, video recordings, state medical examiner's autopsy report without the testimony of the actual examiner, testimony from the police officers who are expected to talk about statements they received from other officers who will not be in the courtroom. That is literally hearsay. But it's allowed in Utah. So it is what it is. She's not saying it's illegal. She's saying, hey, listen, you're accepting their narrative, which is hearsay based. I'm saying this, and you're calling it hearsay. That's a problem for you. But he's not going to, either he doesn't get it, which I think he does. He's going to try to avoid it almost through the whole debate. Let me put this up. Here's another
part. Could you bring up 1102 Utah rule? Because this is an unbelievable point that you're making by saying that I am not allowed to infer off of evidence.
You can infer. I'm trying to follow the inference.
But your entire reason, like you asserted that you believe there's overwhelming evidence on the basis of what we saw in the preliminary hearing. The entire preliminary hearing was hearsay.
Yeah, I'm fine with your inferences.
No, you just literally said I couldn't do that. Yes, I can.
No, I didn't. I'm just saying from your inference, how do we get to Patsy?
This is how you got to Shooter. Tyler Robinson did it.
No,
the same way that you got to
Tyler Robinson. From that.
Yes, you did. You
yes,
again,
you did.
This is something important, so we should pull up a fact check about what the 1102 Utah, and under their constitution, for the sake of a preliminary hearing, they do not have to have hard evidence. They don't have to put people on the trial, swear them in. But no, that's why the entire hearing was basically hearsay. Officer Bagley
but
was
not
saying,
all of it, like I said.
The overwhelming majority,
again, no
I mean,
dispute.
outside of the one
But
that you don't
that's
want to
not
give.
what's
Please don't
in
cut me off.
dispute, though.
Outside of, no, that is what's in dispute. It means
not.
that
That's
your
literally what's in
entire
dispute.
brand of saying you don't have evidence, you don't have evidence, falls apart when the entire preliminary hearing is based off of hearsay. In fact, Lance's testimony before they had about an hour debate, actually maybe it was more than an hour debate before he sat, and they said this is not going to be allowed. You wouldn't even be allowed to do this. We'd be able to cross-examine him. The questions that they're asking Lance are all leading. And what did he say? Well, I'm the magistrate under Utah Constitution. 1102. It is my job to allow all of this so we can see if the state has enough here that we can then move to a trial, which will then, they would not allow this stuff. They would say we get to cross-examine Lance. Lance
But
just
you're
can't
arguing
willy-nilly
things I'm not
say,
disputing.
no, but the entire substance of your argument is that people can't infer off of evidence.
No,
That's what you're saying
it's
to
not.
me. When you say, Candace,
Here,
you
I'll
can't
give you
talk
the
about the degraded
argument
prints, which is a
now.
fact.
Yeah, I'm not
and then
saying
infer
that.
off of that
Didn't say
that
that.
Tyler could have been a patsy.
You're just literally making stuff up. So here's
I'm
what
not
the
making stuff
position
up.
is.
I'm
I'm
not
asking
making stuff
this.
up. I'm
Have Rule
saying
1102
that I
registered
think you,
one
let's
of
pull
them.
that up. Let's
Pull
pull
out
that up. I
1102.
am doing exactly what the
This is
state
where
did.
it's getting
I'm
good.
looking at a piece of evidence and I am saying,
But you're not showing me how you get there.
Can you
from the
describe to the
inference.
audience what Rule
Yes.
11?
So just because the state gave you more pieces of hearsay, and what he's saying is, hey, how did you get to Patsy from this? And she's saying, how did you get to not Patsy from this? And he's avoiding that by, I don't know what again, he won't concede any points, so he's going to fight it. And I get that. It's a debate. He thinks he's going to win this way. But for the people watching who don't understand, she's saying, hey, you realize that if the state's case is hearsay, you can't come to me and ask why I'm using hearsay and ask me why I'm making these inferences. If that's what the state's doing and you're defending the state's case. What does he say? Oh, I'm not defending their case. I'm just saying I agree with the state. Like, okay. Semantics. You're still defending their case because you believe it.
So this, just so everybody who's watching this at home understands what I'm saying, even if he doesn't, what Andrew is arguing is that I don't have the right to extrapolate from a
made that
fact
argument.
like
Just making it up. Just
No,
purely
see-
making it up. I'm asking based on
Andrew,
based on
can I
your
show my
inference.
evidence? You just showed yours. Reliable hearsay.
You'll get a chance.
Reliable hearsay in criminal preliminary examinations. The entire preliminary hearing that you just saw was on the basis of reliable hearsay. And what that means essentially is the people who are making the statements can just say, Patrick told me that he did this on Monday. Patrick's not here. And that is, they can allow that into the hearing. That's just because it's just meant to be probative. And so it's the state saying, here's what we have inferred. So you are allowed to take a piece of evidence and then you are allowed to infer off of that evidence. Okay. Case in
Thing
point, that's a
nobody's
demonstration that's a demonstration of what I just did. I said
He's
the prints
pretending
were the
to not
most
understand it.
degraded off of Tyler Robinson. And from that, what I am inferring is that it's plausible that Tyler Robinson was set up.
That doesn't.
Okay?
That's the point in contention.
That's not a point in contention. That's
the point in contention.
It's not a point in contention. If you're saying it's a
It
point
is the point in contention.
It's not the point in contention. I'm telling you that is what the entire hearing allowed for. So the evidence that he
Great,
is
but we're
describing
asking you
that he
now.
is using to argue his case is all based on inference, not fact.
Great.
Inference, not fact. So
We're
what they are
just-
inferring off of the facts.
So again, we're going to take this, and I'm just going to even grant it because it's irrelevant. I'm asking how you get to the
Not
inference
irrelevant.
that even if you dispute that piece of evidence, that means Patsy. I'm looking for the logical chain for how you get to that inference.
Okay, so let me help her out. Andrew, how do you get to Tyler Robinson when all of the evidence is hearsay? So you have to take all of these things combined and say, something's up here. I think it's him because of the gun, because of the prints, because of the blurry video, the blurry footage, the clothes. Like, you put these together and you say it's him. She's saying that's too blurry. The DNA is diluted. The gun doesn't seem to have been used. And there was somebody else who had access to all of these things. She's doing the same thing, but you're not going to concede because you don't want to even give her any wiggle room for victory. But she's winning because she's telling you that this is the whole case that you're looking at is based on what you're complaining about her doing. How do you come to Patsy? I don't understand how you came to Patsy. Well, how did the state come to it's him? He's the shooter. It's the same argument because there's no hard evidence that's clear on its own or together.
What I am telling you is it's the exact same way that when you tweeted, I think that this evidence is overwhelming. When they say that looks like Tyler Robinson's car, he drives a similar car. Okay. They are inferring that that's Tyler
Can
Robinson.
you walk me through the inference so that I understand?
It's not a fact. It's not a fact. When you show a blurry image, which you kept
He
citing
knows.
that we
No,
have
I'm
images.
talking about your inference that the fingerprints even if they're degraded equals Patsy. How do you get that inference?
I didn't say it equals Patsy. I think it is enough evidence that it should be explored, which is exactly what this preliminary was in the inverse.
That's not in dispute. What's in dispute is when you said, I'm using this as evidence that he could have been a Patsy. I'm asking, how do you get the inference to Patsy from that?
Because what I am saying is that it shows that somebody else had more DNA presence on that gun than Tyler Robinson did. So it is plausible, which is all they're doing. They're presenting plausibility based off of the facts. Okay. It is plausible that somebody just took his gun and put it there. That's it.
Is there equally
that's how it works.
And is there equally 100 other plausible explanations?
I think that's the reason why most people are exploring when things don't make sense.
Got it.
So yes, at the beginning of that, this is how the court process works.
So
just so we're clear,
if there's 100 other plausible
explanations,
explanations, then Candace, why is it that we should go with this idea that it was a Patsy?
Why is it that if there's 100 other explanations, why is it that you're saying he did it? It's the same thing. And again, it's a circular argument. It's going to keep going around like this. It's kind of annoying. But I think by her repeating it and trying to clarify it and finding different ways to articulate it, it's going to help people at home either look into it and say, he's doing the same thing. While he's saying, it's not the same thing. It's not the same thing at all. My inferences are better than your inferences. Like, that's not going to work when most people look at it and say, wait, but you just said that you shouldn't do that, but you're doing it. It's going to, well, it already backfired, but
I'm not saying that we should go with the idea that it was a Patsy. I am saying that there is.
I thought that was the whole defense, your whole claim today.
My whole claim was that there is more evidence that he is set up as a Patsy.
How does that equal evidence of Patsy?
She's not saying that.
Like, I'm saying that I am using the exact same mechanism that you are accepting for some reason in the Utah courtroom. Yeah. Right. To say, I'm going to look at the evidence and I'm going to infer an alternative theory. So you just saw the states and you're accepting it. And they have not presented any concrete facts. You listed on your own Twitter that what you found to be convincing was something that looked like his car pulled into the driveway, a blurry image.
This is great.
A standard white guy coming up the steps. It could literally be anyone.
This never happened.
Can we get a fact check on that? Can we pull up his tweet where he goes over the floor?
I didn't say that's what convinced me.
When you actually didn't say it's what convinced me, but you said this is the evidence that you found to be overwhelming, and you named, I believe, actually 5 things. I think you said it was his car.
5 things.
You said it was.
Well, there's multitudes of things that I find.
You just said you didn't say it, so we're going to get a fact check on that. You did.
Go ahead.
You said the blurry images coming up the steps.
This is great.
Literally, when Officer Bagley testified, they talk about when I'm talking about making inference. This is the most, I thought was the most absurd testimony I've ever heard. And pardon me, it was actually David Hull. They asked him a question. How did you know the guy in the maroon shirt was the same as the guy that came up the stairs later that was wearing the American flag black shirt? And he said, they're wearing the same shoes.
Why is that absurd?
That's how you decided
it's
to
absurd.
The same people. Oh, wow. What a scientific. They're both wearing Converses. Okay. That's.
She kills me when she keeps saying Converses. But moving that aside, you're on a college campus. Probably one of the most popular shoes, or we'll say the top 2, are going to be Vans. You're going to be Converse. Man, maybe you could throw Nike in there. And the reason is for Converse is they're cheap. It's a name brand everybody wears. Everybody's had a pair. If you haven't had a pair of Chucks, I don't know where you're from. But it's one of the most common pairs of shoes, especially because they're cheap. And you're at a college where a bunch of kids either can't work or work part-time, and they're not going to go out, spending a lot of money on things. Like, we didn't eat much in college. I think most people who've been to college be like, yeah, okay. So for you to infer that it's him because of those Converse, it's no difference than her looking at the gun and saying, well, there's a bunch of fingerprints. I'm going to take away from that. What's going on, KMC? Long time, KMS. Oh, KMC. Yeah. I don't know where I got that from. But it's the same thing. And he's refusing to concede that, but it's going to become a problem for him really, really soon.
An absurd thing to say. That is not evidence that these are the same people if we're both wearing Converses.
It's not.
That was what he said. That's what flew on the stand.
But I still don't understand how that would be absurd. If somebody,
it's an absurd thing.
For instance, if somebody were to change their clothes but keep the same shoes on, wouldn't you utilize the shoes to try to track that person? If
the idea that.
Then how do you get shooter from that, Andrew? She did really good. I'm not critiquing her. I would have really hammered that. I would have hammered that nail nonstop. Okay, I would just flip everything back and say, well, how do you get the shooter? And he's going to say, well, there's a compounding evidence. And she could say the exact same thing. And for whatever reason, I don't know. Patrick Bet David did good. He said he was going to try to stay out of it. I didn't play that part, but he said, I'm going to try to talk as little as possible. So that's fine. Whatever. It is what it is. But sometimes a debate moderator should step in. Okay, so what exactly are you saying here to help us move forward? Because I think this went on a little too long.
On a college campus, 2 people wearing this totally different outfits, but both wearing Converses can't happen is such an absurdity that I don't even need to like argue that. I'm just going to let people. Why is it absurd? Just concede that point. Obviously, it's an absurd thing to say.
I'm not
I know
sure,
these are the same people
sure
because they're both
context,
wearing Converse.
Yeah, I'm not sure if in context that's what happened, but
It
even
is.
if it
You
is,
can get a fact check on
but
it.
even if it is,
It is what happened.
again,
And it was
if
Hull.
we're utilizing inferences, whenever we're dealing with logic and we're dealing with making a logical inference, we're going to take the entire collaboration of evidence and then make inferences from that. You would do that with any type of logical proposition. Otherwise, you could never have a true or false claim.
But you just told me I couldn't.
So
do
when
that.
that never happened. You're just making stuff up. So anyway, when we're talking about logical inferences, what I'm looking for is the logical inferences that you have that Tyler Robinson's a patsy based on a totality of evidence that you have.
We can keep going through.
She's about to destroy that. And every time he brings something up, she's gonna do it. She's gonna go off and name 5 or 6 different things that are suspicious. That's how she came to her inferences. And he's just gonna keep it only gets worse from here. It's gonna get really bad.
Your other evidence. We should find his
Yes.
tweet where he lists the reasons that he was convinced.
So
I
let's
mean,
start with the 30-06. I think that that's fine.
Your team's looking
Try to
for,
change
you
the
remember how long
subject.
ago that was?
the tweets of the 5. Did you delete it or no?
No, I
Did you
don't
delete
delete
tweets?
tweets.
Okay, cool. I just look for. He said
Unless I
it was his
misspell.
car. It was his. It was the car, and it was definitely the staircase photos, and it was when the trial was
Okay,
going on.
she has it. Perfect.
She has
If you got, Skylar has it. If you
Here
want to
it
pull it
is.
up so we can
Fantastic.
see it.
This is what he
So
said
he
didn't
said,
happen.
so give me the clear evidence right here. I want you to provide it right here. All I heard from the investigator was, we believe this to be Tyler Robinson. Is belief something you go as a fact? You wrote the car pulling in. That's a totally blurry image. Robinson
Yeah.
getting out of it. You have no idea if that's Tyler Robinson. The fact that he is seen 4 other times on camera, the fact being just a
He's not
standard
seen.
white boy with brown hair was seen walking up staircase. The DNA on the roof, we should discuss that. And on the screwdriver
No
that he
DNA
left
on the roof.
behind, it's overwhelming, man.
Yeah, but that's not an exhaustive list.
Just so we're clear, you did tweet it.
But it's not exhaustive.
Yeah, but
well,
just
you
5
said
seconds ago, you should concede.
said I only said this one thing and said that was overwhelming, actually.
That's not what I said.
So here's the great thing about editing. I'm going to show you guys what actually happened. And I'm going to do this a couple times. I edited it like, wait a minute, he's lying. He's outright lying.
It is. You could even pull
Patrick,
your
did
own
I say
clip.
that? They have not presented any concrete facts. You listed on your own Twitter that what you found to be convincing was something that looked like his car pulled into the driveway, a blurry image.
No, I
The
didn't.
standard white guy coming up the steps that could literally be anyone.
This never happened.
Can we
You
get a
fa-
fact
yeah,
check on
fact
that?
check
Can
it.
we pull up
I
his tweet
didn't.
where he goes
I
over
didn't
the
say
4?
that's what convinced me.
When you actually didn't say it's what convinced me, but you said
Right.
this is the evidence that you found to be overwhelming, and you
5
named,
things.
I believe, actually 5 things.
Can you fact check if that was said or not? I did not hear her say
So the
this.
thing is funny here
Definitely
is like
said.
we still aren't getting to any of these inferences. So
Why-
So what does he do? He tries to move forward so they don't have time to fact check. Well, let's talk about this. She didn't say one thing. You said that. And I'm going to do this a couple times because he just lies. And it's really annoying to watch somebody who's really smart lie because they're doing it on purpose. And there's a reason for it. And that's deception. I don't care for it at all.
Why are you pivoting?
So
But
that-
just say
well,
you were
I'm
wrong.
not. I'm
It's cool
gonna-
to just say I was wrong. I can say it.
I'm not wrong. So back to the
I'm
tweet,
not wrong.
the tweet aspect here. It's really funny. That's not an exhaustive list of why I find it.
I didn't say it was exhaustive. I just said you said it.
And on top of it, well, no, you didn't. You said that I only said this one thing.
Can
You
we get a fact check on that? Can we pull up his tweet where he goes over
I
the
didn't say
4?
that's what convinced me.
When you actually didn't say
5
it's what convinced me,
things.
but you said
Right.
this is the evidence that you found to be overwhelming, and you named, I believe, actually 5 things. I think.
So no,
So I blurted in like that so you guys can tell that I was going back so you don't get confused at what's happening here. I keep playing him lying. If you see that black outline, that's what he's lying. He's literally lying. And he's doing it because he knows he got caught up and he won't concede anything.
you're actually incorrect there. But on top of that,
You're
moving
incorrect.
over to the actual evidence
Are you?
itself.
Are you?
Yes, I'm okay. Anyway, back to
I
the
wasn't
evidence
asking if you're
itself.
okay.
Yes,
Actually, I'm
fine.
glad you're asserting that you're
But
okay. I wasn't worried about your health. I'm just
but
saying
back to
that. I
this.
just said you tweeted this. You said no, I didn't. We got a fact check, and now you're like just gonna gaslight me and pretend that I
There's
said
no gaslighting.
it wasn't exhaustive. I never
There's
said
no
that. I just said you
gaslighting.
did say this.
Zero gaslighting.
I didn't say you couldn't have said more, but I would like to address what
I mean,
you
this
said
is
in
your
that tweet.
time. If this is how you want to spend it interrogating my position, you can do it that way.
So now what he's doing is saying, hey, listen, if you want to sit here and try to prove that you're right on this, go ahead, trying to, I don't know, trick her into say, okay, let's move on. Literally gaslighting her. There's no gaslighting. You're pretending something didn't happen. You lied. You got caught. You just want to move on. Like it never happened.
I'm just addressing what you asserted on your Twitter was like the hard evidence that convinced you was overwhelming. That's
And
literally
that's
your
not
debate
what
claim.
you said. That's not actually, in fact, what happened in that exchange. I was here for it.
So what's your position here?
Yeah, so my position is that based on all of the evidence, which has been demonstrated, at least all the evidence to my knowledge, that I am actually not seeing anything that's compelling as an alternative theory. I'm not seeing anything which is convincing me of something otherwise than what the state is presenting as evidence. That's my position.
Okay.
Okay, so the problem with this, and I have a serious problem with this because I run into this a lot on X. I argue with people. I like arguing with people. You don't need an alternative theory in order for the current theory to be incorrect. You don't have to do that. What? Like, I think I may have put this in a post. Let me see. Because somebody else posted this. Let me see if I put it. If I didn't put it in here, I'll get back to this point. Because this is an annoying one. It really is.
That's what you're asking me.
So just going back to what you did actually tweet, is it fair for me to ask questions about that?
Keep
Is
pressing.
that the
evidence.
only tweet you're going to ask me about?
Well, we're addressing your claim that the evidence is overwhelming, and this is a tweet where you listed what you felt was overwhelming. I think that's fair,
but not
right? I feel like
sure,
that's fair,
but not exhaustive, just so you know.
And I never said it was exhaustive.
Go
Even though
ahead.
you said I did.
Sure, whatever you want.
But yeah, so going back to that, all of that, as you say,
He's like a kid who has to get the last word in. Like, I had a dog. His name was Samson. He's a Rottweiler. And we go to your kennel. And when you get in trouble, he'd have to go sit in his kennel. We didn't close the door. He'd just go sit in there. And he would still put his paw out just to get some kind of win. It was really funny. I'd never seen another dog do something like that. It's hilarious. But he wouldn't go all the way in the kennel until you say, get in the kennel, then he'd pull his paw in. But it's like little kids do the same thing. They have to have some kind of win. It's really funny to watch. But for a grown man in his 40s or 50s, he's got to be in his 50s, to do that. Well, I did say exhaustive. No one said it. You said it. But hey, just say, I did say that. He has to get some kind of win. It's really corny.
to me, well, Candace, why are you addressing and making inferences off of the testimony?
No, I never asked you why you're making inferences. I asked you how, with the inference you made, you got to the conclusion.
Okay, so I would like to know how you got to the conclusion, and I'm just gonna throw it right back at you, because
Yeah,
for some
that's
reason
fair.
you permit
Good.
yourself to do it, and that's what I'm demonstrating, is that you permit yourself to do it, and then you say, when I do it, it's a conspiracy, right?
No.
How are you able to infer off of blurry staircase images that is Tyler Robinson?
Yeah, so in that particular case, what you do is you take that evidence, you combine it with other evidence. So it's not
That's what
just
she's doing.
that Tyler Robinson is seen in the staircase.
Why are you calling him Tyler Robinson in the staircase? That's what I want to get to.
Yeah, because, I mean, we'll just use this. If you don't agree that that's Tyler Robinson, then you would just have to humor me. I think it is, so I'm using the name.
But why do you think it is? Because you
I'm
make
trying-
everybody, you
that's
call them
literally what I'm
conspiracy
trying to
theorists.
explain to you.
Okay.
So if you're asking for my inference why I think it's Tyler Robinson, is because Tyler Robinson said in his text messages, you'll be able to see me on security footage at the campus. Said it in his own messages. On top of that, Twigs, yes, you can pull them up if you want to fact check that. He did say. On
Yeah, I
top
would.
of
I'm sorry. I
that,
actually think I really did miss that. I'm not saying you're wrong. I
Yeah,
don't remember him saying you're going to see me in.
I'm paraphrasing,
Can
but
we
it was
pull that
close
up?
to
Yeah,
it.
If
I
you
don't-
may
I
have
think
it.
And
that's
by the
not
way,
pull it up.
Twigs himself said that he
gonna
had
see me
some
on the staircase?
maybe a tiny bit of doubt, but it sure looked like Tyler Robinson inside of this various surveillance footage that he saw.
So Lance, sorry.
Hang
Go
on.
ahead. You're right.
So there's multiple reasons why it is that I believe that that's Tyler Robinson, not just because of blurry footage.
Did you have a drink?
But all of those, she snuck something in there. All of your inferences are based on something that another guy could be convicted of the same thing that Tyler Robinson's being charged with, because he had access to all of these same things. He's the common denominator in literally every piece of evidence. Lance Twigs he can be seen as or just as guilty as Tyler Robinson, but for some reason he's got use immunity. And they're going to cover that, so I'm not going to talk about that right now.
Just kidding.
No, it's because I combined multitudes of evidences.
Okay, so let's address those multitude
Multitudes.
of evidences. The first one we're working on a fact check on, because I do not ever remember him tweeting. That's me in the staircase. I mean, or
Well, he didn't tweet
texting.
it.
Texting
Yeah.
that's me in the staircase. I think that
I didn't say that. I said I literally didn't. What I said is that he texted over, "You'll be able to see me in footage at UVU," and I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he said.
Yeah, could we get a fact check on that?
You
The
can find
second
it.
thing you said was Lance's testimony, and actually what Lance says is, I'm not 100%.
I agree.
But in terms of what he wears, again, pointing out the absurdity, he wears Converses, he wears sneakers. If his boyfriend is not
drives me
100%,
crazy.
I'd like to understand why Andrew Wilson is overwhelmed by it. That's what I'm trying to get to. And lastly, I would like to remind you that Lance's statement would not be permitted. This was a huge part of the preliminary hearing, that they were leading. All the questions that were asked of him were leading, so they would be struck down at the actual trial.
If we can put that up on the screen. Thank you.
It was me. Look at the pictures from the surveillance footage. It was me. Okay. I literally said to you, it's not an oof. I said I didn't remember this, and I'm happy to have a fact check on that. Okay. I didn't call for the fact check saying you're wrong. I literally said I
Okay.
don't remember that. Yeah.
So I went back here to show that that's literally what she did. She didn't call for it and he's like, oof, like he proved her wrong. She said, I didn't remember that. So see how it's black on the outside?
top
I'm
of
sorry.
that-
I actually think I really did miss that. I'm not saying you're wrong. I
Yeah.
don't remember him saying you're going to
I'm
see
not
me.
saying you're
I'm
wrong.
paraphrasing,
Can
but
we
it was
pull that
close
up?
to-
Wait, what are we saying is not hearsay? I
Statements
thought
that
you
are
said
not
messages.
hearsay. A statement that meets the following conditions is not hearsay.
It was hearsay. They said it in the trial.
Hang on.
Okay.
Okay. Is consistent with the declarant's testimony and the declarant denies having made the statement or has forgotten, or is consistent with the declarant's testimony and is offered to rebut the express implied charge that the declarant recently fabricated or acted in recent improper influence or motive in testifying. So then wouldn't that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the issue with
I
his
just want to make sure.
yeah.
Would that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the opposing party, which down the line, like I said, they talked about this for about an hour and a half, and they discussed how if Lance was in court and he was giving his first party, giving his testimony as the opposing party, whatever,
100% right.
all of this would be fine. They had an issue with how the questions were being asked and that they were not allowed to cross-examine him. So that is why his video testimony would not be accepted in the main trial. And what I said to you is this entire preliminary hearing is under Utah's 1102. So they are allowed to just use hearsay. And
No,
so the
you didn't
judge,
say
when
that.
he
You said most of it was hearsay, actually.
Why isn't Mr. Twigg in court for this hearing? Why are we even discussing parts of a tape to be played? The witness should be in court.
Yeah, generally speaking, you're right, Matt. But this is a preliminary hearing. In the state of Utah, they are moving on what's called an information instead of grand jury, information and preliminary hearing. So here, there's hearsay that is being admitted. I mean, we're in day 4. We've already seen a number of different exhibits come through the police officer, and they're continuing to do it. So that is why we're at a preliminary hearing. At trial, we will be hearing from the roommate. You can't get in the roommate's observations and statements or statements attributed to Tyler Robinson through the roommate like they're doing now. They cannot do it at trial because there we have the rules of evidence. There he has rights of cross-examination under the confrontation clause. There they have the right to object if the witness isn't live in the courtroom. So they get away with it now. They won't get away with it then because that will be a trial versus the preliminary hearing that we're watching now.
Yeah.
So that's literally what she's trying to explain to him. Yes, you're seeing this stuff, but it won't be allowed in trial. So Lance Twiggs has to show up and testify. And then he'll be susceptible to what's going on, Amber Carmel. He'll be susceptible to cross-examination and they can ask him questions. This is the whole issue. And I don't know how long they've been trying to show, or she's been trying to exhibit what you're going on is hearsay, but you're complaining that I don't have hard evidence. You don't either, because you're accepting hearsay. It's not illegal, but that's what this hearing is. And he keeps saying, well, I just need the hard evidence. It's not going to come because there hasn't been any.
Overwhelming majority.
Well, I mean, and that's I'm leaning now into my opinion that some scientific aspects, which they kept asserting, like the federal rule 403 or 402, some of those parts were quite
Sounds
scientific.
like you're backtracking quite a bit.
No, I'm not backtracking at all. What do you feel
Okay.
like let me help you. Where do you feel like I'm backtracking? It
Well,
literally was done under Utah's 1102.
Yeah, nobody disputed that.
Okay.
What the dispute was is whether or not most of it was overwhelmingly hearsay. Is that
Yes,
the case?
it was. Yes,
Okay.
that's a
Yes.
fact. I'm not backtracking on
And
that
what
at
are
all.
the things?
How many times did you, if you watch the preliminary hearing? It's like
Yeah.
they
So, and I showed you guys the photos, the video. What else did it say? All the police testimony, some other things. I showed it. You can rewind. I showed you guys that almost all of it was hearsay.
constantly, I'm 1102, 1102, 1102, 1102,
That's true.
1102. And the reason for that is because it's allowed. I'm not saying it's illegal. It's allowed at this stage, but I'm just reminding you that when you're going to sit across from someone and your claim is going to be, where is your hard evidence? This is what I heard and I agree with what I'm watching.
You don't
are
have it
watching the
either.
state put on a hearsay
Yes.
preliminary
There's gonna be
hearing.
hearsay. True.
And all of those things are not going to be allowed, right? Even when they got into witness statements and things of that nature. There's a reason why they swear you in and they say, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth. Did you, write
things
this
are not in
statement?
dispute.
So it's the overwhelming majority of what
So
you
they're
saw
not
was
in
hearsay
dispute.
because other people were representing other people's statements. They were saying they had conversations. We don't know where it came from. All allowed at this stage. Okay. But it's hearsay. So it
But
doesn't,
even a lot of that stuff may not fall under hearsay under what we just read, right?
but the evidence that you're speaking about, like when you say that we're going off vibes, you don't know Tyler Robinson. Okay. His boyfriend is not 100% it was him. So I'm going back to your points that you made that this was overwhelming evidence for you. That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, overwhelming just
You
means
can't
convincing.
consider another option that there
Well,
could have been
hang
another
on. Do you
white
agree
guy
with me
wearing
that I-
Converses on campus.
Yeah, do you agree with me that I said that what overwhelming means to me is that it's just very convincing to me?
Again, debate tactic. He's trying to take away the literal definition of a word to make it work for him. So he could say, I didn't describe it as that. That's not what it said. I think it means this. And here it is. Facts point to only one clear answer. It's too big for anyone to disprove easily. People see the proof and feel totally sure. Under law, fingerprints, which they've already talked about, it's diluted. Video, we already know it's blurry. DNA, is, again, diluted. It shows that a person is guilty. They have none of that. So how can you say it's overwhelming? And she's going to keep belaboring it, which unfortunately was most of the debate. It was kind of annoying. But I'm glad she did it because I think more people looked into it because she gained a lot of subs. It may not sound like a lot, but it was like 30,000 the same day, which is insane because she's belaboring this point and pointing out a hypocrisy in him. You're doing the same thing the whole state did.
Yeah, and I find it to be completely unconvincing.
And that's fair.
Because
I understand that
I
you
looked
can
at those
find-
blurry photos
Yeah.
that they presented and said,
Mhm.
your statement on right now is that
Yeah.
he's wearing Converses and he also that's just
But
crazy.
these aren't
to
the
me.
evidences that I find the most convincing.
Well, you said that on
How?
your Twitter.
That's not the only thing I've ever said on my Twitter about this case.
Right, but the question that was asked of you was pretty direct.
Yeah.
Right? What
And
did you
and
find
this
to
is
be?
not an exhaustive list of all the things
Well,
that
that's
I
not
find
what you said in the
convincing.
tweet. You can
Going
tweet
back to
longer too. It's not
exhaustive.
like we're limited now to 240 characters
So
anymore.
wait, so anything that I tweet and all other tweets that I've ever made are now excluded because I used the word overwhelming in this one.
Well, they
even
wanted-
though all of this information I've said so publicly over and over and over again is what informs my position for why I'm convinced on the case. That's bizarre to me.
I feel like this is Andrew versus Andrew.
It's
Somebody asked
bizarre.
you a question. What are the points that you find to be the most overwhelming? And you answered.
You mean
and-
from that particular day of the hearing that I was responding to?
Okay, is there something you find to be more overwhelming? Let me ask you that question.
Yes,
okay,
that's what
do
I
you?
was saying,
Okay, go ahead.
yes.
Go on. What do you find to be more overwhelming?
Yeah. For me, it's the confessions, the text messages, all of that is what I consider to be, from my opinion, that's the most convincing for me.
It's all hearsay. Listen, the text messages, they did not submit the text messages. They may have them, but they did not submit them. So it is impossible for him to say that it's not hearsay. They took they took pictures, screenshots on his phone and said, and then they showed the text messages. They didn't give any actual text messages. They showed pictures of the text messages. So can the defense look at that and look at the metadata and see that it came from his phone? No. So it's hearsay. It's not the actual thing. It's somebody saying that this is the thing. That's literally what it is. So what he's going by, again, either he doesn't understand it, which I find really hard to believe, or it's completely dishonest. Completely dishonest. The text messages are hearsay. How? They didn't even provide the real text messages to the defense. That's hearsay because you're saying that this is what it is. Somebody else is saying that they're stepping in between the actual evidence and the person who's asking for it and saying, well, I know what it is. It's this. And he's saying, I accept that. And I'm saying, how? If your position is that the evidence is overwhelming and you don't have evidence, you have people saying they have evidence. How is that overwhelming? It's not possible.
Okay, we should discuss the text message confessions when we get back, if you'd like to.
So when we're talking about the messages themselves, they seem totally valid. I have no idea why they wouldn't be valid. And I have not heard any good explanation for why it is that these messages should even be questioned.
Okay, so his defense of the text messages and those being good evidence is because he doesn't see any reason to not believe it. That's what he just said. Why would we question it? Well, maybe if they weren't his text messages. You don't find it weird that you're looking at a picture of text messages and they're showing pictures of the text? They're not showing his phone. They had somebody else's. So I'm going to text my wife right now and somebody says, I got your text message. So I'm going to say, how did you get it? Well, it accidentally got sent to me. Okay, well, you got it. But if they just show me a picture of it and say I have it, that's not evidence. But he's accepting that as evidence. It's weird. It's so weird to me. Oh, no, I didn't. 38. I'm glad I saw that right before I went. Let's try here.
Right.
But the evidence that you're speaking about, like when you say that we're going off vibes, you don't know Tyler Robinson, okay?
You don't know.
His boyfriend is not 100% it was him. So I'm
Nope.
going back to your points that you made that this was overwhelming evidence for you. That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, overwhelming just
You
means
can't
convincing.
consider another option that
Well,
there could have been
hang
another
on. Do you
white
agree
guy
with me
wearing
that
Converses on campus.
Yeah, do you agree with me that I said
She
that what
kills me
overwhelming
with
means
the
to me
Converse.
is that it's just very convincing to me.
Okay. Sorry, I looked back a little too far, but it's
Yeah,
important
and I
to hear
find it to be
this.
completely unconvincing.
fair. I
Because
understand that
I
you
looked
can
at those
find-
blurry photos
Yeah.
that they presented and said,
Mhm.
your statement on right now is that
Yeah.
he's wearing Converses and he also that's just
But
crazy
these aren't
to me.
the evidences that I find the most convincing.
Well, you
All right, so I need you guys to understand this is supposed to be his defense on why the evidence is overwhelming. And To me, his answer is underwhelming.
said that in your Twitter.
That's not the only thing I've ever said on my Twitter about this case.
Right, but the question that was asked of you was pretty direct.
Yeah.
Right. What
And
did you find?
And this is not an exhaustive list of all the things
Well,
that
that's
I
not
find
what you said in the
convincing.
tweet. You can tweet longer too. It's not like we're limited now to 240 characters anymore.
So anything that I tweet and all other tweets
So
that I've ever
petty.
made are now excluded because I used the word overwhelming in this one.
Well, they
even
wanted-
though all of this information I've said so publicly over and over and over again is what informs my position for why I'm convinced on the case. That's bizarre to me.
I feel like this is Andrew versus Andrew. Somebody asked you a question. What are the points that you find to be the most overwhelming? And you answered.
You mean from that particular day of the hearing that I was responding to?
There's an irony
Okay,
here.
this is something you find to be more overwhelming? Let me ask you that question.
Yes,
okay,
that's what
do
I
you?
was saying,
Okay, go
yeah.
ahead.
He says, you mean from that day, and then later on he's going to pull up some clips of her from individual instances and shows. It's the same thing. He's such a hypocrite.
So on. What do you find to be more overwhelming?
Yeah. For me, it's the confessions, the text messages, all of that is what I consider to be, from my opinion, that's the most convincing for me.
Okay, we should just.
The confessions were in the text messages. There's no other confession on file anywhere. So it's even worse. It's hearsay within their hearsay. It's so absurd.
discuss the text message confessions when we get back, if you'd like to.
So when we're talking about the messages themselves,
Listen to
they
this.
seem totally valid. I have no idea why they wouldn't be valid. And
Maybe if they're fake, would that make them invalid? I don't know.
I have not heard any good explanation for why it is that these messages should even be questioned.
If you listen to the message, they're talking like they're not even speaking as if English is their first language. It's a weird, like the whole text chain is weird. The full confession is all weird. She's going to make the point. I just find it weird that he's going to sit here and say, I have no idea why anyone would question them.
Defense hasn't questioned them, as far as I'm aware. Nobody has actually questioned
They
that these
can't
messages
question.
came from Robinson to date, except perhaps you and other people who are kind of in that camp. But why should I question these exactly? I'm not sure.
Okay,
Why
so
should
first
I
let's
question them?
just go over legally what the point is of a probative hearing. The defense is not putting on, they're not there to say or to argue or to defend themselves at all. They have to address what is being presented by the state. Okay, so they're not here to then say, let me give you an explanation for these text messages.
Agreed.
The relevant portion of what the defense did do was actually before we got to the preliminary hearing. I had mentioned that it was initially supposed to be scheduled for some time in May. They asked for an extension. That reading through those filings of why they were requesting an extension and why I actually believe their extension should have been granted, because they did not receive discovery on their text messages. That was one of the reasons. There were many reasons why they wanted to have an extension, but this was crucial, right? So forget just the general sense that these messages feel off. And yes, you are allowed to have an intuition. You are allowed to have a sense and just go, this is very weird. We're being told this kid had like above a 4.0, Tyler Robinson. He wanted to get away. I think the text messages almost run head to head with themselves. Like he wanted to get away with it. So he thought the best thing to do would be to text a full confession of what he did, down to what I didn't even remember, saying, yeah, and that's also me in the surveillance footage. It felt a little too on the nose. People have common sense. You just don't text message. But then we're also supposed to believe that he put a note under because and burn this and get rid of the evidence. But don't worry about that because I'm about to text you a full confession. That it felt off. It felt weird off the bat. The manner in which they were texting, we're told he's like a gamer who's using a Dremel to carve expressions, catch fascist. But then suddenly he's writing like a
Also, as a
1700
Helldivers
novelist.
player, he did actually get the 500K code correct.
Yeah, I'm not a gamer, so we'll
So she's listing off things that are a problem, that are actually evidence that could lead one to believe that it's not him. And he cuts her off to say something stupid because he's realizing she knows a lot more than I thought she knew. She knows more than me because I don't know what she's talking about. So let me throw in a jokish type of thing to stop this because she's providing reasonable doubt. And that is the defense's job. Now, doesn't mean she's defending him, but what she's saying, if he's not the only person involved, I want to know who is. And she's making that case very clearly. So what does he do? Well, according to the game, he made the right, whatever, just to cut it off and stop this because he realizes he's bleeding. Look at his shoe. I'm surprised it didn't fly off. His foot's going like this, like, oh man. And this is not just from not smoking because you can go a little while longer than they've been going and not lose it like this over not smoking. He's a chain smoker. I had uncles who were like this and aunts. So I understand that part of this is about smoking, but this is not, he can't handle these. These are actual facts that she's giving. She's saying, this is weird, this is weird, this is weird, this is weird. That's what investigators do. She's not an investigator, but if you're a journalist, you are an investigator in a different sense.
say that If we start debating that, you'll be way over my head.
But yes,
but my point being
yeah.
is just that just first, it's a general sense of why people had a reaction to these messages that seemed like they were written by Jane Austen rather than like a kid who games and writes catch
Yeah, but do you see how
fastest.
that's intuition?
That is, I am. I just said that. I
Yes.
said just parking aside the intuition of just something feels wrong here, which you should follow your intuition. You should actually do that. If you say the COVID vaccine is running out, feels like it's coming out too fast, and there's too many celebrities telling me to do it, I'd like to take a pause. That's good. That is, you are allowed to do that. I believe in intuition.
But hang on. Let me respond a little bit here because you've been going for a minute. Let me at least respond to a little bit of this. So the first thing is like when people bring up the COVID vaccine, not trusting the COVID vaccine en masse was the science. That wasn't just intuition. That was the science. There was tons of competing science. Now they tried to suppress it. That's true. But there was tons of.
Who was they, Andrew? Who was they? The federal government, the same people who are trying to suppress evidence here, because they wouldn't even provide the prosecution all their evidence so that they can at least try and say, hey, this is not sufficient. They wouldn't provide it. So the defense even got on their side and said, we don't blame the prosecution. The feds will not give us this information. And we need it. I can't defend my client without this information. So the same people who were suppressing the evidence on the science, trusting the science during COVID, it's the same people here. It's still the FBI.
Competing science for why you shouldn't take a risky mRNA vaccine and
the
masks and things like
they
this.
kept telling us was
Now, when you're
100%,
talking about
it was-
intuition, though, when you say trust your intuition, I'm actually giving a
Still
different
passive.
message. You actually should be very wary about trusting just your intuition. It is true that intuition can be useful, but it has to be tempered with logic, reason, explanatory power, and evidence, not just intuition.
That's why we're parking it aside. Intuition's the first step. Something feels off, right?
Okay.
That was my first step with COVID. I don't like the way it's being pushed. It shouldn't require a celebrity campaign, by the way. Another element of that is why people don't feel good about the Charlie thing. Why do we have so many influencers saying things? It's over. Why are you guys all using the same adjective? Can you switch it up? I'm overwhelmed. I'm overwhelmed. Like, chill. Like, you could say, I found some
Kind of
parts
like
compelling. I think this should go.
Like
I found some parts compelling. Maybe we should, see at the trial. That would be kind
Don't
of.
you think Fed slop's a buzzword for the counter industry?
But everyone on the same day of watching this trial, which was, I would say, not overwhelming at all. Nobody came in medium, right? No one came in like there were some interesting aspects. This was a little suspect. But I do think it's enough to go to trial. They all came in like they were passing away and we're going to die from being
Well,
overwhelmed.
they're trusting their intuition.
Okay.
You have kids. And
I
you
do.
love them more than anything.
I do.
If it was the case that you
This is the
thought
worst.
that your kid was innocent, wouldn't you be out telling everybody and their brother that you thought that they were innocent? And also, wouldn't you maybe recant and say, hey, he didn't actually confess to me. He didn't actually, none of this happened the way that the state is presenting it. What would have prevented the parents from testifying?
Well, two things.
And that's a valid question. The problem is, in the very beginning, he said he would not appeal to emotions or feelings. And now that's literally what he's doing. Hey, how would you feel if you were in this situation? Because I would feel this, and he's going to try to throw some moral outrage.
I can answer that. And if you watch my show, I keep telling you it's not vibes. So right after the shooting happened, Lance Twiggs, the FBI put him into a safe house they paid for. They went to the parents
she
as well.
knows
Matt
so
Roberts and
much
Amber
more.
basically said your life's at risk. There could be somebody who jumps up and wants to avenge Charlie Kirk, and we're going to watch you. And they went into a federal safe house. What happened next is that they started thinking that the feds were maybe gonna maybe not as honest as they thought. And
How do you know any of that?
You gotta watch the show, right?
Yeah, no, how do you know that?
I had a source within the Robinson family.
You have a source, an anonymous source, of course. So there's no way for us to verify that what you're saying right now is actually even true.
You find it to be reliable hearsay?
No, I don't find it to be reliable at all. It's just a source.
I'm just doing what the
What you're doing
prosecution
is
did.
a cool story.
It's
You're
not
giving-
cool. Well, you must have hated watching the preliminary hearing.
You're giving us a cool
Okay,
story.
but wait,
You're saying that according to your sources, that the reason that the parents haven't recanted any of this.
Recanted what? They have no statement from the parents.
Wait, I just
No
want to make sure that if it was the case, it was being reported in mainstream media that your father came to you and said, "Hey, is this you? What's going on here?" And then he and one of his buddies took you in where you turned yourself in. You wouldn't go out and be like, "No, that's not what happened."
That isn't what happened, though. You're just wrong on this.
Okay, maybe I'm paraphrasing. What am I wrong
So
on?
what is your? Sorry, just so I'm clear. Where is your evidence that the parents turned him in?
Well, no, I didn't say that.
You said
I
it does the
with,
mainstream media?
I said with a sheriff friend.
Yes.
But the father did confront him,
The father confronted what?
Tyler Robinson.
And where did you learn this? That the Tyler
Well, I mean, that's
confronted
part
him?
of the official documents. Our fact checkers can pull that up. But yes.
But I'm saying, but when you say official documents, do you mean you saw this on CNN or you saw this play out in the hearing?
No, this was one of the things that I went through in fact check pre-debate.
Are you talking about like the charging documents?
I think it was it could have been in the charging documents, but I do, we can pull them up.
No.
And yes, are you disputing that?
She's about to tell him the origin of the charging documents. That's how much she knows. On this topic, she is an encyclopedia. And he's learning in real time that she's an encyclopedia. And it's going to be hard to overcome anything. So he starts trying these little tactics.
Do we have that in the back to pull it up? 'Cause
I can
know-
already tell you what you're talking about, the charging documents, because
Okay,
this
go
is
ahead.
where we had to figure out where this story came from, because everyone was operating under the assumption that Matt Robinson turned him in. Until we got to the preliminary hearing and we understood, like I said, even for that, when you are charging someone, you can use hearsay. It's all probative, right?
Sure.
Nothing. So
Yep.
they didn't have statements. It's not like Matt Robinson, even though he was interviewed that night. Amber Robinson was interviewed that night by a Fed, separate rooms. Tyler Robinson was interviewed by a Fed. They did not produce statements saying, my son did this. My son, I believe my son did this. You don't have a statement from the parents.
Yeah,
you are going.
Why wouldn't they just correct the
It's not correcting. That doesn't
misinformation?
negate the point. The point is that we now got the preliminary hearing. If the parents were the ones who said, I'm turning my son in because he's guilty.
I didn't say they turned him in.
I think you're talking about the over. You said it's been the narrative. Everybody's known this. The narrative initially, which I think you agree with, was that, Matt Robinson knew his kid was guilty and turns him into the police station. What actually happened in terms of Sheriff Brooksby, who was present there and gave a press conference, what happened was this Mike Mitchell character essentially peer pressured him. And we can get a fact check on this. We can find Sheriff Brooksby's press conference. And he said, they know it's you and you're going to come in peaceably, or people are going to be banging down your door. Your first point, which is that the parents did this.
Yeah.
We don't know that the parents.
I didn't say that they did ever. Never
Well,
happened.
you're quoting the parents as having said, you said that Matt Robinson said that his kid was, you say involved. I don't want to misquote you.
Confronted him about it.
Confronted him.
Yes.
And I'm telling you
How
that
do
we
you
have not
know?
seen any evidence that is true.
We can fact check that.
Okay.
Because we do have evidence.
And
that
I'm
that's
saying
true.
it's the charging doc, which could have been derived from a statement Mike Mitchell said.
Two things I have written in the back.
Hearsay.
One is the charging doc, and the
Yes.
other one is a video of Kathy Nestor saying she hasn't seen Tyler's phone.
Okay, we can
Okay,
run
which
Kathy to
one
go
would you wanna
back, and
see
then
first?
just to
You
go
wanna see
backwards
Kathy first?
Kathy first in court saying she didn't get her client's phone. Yeah, and then I think we'll go to the, if
A
you're
thing
okay with
not,
that.
a thing not in dispute. These are all things that I'm not even disputing.
Okay, so we don't have to show it.
We never get to the thing that I am disputing.
Well, I was just providing an answer. We were coming back in from a break because you were talking about the text messages, something that you felt was concrete. So it was just my rebuttal to you that it's not concrete because they haven't had a chance to actually answer that. And she didn't even get to see her client's phone. So that's effectively, again, the state saying these messages are real. You don't get the discovery on these messages just yet. She will during trial. They will actually
Don't you
discover
think
the
that would
messages.
make their case fall apart if it was the case that they weren't able to actually pull the data off the text messages? Do you think the prosecution would go to court with fabricated text messages?
It's called winners and losers. They may not be fabricated. But by the way, as what they are saying, like I said, if there was somebody logged into his phone, they may not be fabricated. That's
okay.
the point.
So let's get to the
they just could be somebody else.
The parents fact check. That
Yeah,
was
so
the
I
other
was
one,
saying,
right?
I believe what you're talking about was derived from the charging doc, which was signed off by Brian Davis.
Let's pull it up.
Let's see if that's correct. What are we looking at
Robinson's mother explained that over the last year or so, I'm sorry.
Can you zoom in a
here? Is
little
this the
bit?
charging
I
doc?
can't see it. Robinson's
yes.
father reported that when his wife showed him the surveillance image of the suspected shooter in the news, he agreed that it looked like their son. He also believed that the rifle that police suspected the shooter used matched the rifle that was given to his son as a gift. As a result, Robinson's father contacted his son and asked him to send a photo of the rifle, which makes sense with the text messages. Robinson did not respond. However, Robinson's father spoke on the phone with Robinson. Robinson implied he planned to take his own life. Robinson's parents were able to convince him to meet at their home.
Yes. So this is proving my point. This is from the charging
All
document,
hearsay.
correct? Yeah. So what I'm saying to you is that 3 people got interviewed on that night. Mike Mitchell got interviewed, Amber Robinson got interviewed, and Matt Robinson got interviewed. Of the 3 of them, only one of them actually wrote a statement, which was referred to in this preliminary trial. He came in, I believe, in March, Mike Mitchell, and he wrote a statement, which I find to be very shady that they decided
Got
to
it.
bring.
But why aren't the parents disputing that?
No. Well, first off,
That's the question
First
I've
off,
been
the
asking.
parents are not going to ever play in court, play to the cameras in court when they have a legal team that is going to be advising them not to speak to the court because your son could go to prison
But they're
forever.
playing to somebody else who's your source?
I'm not going to address that.
They're
'Cause
playing to
I don't-
someone
I
else
don't
who's your
think- I don't
source,
think
but
it's-
won't go publicly tell the media
yes.
this is not true?
Well, what I did not say to you that I just said.
So really quick about what she was talking about, the charging document. One person made a statement. That is an official statement. That's not hearsay. But within that statement, he's saying that this person did this person that. That's hearsay because they didn't get statements from those people. And it drives me crazy that he's able to get away with this. Patrick Bet David should have at least got a definition or something of hearsay like the one I put up so that we understand, yes, that one guy made a statement, but the parents did not. We were told that the parents were witnesses and that they took him there and that they were going to testify against him. None of that happened. So to say I'm convinced that this is overwhelming evidence, how? None of it happened. It's hearsay. You're relying on hearsay.
I have a source, so I want to be very clear and take it from somebody who is involved and permanently sued. When I have to take my lawyer's advice, I mean, there's so many things I want to respond to when people are speaking about.
Yeah, but it's bizarre that they would utilize a source which would get the information to you, but wouldn't just go to the media and be like, actually, that's all wrong.
I am telling you that you would nary find a lawyer who would advise you to go to the media.
Oh,
evidence in state.
this mother.
Especially when your son
If I thought that my kid
was up for death.
If I thought that my kid was in any way, shape, or form going to be up, you couldn't shut me up. Or my wife, she would be like, "That's not true. That's ridiculous. There's no possible. That never happened. These people are lying through their teeth."
That's an emotional appeal. He wants people to say, "Yeah, I would do that too." And he said at the beginning of this debate that he would not do this. And here he is.
They'd be public whether you like it or not.
Yeah, that's for you and your wife. But when a judge issues a gag order in a case and your son is up for death and your lawyers could be advising you that if you say anything, you could blow the case, you would have a more responsible consideration.
I see.
And we're speaking opinion here. You're like, well, I wouldn't care. I'd violate it and I'd violate the judge's orders and see what would happen.
If you have a source, it seems like they're violating it with them.
I'm not speaking to a source, but what I am saying to you is speaking just relevant to what this is. We have not seen any proof that statement that is included in this charging document. I think it is highly likely on the basis of the preliminary hearing that all came from Mike Mitchell. And Mike Mitchell would be a part. He's
based
saying,
on the statements of
it's him saying the parents told me this. The parents could dispute that.
Yep.
That's going to come down the line, right? They're going to be able to seat the parents. I will say this, putting together context clues. If the state had it on 100% certainty that Matt Robinson and Amber Robinson said it, a 5-day preliminary hearing would be a good time to say we have enough evidence. And I can tell you why Matt Robinson made this statement, and here is his statement that he signed. That would have been a good time to present that evidence.
That would also be a good time for the defense to say that's just totally fabricated.
No, it's not. It's the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
That is completely the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
Because what they're doing is they already said they didn't receive discovery. They literally can't. They literally can't because they can't. They did not receive discovery.
You're saying that they didn't receive that information?
No. They just received the text messages. But in order to...
That's not the text messages.
The probative information.
Yeah, we're talking about the information that we just reviewed. That's not the text messages.
They never presented it. The state never put it on.
Yeah, they didn't. The defense could easily still have presented this. Yeah,
no,
they could have said
no.
They're not allowed to. Are you sure?
In a preliminary hearing,
yeah.
the defense is engaging with whatever evidence the state decides to put on. They did not put this on as evidence. Brian Davis was up there.
So they're not allowed to present anything?
They're responding to the state's evidence.
Are they allowed to present anything?
They are allowed to say...
Like if there was a conspiracy that they could prove right then and there, would they present that in one of these hearings?
No, it wouldn't be the right time for that.
I disagree. I think that they not only could do it, but they would do it. In fact, when I talked in depth with my attorney, they said that's exactly, if you had actual evidence that there was fabrications by the feds, that's exactly when you would introduce that.
So let's make this bigger. We deal in facts and evidence. This is in the context of a preliminary hearing. Why the defense often restrains from presenting evidence. Avoiding premature disclosure, putting on evidence too early can tip the prosecution to the defense's trial strategy. Preserving surprise, saving certain documents or witness details for the actual trial prevents the opposing side from tailoring their rebuttal. So they don't want them to be able to respond when they do bring this stuff out. It's going to be bombshell evidence. Relying on cross-examination. The defense attorneys frequently prefer to test the strength of the government's case by cross-examining the prosecution's witnesses rather than putting on their own. Because again, their job is not to prove that Tyler Robinson did or didn't do it. It's to say, you need the evidence to prove that he did. You do. That's your job, not ours. Our job is to poke holes in your case against my client. And that's it. So what he's saying makes no sense. He's saying that they need to present evidence. No, they don't, actually. They really don't. Sorry. I just
I'll
need
even
context.
concede this whole point to you. Let's just say
I'll concede it.
Maybe this was misconstrued, right? If there's a little bit of reason to doubt it because we're still waiting for the evidence for trial. If that's the case, then why not take the same standard for the evidence that you present? You're just waiting for trial.
Well, you didn't do that.
Wait a second.
We're here.
Wait a second. I just want to make sure that I got this right. That's your argument to me, right?
My argument to you is what?
Your argument to me is that, hey, wait a second, Andrew. There's not enough here that convinces me, right?
Well, that's actually my rebuttal to you, is that you are saying, why are people engaging in what you term to be conspiracy theories?
No.
I term it to be thinking.
Yes.
They're just thinking because they're recognizing there are a lot of holes in these stories and that this is not strong evidence, right? This is the reason they're doing it. I'm explaining to you, this is the reason that they're doing it. I'm addressing what you view to be overwhelming evidence. And by the way, I want to be clear.
That which convinces me.
Well, thus far.
So again, he's, in case somebody came in later in the debate, he's letting them know that he doesn't believe that overwhelming means actual overwhelming. He means it just means convincing, which is absurd. You don't put a man to death in a death penalty by what convinces you. It's got to be overwhelming. It's got to be beyond a reasonable doubt.
Every point that you've brought up, did you feel like this is beyond a reasonable doubt? I mean, you realize
remember what I said in my opening.
Going to be
it's not beyond a reasonable doubt. It's just what I find convincing is what I find.
So stupid. This whole point is so
Overwhelming.
stupid. Again, for you guys, what he's saying is just factually wrong. He is lying. This is what overwhelming means. I don't know how many times I can put this up, but I'm going to keep doing it. Every time he lies, I'm going to put it up. It's a massive amount of strong proof. It's not what convinces him. It's supposed to be very strong, hard to beat, leaves no doubt. That is beyond a reasonable doubt. Literally, that is the definition. Science, well, actually, that's part of it because the fingerprints and DNA. So tests and data show the exact same result over and over. It can be replicated. You can't do that with the bullet. You can't do that with a 30-06. So that the science is out the window. But even in law, there's some science there when you talk about fingerprints and DNA and video. They should show that he's guilty. They have none of this, but he's willing to accept it. Why not? Well, because somebody's life is on the line. And you probably want to get justice for the other person whose life has been taken. He doesn't care. He cares about her damaging the right wing.
A lot of this conjecture that's based on literally nothing, that
Literally
leads
nothing.
from no inferences whatsoever. Like you couldn't even infer it logically. That's the problem. The problem has never been whether or not you just said, you know, there's not enough in this case so far until we get to the trial. I remain unconvinced. I'm sure there's tons of people who remain unconvinced yet until we get to the trial. I think that's fine. I think it's fine. There's people who are convinced too. That's never been my problem. My problem is the claims which are
Really?
external to that.
Okay. I'm not sure I really care if you have a problem with what I think in my own spare time. I don't really understand this like lecture that you just gave. But beyond that, what I'm saying is that
What
the state
lecture?
is allowed to use.
I didn't
this is
lecture
what
you.
this is what my problem is. You guys are not like, yeah, you guys think while it's illegal.
That's
You
a
actually
lecture.
you can. You are allowed to do that. So
And it's really cool watching her call out these BS tactics that he does, because it makes it look like he's an authority figure in the debate when he does stuff like that. She's not letting it happen. It's beautiful to watch.
but
Beautiful.
anyway,
Nobody said you can't.
going back to you saying I wouldn't have a problem. I think I just demonstrated pretty thoroughly that what you claim that you have a problem with is exactly what the state is engaged in at this stage. So it doesn't
Yep.
make, it just doesn't make sense.
That's not the case. In fact,
So
the
if
thing
people
is-
look and they say,
the thing
I'm
is
looking at the
funny.
gun and I see and I'm inferring this, and someone else says, I'm looking at the gun evidence and I'm inferring that, they're both doing the exact same thing.
They're not.
You're just saying, I want to do it for the
Yes,
state.
they
That's
are.
propositionally false.
That
and
is not
I'll
propositionally
explain
false.
exactly how. It is the case that every proposition is going to have a true or false conclusion, period. That's just logic, right? It's the law of excluded middle. All propositions are going to be true or they're going to be false. When we get into when we're making inferences based on propositions. We can actually come to true conclusions with false premises inside of a proposition. In fact, what we're talking about here is not whether or not you feel that you're convinced by this evidence.
But you felt like you were
Right?
convinced.
Sure. But here's the thing. When you ask me my reason, Andrew, why are you convinced by this? I can give you my reasons why I'm convinced by it, why it seems reasonable and rational to me to be convinced. You could even say, but Andrew, I'm just not convinced by it. If that was the limitation of your claims, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. That's why I wanted to have the conversation, in fact, was so that we could move into your actual claims that you've made, which transcend the idea of I'm just asking questions.
Before we get into that,
From here on out, it's going to get ugly for him. And I think he thought that this was going to be the strong part of his debate. I mean, he's already looking ignorant up to this point. But ooh, it's about to get
your
bad.
team has one thing they want to show before you go into
Okay.
that. So if you want to pull that up, this is the prosecution filing showing defense had full discovery by April 1st.
Oof.
They did not.
They did.
That's not true.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
To date, the state's prosecutors have disclosed all evidence that is presently and reasonably available to them as required under Rule 16 Utah R Criminal, to be more precise, as of April 1st.
Yeah, that was not 100%. That's why they're caging that by saying what's reasonable. There was an entire, and we can pull this up. Like, we should now play the Kathy Nestor clip because that's from there. So, and they were basically saying you don't need it at this stage, meaning it's not reasonable that you're asking for this when we're going into a hearing that's just going to be based on hearsay and stuff, things of that nature. But of course,
And I should have probably clipped it, but earlier he said he wasn't contending that the defense said what they said when they said they didn't have access to everything, because he said that's not in dispute. So she mistakenly chose to not play that video. Had they played that video, the video that they played would mean nothing. But he tricked her into saying, "Oh, you agree? Well, then there's no reason to play it." She should have played it because it was Tyler Robinson's lawyer complaining, saying, "We don't have the evidence." What I was telling you guys earlier. And he said, "No, I agree that she said that." So they never played the video. So now they bring it back as a means to try and trap her on something. She's like, but we already discussed this.
the time of trial comes, you're going to get all the
Where it's
discovery
just show
documents.
cause.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's what they're saying.
Yeah, I
there.
understand.
Okay. So that's
and
not.
I'm even
You
fine
understand.
with
Yeah,
it.
that-
The
I'd like to
disagreement's
also-
You understand, you're fine with it, but you just try to show a clip as a gotcha. Why? What's the point of that? Why? Like, I don't understand that. That's really weird. Yeah. No matter what she says, he's going to claim there's no evidence, and he's going to still say you can't infer that it's Tyler Robinson, or that it's not him. But he's doing it to say that it is him, and he just will not bend and concede this.
I would move into the
I
evidences that you have stated
Yeah.
on the record, which transcend elements of reason.
Why are we
in regards
having
to this
a
case.
transcendental conversation now? Because I mean,
Because
first,
they're all
because
related to this
your
case.
entire thing was about looking at the evidence, which never made sense to me. Again, because all of the evidence that you felt to be overwhelming was hearsay. That was bizarre to me.
You told me that I could take as much time as I
No,
wanted
you
to
can.
question you on
No,
these
but
things.
I'm just asking you just to lay the groundwork of what you're saying is
Because you've
problematic.
made
That
many,
you
many
decide that it trips
claims.
into
I'll
something
explain.
else, and I do still want to hold you for going through because we've discussed the gun, we've discussed your.
And you can hold me to those things, but I
yeah.
would like to get into the
And we
things
should
that you've
discuss
said.
the screwdriver as
So,
well.
and I'll explain exactly what the groundwork is. When you make claims which pass the idea of I'm just asking questions because the state's evidence is not convincing, I think you have to answer for those claims because they are in regards to this case. You're saying, I have a claim. It is in regards to the assassination of Charlie Kirk, which is what we're talking about, not just the case of Charlie Kirk, his assassination. You should have to answer for the claims that you've made in regards to the assassination itself.
Answer to who and why? Answer to who and why? Answer to you? Like, this doesn't make any sense. This is his way of getting in these gotcha video clips that he's going to try to play, and it's going to backfire because it's disingenuous, and he's got an agenda, and it's so clear.
You should, yeah, agreed. So if that's the case, then I would like to finally dive into some of that evidence and dive into
Well,
it.
just to be clear,
Yeah.
and I'm happy
Evidence.
to have you talk about, like I said publicly, you want to engage in some conspiracies, but I said I want to make sure that we get to the substance of our debate. The substance of
I'm
our
glad
debate
you
is,
do.
This is the major
is me
substance.
demonstrating that all of the quote unquote evidence that you feel that you have, which demonstrates that Tyler Robinson, that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
You don't find convincing. I get it.
It's been invalidated by the testimony that we saw, and in your answer for when
Well,
I
you haven't
explained to you that he had
invalidated
the
it.
most degraded prints was I don't know. Okay, well there lies my ability to process that.
It's just fine for you
Okay.
to not be convinced up to this point. All of your viewers, everybody watching, nobody's
just
giving.
you're conceding
Nobody's
on
giving a
that.
dispute that if all your claims ever were just up to now, the evidence that the state's given, I'm just kind of not convinced. That is not what's been happening. What's actually been happening is that you've made tons of claims in regards to this case and in regards to the Kirk assassination, which are far above and beyond. I just doubt the state's theory.
Okay,
So-
yeah, I mean, sure.
those are
I
the
do
things
doubt. I
that
do doubt
I-
the state's theory. I also am
I get
welcome
it.
to say what I think. You know, if you want to move into opinions, if you want to talk about Erika Kirk, if you want to talk about
Yeah.
Turning Point USA,
I'd like to talk about all
and
of
get
it.
into it, I'm
Yeah.
totally.
So he could not care less about the debate, is what he just essentially said. I care about the claims you made outside of what we're supposed to be here, which is evidence. I said it was overwhelming. You disagree. You said it's not. You said it's underwhelming. Okay, now back to these claims that I want to go over. He doesn't care about the debate. He doesn't care about the case. He could care less. And she's about to display it.
really happy to do that. But I just want to say that, like, I do not feel, because I've said what's important to me is that we exhaust this topic first of our actual debate claims. I do not feel that you sufficiently have argued that the evidence is overwhelming.
Sorry.
He hasn't even attempted. He just said, I believe it. Okay, is that how this is supposed to work? He hasn't even tried to defend any of these things. He just said, I believe it because the government said so. He literally said, I don't see any reason to not believe it. And that's his debate strategy? No, his debate strategy was to get her on this kind of platform, on this massive stage. There was like 350 people in her chat. Do you know how insane that is? 350,000. 350,000 people in her chat. There was, I believe, 50 to 100,000 in PBDs, and there was like 20,000 in his chat. He'll never get that again. But to think of that many people are watching all at once, and this is what you're going to do, and she's about to destroy you. She's already made you look silly on a lot of the facts, but now it's only going to get worse from here.
Erika Kirk, if you want to talk about Turning Point USA,
I'd like to talk about all
and
of
get
it.
into it, I'm
Yeah.
totally happy to do that. But I just want to say that, like, I do not feel, because I've said what's important to me is that we exhaust this topic first of our actual debate claims. I do not feel that you sufficiently have argued that the evidence is overwhelming.
Sorry.
Candace, question for you.
That
What-
Tyler
But I am
Robinson-
sorry you feel that way.
Candace, one question. What
Couldn't care
evidence
less.
do you need to see for you to say Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk?
That's a great question. So I actually expected in this
Now watch
preliminary hearing, actually,
Before she even goes, watch this. What's up, old school? Before she even goes, watch this. Watch how many facts just fly off the top of her. She's not even laying them out as facts. She's just gonna go, and he's gonna be like, "Oh crap!" Like she knows way more. So just watch and look at what she's like a computer, dude. I watched a guy named Baron Coleman, and he's like, I've never met anyone who's able to do what she does. And this is insane. She's just gonna start rattling off stuff. No one knows more on this topic than this lady.
almost the inverse of what he was saying is true, right? So this is now the time the state is putting on their evidence. That's the purpose of this hearing, right? The state is using hearsay, but they're also putting on their evidence. So I was just expecting some sort of a slam dunk. Like we got him on camera taking the shot. At least we have him clear on camera. You're telling me this guy drove 13 hours all around. Like we can definitely show you a picture that it's going to be beyond a reasonable doubt before we even get to the trial. People are going to see and go, oh crap, like it was really Tyler Robinson. I was expecting to at least see evidence that, because I had reported early on that the source was saying that Tyler did not step foot on campus that day. It is my perspective that he had something to do with something. I do believe.
I gotta watch that Ian Carroll thing. It's impressive. Like, well, we'll get there, and then I'll show you how impressed I am. I was like, holy crap! I gotta watch Ian Carroll's. I think he did the whole thing like I'm doing here. I was like, oh, I can't watch that. If I'm about to do it, I can't watch somebody else do it. Everyone else is doing it in like little clips, and maybe I'll do some clip ups, but. Yeah.
He was disposing clothes at this stage, at this phase. I do believe he was disposing clothes. He was involved somehow. I find Lance to be more suspicious, if I'm being honest with you. And also, like I said, the use immunity that was given to Lance by the feds, the fact that the feds didn't ask him any questions, the fact that I spoke with Lance Twiggs' family, and they were like, it's very weird that the feds are not asking him more questions. He's exactly the person that I would imagine to be involved in some stuff. Allegedly, I'll say allegedly. But when we got to the preliminary hearing, there was not a single piece of evidence that I felt was slam dunk. I was waiting for that, a photo. I mean, anything would have made me go, all right, I think this could be the guy. If they had handed over the discovery on the text messages, since that was their big, ta-da, we've got the text messages, that would be the first thing that I would hand over. But actually, who was holding them up? Like I said, it wasn't the prosecution. They're right to say we were handing things over, and we heard the defense argue on behalf of the prosecution saying it's not them and it's not the SBI, it's the FBI that's holding on to things. Because the FBI took everything. The FBI took the gun. The FBI took initially the screwdriver. And then when I heard testimony about the things that they found that were suspicious, example being the backpack, that's something that really bothers me, that they say they traced the shooter, they traced the route that he went on, and then there was an abandoned, we know it looks like he's wearing some sort of a backpack. We know that there was an abandoned backpack found at the bus stop in front of a library. And
She's just rattling off things that are suspicious. This is the whole crux of a defense's case. And he can't say anything because he probably doesn't even know half of this stuff. She's just going. She's talking about the screwdriver. She's talking about, like, only she can do this. It's all up here. Ian Carroll was putting together a database. I don't know if he finished because he went away for a while. He was putting together a database where you can type this stuff in. She just knows it. It's wild to watch. I'm like, man, this is crazy. When I'm watching this, I'm like, wow. I was already impressed by her, but this was over the top.
They felt that this should be taken into evidence. They took it. The FBI, this was the testimony of Amanda Baker, I believe her last name is, but you might want to fact check
names
that,
and
'cause I think
everything.
I'm blending last names. She was the forensics for the FBI. And then she says she gets a call on the 13th and they stop testing on this backpack because they find that the backpack actually belongs to somebody on Charlie's team. But if you know the map of the layout of the campus, you're going, well, what the hell are they doing all the way up? This is nowhere near anywhere. And by the way, that's not an acceptable answer for why you just gave it back. That's like, why would you give it back? You're acting like no one's ever been killed by somebody on their team before, right? So I found that to be very strange that it was on the exact route that the
everything she's giving are facts. But Andrew's going to say she has nothing at all. No facts, no evidence. And it's like, dude, do you hear this? Are you watching the same thing? She's in front of you, just dropping nothing but facts, all from the case, all from the actual trial, or not the trial, but the preliminary trial. So yeah, the trial. And he's going to, at the end of this, he's going to have the nerve to say she gave no facts, she gave nothing at all. All she's talking about is the case. He wants to talk about other stuff.
Alleged gunman ran, and that their excuse was, we just gave it back because we heard that this belonged to somebody on Charlie's team.
That's a fact.
So that to me is, this is why the investigation itself feels underwhelming. When you learn, and this is completely crazy to me, that some of the artifacts that Charlie was wearing were immediately returned to Erika. That's absurd.
These are
That is
facts.
absurd. Everything should be in
Indisputable.
evidence. When you learn that the car that they carried Charlie in to go to the hospital, they had immediately towed, cleaned, and back up for resale, that's absurd. That should be sitting in evidence. And any police officer that you speak to will say, or a person that's been involved in a crime will say, I didn't get my stuff back for years. That had nothing to do with anything. It was just around. And they kept it into evidence until the trial was over and it has to be approved. I think somebody said by the attorney general has to sign off on giving you those objects back. And we were told this is all fine. And we see, this is just one example, Erika holding the crucifix. That should be in evidence. Irrespective of if you feel bad for her and think she should have, have it and it's sweet, that should be in evidence.
I think this is where he realizes that he's way, 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 way out of his league in this debate, in this conversation. Because he's usually really good. He should have cut her off sooner. Because she's just bleeding evidence right now. Just boom, 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 boom. Just giving fact upon fact upon fact upon fact. And he's going to ignore it and just say that. She has nothing. She didn't say any facts. It's all feelings. When he was literally just making an emotional appeal to parents. Wouldn't you feel this way? And here she is, mind you, he wants to now talk about things that she said on her show that are outside of the case. It's just her opinions and things that she's gone over or whatever. She's still talking about the case.
Immediately paving over the crime scene? Is this like the craziest thing ever?
That's one of the craziest, just her saying this is the craziest thing ever. They literally paved over the crime scene. So not only did she bring it up, but she's going to describe factually how it happened. So anyone who says she didn't give facts, they're just lying. Or they didn't watch it at all. They just hate her and whatever. It is what it is. You're going to see that. But if they say it, they're either lying or they're ignorant by not watching.
It's like defies common sense. You immediately, and when you heard the guy who did it actually go up on a podcast and explain, I got the call. They said it was a paver emergency. I've never in my entire career heard of a paver emergency. They had already had someone come up and dig up the dirt. So by the time he got there on Sunday, the dirt had already been dug up for him to lay down pavers.
10 inches of dirt was picked up before he got there. Where is that? That's all evidence. 10 inches of dirt gone from the crime scene. You got Terrell Farnsworth. He immediately starts taking down equipment. He stands on the chair that Charlie died on. Literally takes a chair that his friend just fell over off of, rolls it over, stands on it so he can steal evidence from the crime scene. You have officers sitting right here, right in front of him, and another one over here to his right. They're not saying anything. This is evidence. This is a crime scene. He's removing the one thing that could potentially positively ID what happened, who did it, where it came from, how it hit, if there's really a bullet. Full-on obstruction. And I just saw a tweet earlier, or an ex-post earlier of a guy saying, if anyone should be charged with obstruction, it's this guy, federally. And it's on video. We see him doing it. No charges, nothing. Then he steals the SD card. Sorry if I'm yelling. I don't know how loud the mic is. He steals the SD card. He steals the camera. He says he did it to protect the grieving widow. And then he walks over about 100 yards and records himself saying that Charlie's dead before anyone knows he's dead. And then he places his camera so that you can see Charlie being rolled away or dragged away. It's insane. Listen, it is insane to watch because I'm sitting there like, this guy's got to be. I mean, if he's not a suspect, they at least need to find out what he did, why he was doing. He said he gave the police a copy, so yeah, I guess that's all good. No, dude, you literally stormed a crime scene. You tampered with evidence. You gave them a copy. They're supposed to have the original, and then he sent her a copy. But he didn't want to give it to her either because no one deserves to have this. I can't have Erika seeing this. So he films himself on FaceTime and he shows her the video, but he only shows her so much. Why does he have a right to this? Any movie you can watch will tell you that this is bad. They're supposed to tape off the crime scene. And this guy's just storming through it, stepping on literal evidence. It's absolutely insane. It's absolutely insane. And then he says, yeah, guys, Charlie's dead. It's like, how do you know? You were busy scooping up evidence. You weren't even over there yet. You're just stealing off of a crime scene. And there's people walking by, they're just taking stuff. Police are just standing there watching them do it. I understand that had to be a really hard crime scene to manage because you have thousands of people walking around. But at least try. They weren't even saying anything. They weren't even saying go around, nothing. And this guy is literally, there's a few people who walk up to the table and just take stuff. It's evidence. But this guy, he goes and gets the camera and the footage. And everybody's acting like, oh, it's not a big deal. Then they come by and they pave the whole scene. They dig up 10 inches of soil and clear the area and replace it. And they tell a guy, you need to come down here. And how do we know? He told us. You need to come down here. It's an emergency. We need this done before the next week. Like, what? This is all suspicious. So when somebody says something about it, you can't say, well, where's your evidence? That is the evidence. They gave it to you. All you have to do is watch.
That is what people are looking at and going, this is weird. There needs to be answers for why this was done. And he tells us the call came from the feds and the governor's office. UVUs washed their hands of it. And what he's saying sounds true because we heard during the testimony, one person described the regions of who was in control of everything. The feds were in control of the courtyard. So in order for anybody to have paved anything, that was federal territory, so to speak. I'm maybe not using that in the best cop term, but the feds were in control of the courtyard. So
she's saying that it's their jurisdiction, which makes what Terrell Farnsworth did a federal crime. It's not just regular, tampering a scene. No. Dude, you stole evidence. Everyone knows you can't just do something like that. Your friend died on this chair, and you just drag it over and stomp on it. Like, it's offensive that they think that we should just accept this.
These are things that I think should be answered for. Why are we doing things differently than you would in any other criminal scenario of keeping the evidence until we know more, until we're confident, the various decoys. I did it. It just doesn't look right.
And that's the one thing that really bothered me about Andrew. And this is when I knew Andrew was not sincere at all, because he was debating Zach Costello, and he changed the definition of what a decoy is. Just like he's doing here with what hearsay is and what overwhelming is. He's changing definitions. And that's how I know it's, okay, you don't care about the truth. You couldn't care less about that. And I'm telling you, I messaged Zach Costello. He has no idea who I am. I'm nobody. My channel now, I gotta get back in the algorithm because I was doing pretty good. But he doesn't know who I am. I'm like, dude, if you talk to somebody like this, they're not a good faith actor. You do not concede anything because that's all he wants. So he can run back to Twitter or X and say, look, I just made this guy look stupid. And Zach Costello knows way more about the case than he does. But he won the debate. Also, before you have a conversation with somebody like that, know what you're getting into. Just know what you're getting into. Because if you don't, you're going to end up in a conversation that is an actual debate. You thought it was a conversation. You thought it was in good faith. You thought you're talking to somebody who just disagrees with you and wants to have a conversation and figure out what really happened. That's not what this is. That's not what this is. He wants to humiliate her like I don't say he humiliated Zach Costello, but in the debate world, he made him look like he didn't know anything. Look, no evidence. It's like, dude, you gotta watch out when you're accepting these kinds of invites. Know who the people are. Just look into them, because this Andrew Wilson. That's when I realized he has no interest in this case. He didn't even like Charlie Kirk. He definitely doesn't like his wife.
Okay, so go back to the question. So what would you need to see for you to say
something? If I was expecting, here we have him, he took the shot, here it is, and then I'd be like, great, a clear image of him on the staircase where I'm like, that's definitively Tyler Robinson and he was on campus. We got nothing. We got literally nothing but hearsay of people saying.
But you basically get no case.
What?
You basically no case on planet Earth. You get the,
sure.
Oh, we got a picture.
Okay,
Here's him with the murder weapon.
Right.
Here's him taking the shot.
Most of this doesn't take place on a college campus that has surveillance everywhere.
Yeah.
One clear image of his.
But I don't understand when you're
his
asked,
car plates.
If you're asked the question, what would it take to convince? It'd be the same question be asked to me. Andrew, what would it take to convince you that the oppositional is true, right? That he's a patsy or something like that. Just good, clear, concise evidence that's been presented, right? And is being.
She literally just went down a line of things that were really strange that don't point to one person having done something, which if he's the only one in jail would make him a patsy by default. She just went down a line of things that happened. In this case, they found a backpack that belonged to Charlie's team that was nowhere near his detail. And if they were, they should have seen where the shot came from. I guess that means that it's not evidence. He will always say that's not evidence. And I guess we're just supposed to say, oh, I guess that's not evidence. You're not a Jedi. You can't just say it's not evidence. And we just accept it. And it's insane to me that he's the one doing it. It's more disappointing. Does that? I'm not
presented that I could go through and link all together to see if there's actually some clear picture of there being a patsy. That's what it would take for me.
Okay.
Just a
I
don't
disagree with that. We haven't heard the defense
just
respond.
a good evidentiary standard. And then, of course, I would change my mind.
So
It's not a good evidentiary standard. It's supposed to be overwhelming. He keeps going back to the middle. Overwhelming is up here. Reasonable is right here. Now he's saying it just has to be right here. And then I understand. No, dude, you're changing definitions of words.
just to qualify this, so there is a possibility in the next few months that you may come out and say, guys, it's done. Title killed it. So you're saying yesterday.
Yeah.
I think it's very important for the audience here.
Without question.
For you, is there anything that you could see for you to?
And there's the thing, because the people who think he won who are being dishonest. To be honest, they're being dishonest. They said she contradicted herself because she said 0 earlier, but she said based on the evidence, nothing, 0% chance that he did it. Now she's saying if they're presented with new evidence, yeah, she's open to it. They said that was a contradiction. It's not. It really isn't.
Say, yeah, this guy was a patsy.
Of course, I'm going to always follow evidence.
Perfect.
So my whole thing is just this. It's really important to me. I don't mind people being truth seekers and justice searchers, and the internet has helped solve tons of crimes. There's
So
no
here he
ifs
is.
or buts about that.
He's steering it back to what he wants to do, which is I need to embarrass her and get her and bring her down a notch, because there's a reason why he's focusing on a couple things. One is that receipt. They don't like that receipt. They really don't like the receipt from the steakhouse because it really does hurt the full narrative. The text messages really hurts. So he's bringing up specific things that if I were her, I would really hone in on, because he's clearly sent to do this. There's no reason for him to be doing this right now. He doesn't care, and he's going to display how and why he doesn't care. He thinks by him having a little influence, his words be taken as law. He doesn't really have influence, though. So in the debate world, people know who he is because he debates anybody. But this is way, way, way over his head, and he didn't realize
that, right? However, there's also people who, they not only don't solve crimes, but they just come up with conjecture, and what's called flooding the zone. You flood the zone with tons and tons of conspiracy-based ideas, and they go nowhere, right? And in fact, they actually take away from legitimate investigation. Now, I'm not even saying anybody here is purposely flooding the zone. That's not even the claim. All I'm saying is that the claims made absent, this is just me not being convinced by the state's evidence. Those become claims, and claims have to be defended. Just like mine have to be defended, yours have to be defended. And that's what we're going to get to now. Yeah.
Yeah. So he's going to start this. But this is a big point, too, because it wasn't his money. I don't know why somebody wouldn't look into how he got $300,000 if he couldn't afford it. Because you shouldn't have to do Give, Send, Go or GoFundMe. You shouldn't have to do that to recoup money that, where'd you come up with it then? It's weird. Look. When I look at something and it doesn't make sense, it raises an eyebrow and I'll look into it. I'm not going to look into this because I don't have the resources to look into his finances. But for somebody to say, I'll give you $50,000. Okay, I'll give you $100,000. And he had some backing, so I understood the $50,000. But once he got to $100,000, then he raised it up to $300,000 on Joe Rogan's show. It's like, where are you getting this money that you just have to it's not even gambling. You're giving it to her to have this conversation. How is that a business decision? I heard PBD try to make a claim that he's going to make that money back based on the debate, but I don't see how you recoup $300,000 off of those views, because he's not getting paid on those views. He didn't have that many people on his channel. She did, so she's got the $300,000 from this idiot and whoever gave it to him. Can't say it's TPUSA, but it really, really looks fishy.
Andrew, before we go into the other issues you want to talk about, is it fair to say you're good defending your position of the overwhelming evidence?
Yeah.
Okay.
How?
You take the lead. Go for it.
Yeah. So I have a bunch of questions for you, and I want to make it super painless. right? So no traps, no gotchas. I'm just going to ask them direct. And I think that as long as they're not loaded, if they're loaded, you should not respond yes or no. But as long as they're not loaded, if I just directly ask them, I'm hoping that you'll just give me a direct answer.
So here's where he says, do you believe that this monitor is black? Yes. Do you believe that this light is using a different setting? Yes. And he's going to guide the conversation by doing that. Never answer someone's questions like this because it's a setup. It's 100% of the time it's a setup because there's no reason to do this. There's no reason to ask questions this way unless you're trying to guide them to what he would call a logical conclusion, what I would call a trap. Never, ever, ever do this. Now, if they say something and you just say, whatever, did you? I don't know, I wouldn't even answer that honestly. I would justify everything I'm saying because I wouldn't trust somebody who's just asking questions like this in this manner, and you don't know the motive of it yet. Now, if you have a sit-down conversation and say, "Hey, I want to get clarity on this, that, or other," and they do it, and the person's in good faith, you can do it. I would never answer yes or no questions with Andrew. No way.
So here's the questions that I have.
Wait, before we get into that, I would like to just reply to that.
Mm-hmm.
So just to be clear,
Good.
We agreed to debate our claims, and then I agreed publicly that I have no issues having a conversation with you about other things that I've discussed that were outside of the court hearing and things like other evidence that's come across our lab and things that we've been speaking about. But I just do want to make it clear to viewers that for whatever reason, you think that you have a right to sort of depose me.
I'm not deposing you. I just want to ask you some questions.
You literally said that I want to be able to question
this
you.
This is a meta conversation.
Right, but okay,
debate.
So now we're transcending. Like, let's use a word to use a word that you're saying. But this is what you're doing, right?
Okay.
So this part to me feels like a bit of
am I allowed to ask the questions?
I've already said you can ask questions, but I made it very clear to you via email and with you in conversation.
Mm-hmm.
His foot's going crazy like that. It's again, you can chain smoke and it causes issues with your nervous system and all that, but he's not allowed to smoke there because she wouldn't let him. But that's not what we're looking at here because they just came from a break. I just cut the break out. So his foot going crazy and his shoe ready to fly off, that's nerves, and he's understanding his position is really, really bad right now. And it's a tell. He's sweating. He's clearly nervous. Later on, when he puts his thumb up, you're going to see it shaking. Like, this is not good.
That we should be speaking. This
isn't
like you get to sit.
I want to ask you
if you wanted to depose me, you should join Brigitte Macron's defense team. But you're like, I'm just going to ask questions. Can you answer it? Blah, blah, blah. It's like, I don't know what you're going to ask. And I'm going to answer as I see fit because I'm not.
I get it.
Yeah,
I get it.
Just so we're clear.
Usually in the debate, if something's not loaded, I'm just direct with
because you kept saying I'm Joe Rogan. They have no evidence. They have no evidence. And now you're like, let's move away from the evidence. Let's talk about transcendental.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, so direct question, super easy. Was Lance Twiggs DNA in the rifle as far as you know?
We can't say that for certain.
How could she know?
I already answered that in the first part. We can't say that for certainty. I told you the context of which they spoke about those things.
So no, as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty until we know.
She drives me crazy. When she was saying converses and now she's saying for certainty, drives me crazy. Sorry.
What other the 5 sets of prints were on?
So that would be no as far as you know.
We can't say that for
Why?
certainty.
You can say no as far as I know for certain.
We can't say that for certainty. Actually,
you can say that.
So this isn't. Sorry, I keep pausing. This is an attempt to control and to show his audience, because everyone else is gonna see this as being douchey. He's trying to show his audience that I have total control here. And I'm gonna make her say what I want her to say. And she's gonna say, nah, I'm not gonna do this. But then when she doesn't do what he says, he's gonna say she was running from answering the question, but she's literally answering the question. So she's saying, nah, I can't answer that for certain. That's what she's supposed to be answering. She's saying for certainty. And he's saying, well, then just say no. And she's like, I'm going to answer how I want to answer. You can't do this. And then he's going to go back to his audience and say she's running from him. She wouldn't answer a basic question, yes or no question.
Certainty.
if your energy here is going to be like you're my dad and you can tell me how to speak or what I'm supposed to say, you're just going to come up against the wall. I'm familiar with this debate strategy.
But I am just
yes or no. We're not debating anymore. We're having a conversation. So I already addressed that in the first half of this about why.
No, we're still definitely debating. This is still.
No, it's not a debate. Now this is you saying I want to probe things that sit outside of the evidence. I actually already addressed this. You asked me. You're not going to go like you're sitting and I'm on trial. I'm not on trial.
Okay, great.
So you can have a conversation as we've agreed to.
Let's talk about the Foreign Legion.
Sure.
Was the Foreign Legion, do you believe, trying to kill you?
Yes, that's why I reported it to the correct officials in government. That's what I was told, and I handed over that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office.
What's your best piece of evidence for that?
Well, it was
positive evidence.
It was told to me by somebody who is high up in the French government. I passed off that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office. I also passed it off to Trump's office, Donald Trump's office. And that's all I can tell you. I wouldn't be able to probe any evidence because I don't have the power to do that. I'm not the federal government. And I would also like to say that this becomes this other piece of what you do, which is when people say, I was told this, and this is the evidence that I have, and I'm willing to have that conversation and write the email to the correct government body that deals with this. Like, I can't hack into Emmanuel Macron's bank accounts and say whether or not the information.
I agree.
But then you go, well, where's your evidence? It's like, well, my evidence is that I reported it. I did the right thing that you're going to do. So if somebody calls and says, hey, Andrew, there's a viable death threat against you, and that person definitively has the rank to be able to tell you this, and you say, well, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to report that to the feds. And they go, what's your evidence? It's like, well, I got the information, and I gave the information that I got from who I got it to the right body of people. And that's what I did.
Got it. I just want to make sure.
So
I'm not trying to trap you.
Well,
I just want to make sure I got it clear.
And that's why I say I want to know.
I'm not trying to trap you. That means he's trying to trap you. So when you say, what's your evidence? She's saying the equivalent of somebody high up in the U.S. government told me. That is evidence. You don't have to accept it. You can not believe her. But when you ask her what the evidence is, that is the evidence. You just choose to say that's not evidence.
Know what you're doing now, because this has always been the thing. It's like, we actually can't win on the overwhelming claim, so we're just going to go and bring up everything that I think can try to embarrass her. I reported exactly as I received it. I'm not trying to embarrass you.
I just want to make sure that I get your positions clear.
I have not said, yeah, go ahead.
Now, you have stated multiple times that you believe that Israel's involved in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Can you give
yes,
me...
we can pull up the clip. I'm sorry. I'm just saying. Go ahead.
Can you give me the context for what are you talking about? Like, when I say, generally speaking, why people think that Israel's involved? Okay. Where's your question?
Yeah. Do you have any positive evidence whatsoever that Israel killed Charlie Kirk?
Well, I couldn't say Israel was on the ground and shot and killed Charlie Kirk. I would say that there are various things that we're trying to establish, one being a motive. And since I don't believe that Tyler Robinson and his transferee is a convincing motive, because he was fired up about politics, which Lance testified that he never spoke about with him, nor do I believe that he was so into LGBTQ issues, since Lance testified they never spoke about LGBTQ issues, that he stopped and ate at Chick-fil-A.
So again, she's giving facts from the case while she's answering this. And he's saying, so you have no evidence.
If you are into LGBTQ issues, wouldn't be your lunch before you go kill Charlie Kirk for LGBTQ issues, because,
Yeah, but do you have positive evidence?
I'm answering the question as I feel like I want to answer it. Like I said, you don't get to for an hour and a half.
But the question I'm asking is about positive evidence.
I'm telling you that
he has no positive evidence for his case or what he believes is the case against Tyler Robinson. None. It's all hearsay. But now he's holding her to a different standard. It's weird.
In any case, establishing a motive, and and again, I already explained this at the top of the show, but the reason why people find Israel to be an interesting question is because, truthfully, Charlie's perspectives were changing on Israel.
Sure.
And he was starting to realize how much pressure was being put on not just our government to constantly fight their wars, but also being put on his organization personally. If people had come out and been honest about that, rather than rabid claiming he never flinched and everybody's lying and this is not true, you would probably have people that just go, that's life. People change their opinions.
I understand.
And then there was the rabid, I mean, not even that, everything was about trying to convince the public how much he liked it.
So then, other than intuition, how you feel about things, do you have any evidence Israel was involved in killing Charlie Kirk?
I have already said, and if you're watching my show in the context of what I said, this is the general sense of why people think Israel's involved. Nobody has made the claim that Israelis, there were also, obviously
Ian
Joe
Carroll
Kent.
made the claim.
Well, Joe Kent, who I think would have
He's
the right to
she's
assert
not
it,
Ian Carroll.
noted that there were 12 Israeli cell phones on the ground that day. I think most people would like to probe that. Now, it could be maybe they were students, and they were Israeli students in Utah that day.
See, even as she's giving facts, she's giving an alternative perspective. Maybe they're innocent. Maybe they're she's giving that to him, and he's not even accepting that as facts because it is a fact. Joe Kent did say that. And she's open, clearly, because she's saying maybe it's not that. And he's asking her for, it's very annoying.
But we'd like to probe that narrative because what we've seen after coming from the Israeli government, the Israeli prime minister, kind of denying that he did it, which wasn't really necessary, was quite busy. The phone call that happened, which no one wants to discuss in the Hamptons the week prior, not the week prior, I think it was around August 5th or 6th that took place. And again,
These are all
almost
facts
desperate
that she's
lies
giving.
about Charlie shifting opinion on Israel lead us to believe that there could be an Israeli angle in this. But we cannot say for certainty that Israel called the shots and this is how it happened. But it is definitively, I think, a thread that a lot of us would like to see.
There's no
pulled.
positive evidence.
Whatever you want to say, however, positive, negative, however you want to say it.
Well,
I don't
positive
need to
evidence
just
would
have
be
a conversation.
material evidence and other evidences which would
what
point
we've said
you to
is on our show is what we said, which is this feels like a conspiracy building. There's no reason to lie about these things, and yet people are lying. BB ain't acting right. the Hamptons thing was weird, and the way they tried to shove the Israel narrative down our throat immediately. I mean, the day he died, posting a picture of him with an American and Israeli AI'd photo on the president's feed doesn't feel right.
Do you have any evidence?
They found the organization. I can't remember it right now. I'm not her. I can't. She's amazing with recall. But they found the organization that's funneling in $100 million into our social media. So when you see a whole bunch of influencers all say the exact same thing and aim it and target it in one direction, you should question that, because they've admitted it. They put it in Pharaoh. They admitted it, that they're doing this. So they've registered as foreign agents and said, hey, we're going to spend money and do these social media campaigns. So when you see what appears to be a social media campaign, that's not you being a conspiracy theorist, because you know it's true. You've seen it. So it's what he's doing is completely disingenuous.
That Erika Kirk or TPUSA participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I've never said they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk. So how could I say that
It's
I have evidence
unbelievable.
they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Okay. So then you don't believe that they did?
I never have said that statement, so I'm not going to get you to ask me personal questions about things that I've never said on record.
Okay, fair.
Your team is sending messages in the back saying they have a video they want to play.
Okay, go ahead.
I think his team are the ones who are driving all of this, and I don't even know if that's his team. I think they're probably paid for by TPUSA, because they're driving stuff that he's not even bringing up. What he didn't ask for a fact check. Why is his team just randomly coming up and saying, "Hey, let's play this video"? He didn't ask for that. Like in a debate, this isn't a real debate, but in a debate, you would say, "Can you pull up and fact check this?" She said that several times and nobody did it. But here it is, the team is just randomly throwing in, "Hey, watch this video. Get her, get her, get her."
Via who? My guess is Pierre. Erika. I think that there's a reason Pierre knew that Charlie was dead first. I think there's a reason he was a priority. How? Why? I think France and Israel are involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. And I'm going to put that out there with full confidence.
Okay.
I also
Involvement.
I understand.
Yeah.
So you think you with full confidence, you think that
Yeah, I think
that
Israel's
France
involved.
and Israel.
Yeah, I mean, the person that gave me that thing that I reported said that French Foreign Legion were on the ground that day.
Mm-hmm.
Again, this would be at a professional limitation for me to then go and probe that information that I handed over. I can't do that. I'm not
But
the
you don't
United
have
States
any
government.
positive evidence of
Okay,
that,
okay.
right?
Liz, can you just stop? It's actually just like annoying to hear you keep saying positive evidence. I've just asked me what I think, and I just tell you, yes, I think they are
that's
involved.
a claim.
No, I said here's what I think.
I have every right
think-
to ask you about your claim.
Yeah, but
and if there's
I said,
positive evidence
in
for
this
your
statement,
claim.
I literally just said I think, and I am allowed to think. And
Yeah,
you
you're
keep
allowed to
saying,
think,
do you have
but you're making
positive
a
evidence?
claim.
I have tons of positive evidence that I'm allowed to think. Yes.
I agree. You're allowed to think.
Okay. So,
Nobody's disputing whether or not Candace Owens is allowed to think. What I'm asking is
but
you have
what's your issue then?
positive
What is your issue with the statement?
evidence.
I think that Israel is involved.
That's not just what you said. You said
I did
that
say I think.
it's with full confidence.
Yes.
You would think that if you had full
Can you have confidence
confidence
to think when you think?
But if I said, for instance, I think I'm going to be late to work, right, with full confidence, I would say my evidence for that is that I'm 20 minutes away and I need to be there in 5.
So
Andrew,
That's how you would know whether or not you had full
I'm just
confidence.
going to tell you something.
Hang on, let me finish.
Sure.
If it was the case that I said I have full confidence I'm going to be late to work, I would say my evidence that I'm going to be is that work is 20 minutes away, right, and I have to be there in 5. So I have full confidence. That's why I would think that. So I'm asking, if you think that Israel and France were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and you say with full confidence, I'm just asking for the evidence, or at least walk me through the mindset of why it is that you could think that with evidence.
A high-level official in the French government told me. Again, you don't have to believe it, but I filed this to the government. That's evidence. Her email. So maybe he wants to see her email? Like, what? I don't understand. I do understand this is all tactics, but anyone who falls for this, like,
Don't have to walk you through why I think. I can give you something that I think with full confidence. I think with full confidence that you lost the substance of this debate, and now you're moving toward things that I have said that I think,
Where's
which
your
I can do.
evidence?
I'm
They're
allowed to think
pertinent to this debate.
It's not exactly pertinent to this
It's
debate.
100% pertinent.
It's not pertinent because our debate
These are claims made about Charlie Kirk's assassination. That's the complete
But
substance of the debate.
no, actually, would you like to remind him of what our debate claims actually were?
And would you like to remind you said I could ask you about any of these things
I
to my
said
heart's
feel
content?
free, but you do not get to structure how I'm allowed to reply or ask me
I'm
why
not
are you allowed
structuring
to
how you're
think.
allowed to reply. I'm just asking you direct questions.
I have full confidence that you do not feel that you represented your claim well, And so now what you came
That's
prepared
nice. I
to
just
do is
wanna
to
know-
present yourself like a professor of
I
fallacies.
just want to know.
And to say, you're not allowed to say that. You can't. It's
You
my
can say
podcast.
whatever you want.
Well, I
Nobody's
said it.
disputing that.
It
I'm
seems
asking-
like you are disputing
I'm
it.
asking
I think that
specifically
when this
why
is
you
all
think
said
that.
and done, I've already explained to you. I explained at the beginning of this why I think Israel is ultimately going
France.
to be proven to have involvement in this. I just explained to you in the middle, and now you're wanting me to structure the sentence or provide evidence. You don't have to. You're just allowed to think. And I've explained to you my thought process. I don't need to structure it in a sentence. If you feel like a professor today, you picked the wrong day.
Don't you think that like tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people would want to know what Candace Owens' positive evidence for why it is
No, I
that
don't-
Israel and France were involved in the most traumatic public assassination of Gen Z's lifetime is?
Here's a problem with that question is she gets about 1.2 million views a day, every episode. So yes, they would want to know, so they watch her show. That's literally that's capitalism. Like if people want your product and your product right now is saying this is what I think about this specific topic, they're going to engage in that product, they're going to watch. They're watching her. You just don't like it. But now to say, don't you think hundreds of thousands of what? More people? She's got 1.2 in the bank every show. So yes, they do want her. They'd like her answer to this. Then they can watch a show. They don't need you to pay $300,000 to ask again because they're all watching.
That's why they watch my podcast.
So you're just
Yeah,
going to
that's why
drip
they
to them?
watch.
Like, here's why
It's
I
not
think
dripping.
that?
Every time we come across any of these discussions, they're watching this in context and they know why I'm saying it. So, for example, when you're bringing up, well, Candace, where's your evidence for France doing this? I just told you someone who was high ranking in the French government, right?
Who's nameless?
That's
Of
big
course.
evidence.
Of course.
Of course.
But
So there's good reason to
so it's not
doubt
a
this.
conspiracy, though, if I then took it to the federal government. Like, you can't just go out there making a claim to the federal
Exactly.
government. You get in trouble for making false statements and things of that nature. So, and then you go, well, I'm going to probe that. Well, how can you probe that? This happened
I
to
can
me.
ask you- well,
This
that's
is
not
my
what I'm probing
podcast.
specifically.
This is my podcast. I am sharing my life and my experiences and what has happened to me. And you're basically coming in like you're going to, regulate how I'm allowed to say
Nope,
it? If
I'm
I'm
not
allowed
trying to
to
regulate
say it?
anything. I'm asking
Well,
very
you're
pertinent
sounding a bit
questions.
like a professor trying to regulate and say, Candace,
You sound very
can't say, I
defensive and
think.
like you just don't want to answer questions.
I did answer your question 3
You
times. I just
literally-
didn't say it in the way that you wanted
You
me to
just
say
kind of
it.
obfuscate and you run away from it. But I would
Let's
like
see-
for you to
let's just-
actually
See? So he'll say yes or no, this, and she'll give her answer, and he's tries. So that's a no, and she'll keep trying to. So what you're saying is no. He's trying to force her to phrase it the way he wants because he's got an agenda. He's trying to get her to say something that could have legal ramifications. And when she doesn't, he says she's running. You're obfuscating. You're kind of running. You're not answering the questions. She's literally answering the questions, just not how you want her to.
Go through
Focus on
every
it.
clip that you guys have prepared because it's pretty. I think with full confidence, people will recognize the strategy that you're trying to employ. So let's get to the next clip you have
That was
prepared.
funny to put
Sure.
full concept.
They can pull up whatever
Yeah,
clips they
whatever
want,
it is
yeah.
that you guys have prepared. So let's go.
But I would still, on this point, I just want to make
Listen
sure
to
that
this.
you have full confidence that France and Israel were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk,
think in
and
the
you
end-
have no evidence for it at all that you'll give us.
Well-
So she has the French government is suing her right now. So what he's trying to do, and he's masking it with Israel, he's trying to get her to make a definitive statement against France so they can add that to the lawsuit. This is just so transparent. And then what's his name? I can't even remember his name. Ah, crap. I'm not Candace Owens. What is the security guy's name? He's suing her also. Of course, I can't remember. Anyway, there's another lawsuit against her, and he's trying to get her to make definitive statements against CPUSA so that they can sue her and they can join his suit. Like this is so obvious. I don't know how this worked on anyone.
Oh, I already did tell you where it came from. Like I said, I can explain it to you. I can't understand
Did
it
that
for
same
you. So if
higher
you
up
need to,
tell you
if you
that
need
he was
to,
going to kill, or that France killed Charlie Kirk, or just that you were in danger?
they said that the French Foreign Legion was involved and on the ground that day. I've already said that. You just don't like hearing it.
No,
Candace, just out of curiosity,
Yes.
when you pass down that
This
message
is good
to
right
Tulsi
here.
or Trump,
Tulsi's office, yes.
Tulsi's office, are you giving them who told you that, or you're just saying, here's what I heard from
And
somebody?
I have this information.
Sure.
And of course, if they wanted to open a file on it, which I thought was quite mysterious, that Trump's office never got back to us. It was kind of weird about maybe they're not the correct office to. I did receive a response from Tulsi Gabbard's office, but I don't think there was ever any investigation into what I
Got
said.
it. So the call was, hey, I've been
Emailed.
told
It's-
the email.
Yes.
Email was, I've been told
I have
somebody is-
information, that the French Foreign Legion was on the ground during Charlie's assassination, and that it was a lot of information, but
Well, you didn't give specifics who it was from.
not in the first email because I figured they would
Perfect.
Yeah.
So if they do contact you,
100
are you
yes.
comfortable giving 100% who it is?
I would absolutely give them as
And,
much
and
information
can I
as
ask a
possible.
question? If whoever's the U.S.
So-
government, why are you not?
Yes, it's very strange to me.
You know, so if that's
This should be like everyone's question. Like, that is weird. But watch what Andrew does.
the case, now they may respond back and say we did. You know, that's their position.
I did.
I'm
That's
not
why I
involved.
did it in writing.
And so I'm glad that's the case
Yes.
because so if they
And
do
right
ask
away in
you,
Trump's office, his Margot got right back to me. She said it was on his desk, so he has that. There's no.
and if you do say that and
Mm-hmm.
they contact that individual, obviously
This is
you don't have
great.
to leak your sources here.
Mm-hmm.
Is there enough credibility where that person would be willing to talk to them and explain to them exactly what their sources
Yes.
And at least PBD is like, he understands what she's saying and why she didn't say it. So he's saying you don't have to release your sources here. Andrew's saying, well, I don't know who your source is. Who is it? Did you tell anybody? Like he's it's like Fed probing what he's doing. It's really
are? I mean, that's.
It seems reasonable. And so why he's asking me to defend
Seems
that is
reasonable.
like,
I'm not. Never
Okay.
I
did.
think those are two different things. That's more
Two
something I'm
totally
asking
different
to say,
claims.
why are they not reaching out to you?
I've asked that many times on my podcast.
What do you think about that, Andrew?
What?
The fact
how can you say what? You just heard all of this evidence and you're gonna so because he can't admit she gave any evidence, he just say, what? I didn't hear anything you guys were saying. Like you're not in the same room? You're not part of this discussion? What do you think about this, Andrew? What? What do you mean? What do I think? Hopefully I didn't.
you didn't give specifics who it was from.
Not in the first email because I figured they would like.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So if they do contact you,
100,
are you
yes.
comfortable giving 100% who it is?
I would absolutely give them as much
And
information
can I
as
ask a
possible.
question? If whoever's the U.S. government, why are you not?
Yes, it's very strange to me.
You know, so if that's the
Obvious
case, now
question.
they may respond back and say we did. You know, that's their position.
I did.
I'm
That's
not
why I
involved.
did it in writing.
And so I'm glad that's the case
Yes.
because so if they
And
do
right
ask
away in
you,
Trump's office, his Margot got right back to me. She said it was on his desk, so he has that. There's no.
and if you do say that and
Mm-hmm.
they contact that individual, obviously you don't have to leak your sources here. Is there enough credibility where that person would be willing to talk to them and explain to them exactly what their sources
Yes,
are? Okay, I mean that's.
it seems reasonable. And so why he's asking me to defend that is like
I'm not.
What do you think? What?
I think those are two different things. That's more
Two
something I'm
totally
asking
different
to say,
claims.
why are they not reaching out to you?
I've asked that many times on my podcast.
What do you think about that, Andrew?
What?
The fact that she emailed, she gave it, and nobody reached out to want to contact the
They
source. that
probably
she
not
didn't think it
evidence
was
of it.
actionable, is my guess. But even if they did think it was actionable, great. Every lead should be followed up on within the confines of what's rational and reasonable.
Is it fair to say that this is maybe a different individual because this is a person that was involved with TPUSA
Well, we
and
don't-
had a relationship with
Wait,
Charlie?
who?
No, her relationship. Like
Yeah.
this isn't just anybody. So if an average person sends it, yes.
Yeah, but I mean, we don't know who the source is. We don't know any
Well,
of
then
this.
if you were in that department, wouldn't you want to even you assign it to one of your
There's
guys
no
to
guarantee
say,
they didn't look into it. How do we know? We don't
How
know.
could they
No,
if
how
they didn't
could they
come
if
get
she didn't give it to
the
them?
information, more of the information because
And
it was a
by the way,
long
this-
file.
Idiot.
This is a separate. This
Did
has
you
got
send
nothing to
them
do
the
with the
guy's
debate.
name?
This is more on.
Well, I sent
Why?
the email, assuming that's you kept saying like you go and you make a report. You
You see how he's trying to? It seems like he's trying to find out who it is so they can what? Go after him? Did you send the guy's name? He sounds like a Fed right now.
if, think they're going to come back to you and say, "Hey, what's more information? We're investigating this," and that didn't happen, which is what I raised.
No,
I
I'm
found
asking,
that,
did you send them the
especially
source
because
of the
this was at
claim?
a time where they were saying that they wanted to
Why?
explore every possible lead. I even texted Dan Bongino.
But
I-
did you-
so actually, it was three offices.
Let me ask
the
one question and then
executive
I'm gonna come to
office,
you.
Dan Bongino, and Tulsi Gabbard's office.
Okay, so a follow up to that is the following:
Mm-hmm.
if they contact you to say, is that specifically to the French government or Israel's involvement in the killing of Charlie?
That wasn't about
Those
Israel.
are two separate things.
That wasn't about Israel. It
Okay,
was they were
got it.
saying the French foreign that person as a part of it was saying that it was the French Foreign Legion that was on the ground that
So
day.
I'm surprised
and
they
I
haven't
think
called you.
Then I find that to be very strange too.
I do as well.
Because
My-
who would
Logic.
want to make a report? Like I mean, I've never made a report with the federal
But when
Let me
he
government.
ask one
did-
question.
but
Let
when
me
he
just
did
ask one
send
question.
it-
Let me just ask one question, and I'm going to bring it to you.
He's still going to try to get the
Question
name.
is, in regards to, I've not seen that clip, so I'm seeing it now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm full confidence. I believe that Israel French was involved. Is that also based on a source that somebody told you that Israel was involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, or is that a gut feeling?
So in terms of Israel, I mean, what I've said is what I publicly have said here. I do think that at the end of this, we are going to find that Israel was involved. I do. Now, in terms of any of the hard evidence that's been presented, I think this has been a huge problem that a lot of us have had is that they won't even explore anything else that was going on in Charlie's life personally. So if we're not satisfied that Tyler Robinson did this in any way, then every alternative theory should be explored. Other evidence should be brought forward. We've done that in our capacity. Like when people keep saying she has no evidence, it's kind of crazy. I think we've broken like more stories than any news source in the world. I mean, down to pictures, details, police officers, what the dog's name was, because we're not the only people that believe there's a conspiracy here. The police officers that were involved.
She knows so much. She's glossing past things that are a really big deal, like the dogs that supposedly couldn't find the rifles. She found out like the exact dogs. So it's really I'm disingenuous. I keep saying disingenuous. It's wrong to hear people say she doesn't provide evidence. Like, she knows so much that she's just glossing past literal evidence, and she's done nothing but provide stuff about the case. He's trying to do something else, and yeah, it's not an honest. It's not an honest debate at all. It's not. And he thought that he would be able to trigger her in some way or just humiliate her, and it just didn't work.
The
It's
many
not.
police, sheriff's offices, that were departments that were involved that day, all believed there was a conspiracy. Down to the U.S. Marshals believed there was a conspiracy. They were, my sources at the U.S. Marshals were saying they were basically sent on a wild goose chase that day.
But do you see how you say my sources?
Am I not allowed to have sources?
Well,
Like
the thing is funny.
So is CNN allowed to have
well,
sources?
hang on. I
but
have
we can't?
sources. If I said I have sources that claim none of that's true. In fact, my sources claim that her sources are lying. My sources claim that there is
You've never
none of them
had
believe that there's a
sources.
conspiracy. My sources claim all of them really think that Tyler Robinson was a lone gunman. If I just said that as hypothetical, wouldn't you say what?
Yeah, I think what probably adds weight is like then when I drop photos of the car that no one was supposed to see, people go, okay, her sources are legit. So, and then when what I say is then proven in court and nobody knew those things, people are recognizing that my sources are legit. When I say Charlie was scared in the last days, and then I dropped the text message, which you've just learned about a couple of weeks ago, of him saying he was leaving the pro-Israel cause when everyone was lying about that, then they say, I think Candace's sources are legit. So I think what's happened is I've actually built up a rapport with my audience that it's not vibes and dreams, and that's why they keep watching my content, because like, for example, when I just the other day released the content of the shooter on the roof doing the lateral crawl, then they're going, I don't think these are just vibes. It seems like Candace's sources are legit. So I've proven myself in the market.
Yeah, I'm not sure that would legitimize your sources as being legitimate when it comes to the idea that, oh, they.
She literally showed several times footage that no one else has seen or has access to. She even got the evidence thieves footage. She got him to send her footage. This is stuff that no one's ever seen. So when she says I have sources, before she said who it was, she shows it, then that's reliable. Well, I'm not sure that it doesn't matter what you're sure of. You clearly don't know anything about the case.
All believe that there's a conspiracy going on, which is actually what your claim is now. How
Well,
would that
I
actually,
was just-
hang on, I'm almost done.
How would talking to PVT
how would
about
that legitimize, well, it's not his debate. How would it legitimize these sources that even if it's the case that you get some court footage or some things like this, why would it legitimize that your sources are telling you all the marshals believe it's a conspiracy, all the police believe it's a conspiracy, everybody believes it? How would that legitimize any
what
of
I
that?
am saying to you, and you are
She's gotten evidence. She's gotten photos inside the vehicle that Charlie Kirk was unalived in. How could she get that unless it's somebody who's in law enforcement? She had proof that that there was no. She had the camera footage. Well, that was more from Terrell Farnsworth. Well, either way, she's getting stuff that no one else has gotten. How did anyone else get that roof access footage that she had? It has to be law enforcement. So when he says, how does that show that they're reliable? What? You have to be dishonest to even ask that question. You don't have to believe until you see something. There's no problem with that. But to say that you don't have reliable sources when she's shown almost everything that we know about this case that's not in the hearsay evidence that the feds have allowed into the state case, she's been the one who showed us all of this stuff.
We're not forced to believe it. So let me just explain what I was answering here. And I think that you understood what I was saying. Is I have, because people trust me, compiled a lot of information and presented it to the public. And this information has been proven true. We've presented photos, we have presented videos, never before seen stuff the public has never seen.
Yep.
And so what that does is your audience goes, okay, when she says that she has these sources, clearly she's telling the truth. Now, whether you would then go, well, I'm going to believe her when she says they think that there's a conspiracy, that's up to you. You cannot watch my content. I'm not here to tell you that you have to watch my content or believe everything I'm saying.
Well, don't you think questioners should get questioned as well?
By who? I'm not
the
committing a
honest
crime. Am I just
questions?
like saying what I think and collecting
aren't
evidence?
most of the people you ask questions of not actually committing crimes?
But what do you mean they should answer questions where? Like at a police station? Like
no,
what are you
just
saying?
like if you want people to come in and answer questions for you. I have questions about this in the investigation. I have questions about this. I have questions about that. You want them to answer your questions. Doesn't it seem totally fair that you answer back the questions people have for you?
Well, they're not answering our questions, so it's also fair that they don't answer.
Yeah.
So you're
That's
okay.
why I said
so I just
Andrew
wanna,
Colvett should be in this chair. He's not.
but
That's
isn't
his
that a double?
prerogative.
But isn't that a double standard?
No, it's not, because he's not doing it.
Yeah, but that would still be a double standard. If you're requesting that he does do it, then that seems to infer that you think he owes you answers.
Oh, so inferences are allowed again?
And they never weren't. So that seems to infer that you think that he owes you answers. If that's the case, then don't you owe answers?
Yeah, well, I feel like I'm answering
to
your
who?
questions and his questions about. I mean, I'm talking about Andrew Colvett. His position is he's a spokesperson for Turning Point USA. So when the crowd turns against Turning Point USA on the basis of a lack of information or because there has been, I don't know, seeds sown of distrust, I would imagine, and forget answering my questions because it doesn't need to be me.
Aren't you sowing a lot of those seeds of distrust?
Well, I think they're doing a pretty good job themselves, if I'm being honest. You can blame it on Candace all you want.
Well,
People love to do that.
The thing is funny is
people
like,
act like I'm
I
ground
think their
zero.
PR, I'll be fair with you.
Ground zero of people not trusting Turning Point USA.
I think that there was some PR there. I think there was some PR there. Sure, they could have done better. Absolutely. I'm not disputing any of that.
All
of though that I want to just directly ask you is, do you actually believe that anybody in TPUSA or Erika Kirk or Erika actually participated, had foreknowledge of, or facilitated the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I'm not going to.
That's a direct, like, federal question. It's so stupid. I can't believe he had the nerve to ask it. Even in that way, it's like, so you're leaving no wiggle room to even get out of a lawsuit. Like, come on, dude. That is so weird and weak.
Get myself into a legal pickle here. Everything I said is on my podcast. I think firmly that if I was the investigating officers, I would seat them all and I would ask questions. I would at this phase.
He didn't ask her for her opinion. He asked her to make a definitive statement. It's Lou. It's beyond an agenda. It's beyond obvious. Like, come on, dude. This is so bad.
I would.
So bad.
Okay,
so
what does that mean? Does that mean that you do think so?
I think it was not a sufficient investigation into what we know to be true of 80% of homicides. It's usually conducted by someone you know, right? And the fact that was never even considered, that like I said earlier, the backpack was returned.
How do you know that was never considered?
Because they gave back the backpack, as just one example. They gave back the backpack. They gave back the...
that doesn't show a conspiracy.
Well, I mean, it shows that the police trusted everybody and didn't just hold things up for a second.
They ruled them out as suspects.
That quickly, I'm not comfortable with that investigation. It's a pretty big organization. There's $100 million incentive. People, this is...
What $100 million incentive?
What I'm saying is his organization, like it had grown to, I think it was 100
plus per year.
Yeah, per year. If that's something you want to
back up. But your team wants to play video, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
There's a video they want to play.
But see, again, so his team jumps in trying to save him because he's looking stupid. And that doesn't prove conspiracy. She just went through a whole litany of things. The paper one should have been explored, but he's not going to touch it because he has no idea what happened and how they paved the way. When they cleaned the car up, like literal evidence, cleaned the car up and sold it off, he's not going to delve into that because he has no idea. These are all things that do show conspiracy, or at least enough suspicion that could have one look into whether it's a conspiracy. He's not going to touch any of that stuff. He's so pathetic.
Candace said it's impossible to not believe Erika's complicit. If you guys want to play that video.
Yeah. I'll just ask
and so right now, their guys are going out and they're going to look for evidence. And then by May, which is fortunately around the corner, then she'll see what they found. So what the F is that performance? How could you sit up there and say, yes, I 100% believe Tyler Robinson did it? That right there is why it is impossible for me to think that Erika Kirk is not complicit somehow. Because
those two thoughts actually don't even follow. How would it be the case that even if Erika Kirk did believe that Tyler Robinson was 100% responsible for the death of Charlie Kirk, let's say she believed it with every fiber of her being, believed all the evidence, because she did. She just actually did. Would it then follow that somehow she's complicit in his death?
She didn't
I didn't say
that.
complicit in death. You added those two words.
Okay, so what's she complicit in?
Yes, so sowing this narrative that Tyler Robinson is guilty. So you're chopping up clips. Like I said, you didn't have the confidence to come in
tell
debate.
me, what does that mean?
Chopping
What
it
does
up.
complicit mean?
We are showing a clip of her on Barry Weiss, which I can't remember the date that she did that interview. And Erika, when she is asked, do you feel with 100% certainty that Tyler Robinson did this? And she says, I do. Then, again, context matters. I sit down with Erika for 4 hours under the assumption that she had some evidence, right? Like I'm like, this is why I did not engage in any like Erika, everyone's questioning what she's wearing and all this stuff. I was like, I'm going to wait here because I don't know, just it feels weird to think that, did I think that some of her mannerisms were weird and stuff like that? Yeah, but that's not, you can't convict somebody on weird mannerisms. And then when I sat down with her and I was expecting for her to say, well, I'm obviously the victim on the case and we got to see the shot, taken or this or that, whatever it is. Great. That's why she has that much confidence 2 months ago. And when I sat down with her, it was nothing. It was nothing. Okay. So this is a conversation.
How would that make her complicit?
Complicit. And again, you said complicit in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Complicit in what? Yeah.
Well, if you let me finish.
All right. So she didn't articulate this part well. You can be complicit in a cover-up and not be complicit in the unaliving of someone. I keep seeing this online too. So this is clearly one of the talking points. They have full chats dedicated to how they're going to attack anything Candace Owens says. This is one of those things. You can have, if this happens with gangs all the time. This happened with the mafia back in the day, where somebody gets unalived and they don't want to let the police know any information because that will have them look into them. And they may find out something shady that's going on. So what they'll do is they'll just play the role and allow the police to think, and they won't cooperate. And they'll allow the police to think what they think and then move on. Because maybe they're laundering money. Maybe they're doing something with the Teamsters Union and construction companies, and they're laundering that way, or they're committing these crimes. They don't want anyone to look at their accounting. So they're complicit in the cover up without having anything to do with the unaliving of somebody. So they just won't cooperate. That is being complicit. And I don't know why I've not seen anyone articulate this. It's weird to me that no one is. I don't know why anyone hasn't just thought to say, hey, just because you say the word complicit doesn't mean that you're saying they're complicit in this specific action. And you'll see this, in my opinion, and I'll say this because who am I, right? I think they had some accounting stuff going on because Charlie Kirk literally asked for a Doge-style audit. And they don't want anyone to look into their accounting. So they're just going with the narrative. This is what I think. And how are they going to sue me? I'm talking to 9 people right now. Now, by the end of this, my last few videos have been in the thousands. That's fine. But it's my opinion. And like she said, we're allowed to think. I'm inferring from the fact that they are, it's inexplicable to me why they won't cooperate and why they won't just say yes or no, that's not what happened, and clarify things. They are feeding the conspiracies just to complain about the conspiracies. It's really, I don't know what it is, but this is how the mafia would act if something happened and they don't want you to look into their books, especially we found out that Charlie wanted that Doge style audit. People want to know where the money's coming from, and this is a 501c3. Are they? I don't know if they're considered. But they're tax exempt. So if that's public, that means our tax money funds them to an extent, and everything else they get is via donations. So if you don't want people to look into how you're getting money and where your donations are coming from, you just stay out of it and kind of just sit back. So just saying the word complicit does not mean you're part of anything. You can just be an accomplice to covering up information or just not cooperate.
Finish my sentence. I could tell you that, but my point being is that then you take a look at this and you go, okay, well, this is weird. Why would you have this confidence? And then when you sit across from somebody and you say, okay, great, I want to go out there and defend you now. I want people to know that you can't say this stuff publicly, but you know more things. And she just blanks. And then she says, well, I'm going to call the lawyer. And she called the lawyer. Again, all of this is on my show. So out of context clips, it's not going to work because I know what I say on my show. Okay. So we call her lawyer, and her lawyer says to us, she calls him on the phone, pardon me. And it's me, her, and Justin Strife. And I'm like, okay, great. What do you guys have? He goes, well, we don't have anything yet. We're not at that phase yet. And I'm like, well, what do you mean you don't have anything? And he says, well, don't you know how it works? It's a probable cause hearing. So basically the state says that they're going to bring this forward. And now our people go out and they look for the evidence to assert that Tyler Robinson is guilty. And so I asked her directly, her lawyer directly, the phone's in between us. I'm like, wait, so just so I'm clear, you haven't seen anything that the public hasn't seen? And he says, no. So I'm going back in my head and I'm going, okay, so why is Erika saying with such a degree of certainty, like she was sent out to convince the public, and people bit, by the way. I remember even Megyn Kelly was like, let's wait. She's going to have access to things. I did think she had access to things that we didn't have. Why express that confidence to the public as opposed to just being like, we don't know yet. I feel confident he's involved. They made an arrest.
I don't understand. How would any of this make her complicit and in what?
Well, I've already told you. She's complicit in trying to fool the public into thinking this is some open and shut case.
How's she trying to fool the public into this? If she believes
like, don't look anywhere else.
That Tyler Robinson
killed
Kirk,
does she believe
if she believes that, how would that be complicit in any?
So how was she so positive? And this was before any evidence came out. When she was saying that, this was before anything came out. I think this may have even been before Candace Owens' text message. Well, no, it had to be after that. But like, no real evidence had even come out yet. How was she so she's convinced? But from what? Because she sees what we saw. If this conversation happened the way she says it did. She doesn't see anything differently than we did, and we just found out it's all hearsay.
Anything.
I do.
Are you saying that you think she doesn't believe it?
I don't believe that at that stage she sat down with Barry Weiss that's what she believes. No, but that's my opinion.
Right, but so when you just say complicit, you just mean she believes that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk? That's it?
That's what we were talking about. That's why I said if your strategy was to dice up clips and take it out of context and make it
No
seem like I
strategy,
said
you
she
can
was
explain
complicit.
everything.
Yeah, but then why not just play the full thing? Like why?
Because we don't have like infinite amounts of time, I'm guessing. You probably don't want to watch.
I'm going to go back to my theory that you didn't feel confident that you could defend your claim that it was overwhelming evidence. So now you're trying to move towards doctored clips and getting
Well,
me to
there's no
respond to
doctorate
it.
anything. I'm just making.
This was a horrible strategy because look, I have over 500 videos on YouTube. I have 521 videos. You will never be able to trip me up on something I said because my videos are what I believe. And it's either 100% factual, like the information that I'm giving, and then it's my interpretation of that. That's not going to change. So you could pull up one of my first videos. It's not, you can't trip me up on it. I made that. And I know how I felt about what I saw on the screen that I was playing for you guys. So it's a really bad strategy to try and trip up somebody with their own words on their show. Now, if you have somebody who bloviates a lot and just runs around saying anything, that's one thing. But this is her show. It's not an interview that she did with someone else, and she may not remember the questions they asked. They're pulling up stuff that she's said. Like, it's a really bad strategy. If the person is an honest person and they believe and they're speaking with conviction, you're not going to trip them up with their own words because they're going to know, wait a minute, the only way I would have said this is if this happened. Then, yes, I can see myself saying this, but I didn't say it. And you could say it with confidence. And I don't know. He's usually a really good debater, like I said. I don't know who came up with this strategy. It had to be somebody else because he's way better than this. He's usually way better than
Sure that we got this right.
Yes,
That what you're actually
yes,
saying
I
is
do
that
believe
Erika is just complicit in believing
when
it.
I re-examined her actions backward, because I did not have this perspective of her at the beginning, which is why it's so funny to me that you guys make it seem like I'm ground zero. People thought Erika was sus from day I forgive him, and I was not a part of that.
Yep.
I did not lean into that. I did not contribute to that. I was getting actually terrible messages from my fans being like, Candace, you and Charlie always say to go with your intuition. You won't address this, how we all feel about her. Things changed for me when I saw that Zoom call. I will tell you that for sure. And the fact that she lied to me. So I sat across from her and, I wanted to have that conversation publicly, but they're probably grateful they didn't do it publicly. She told me some lies. And so the next thing that happens naturally when somebody lies to you, when any person lies to you, whether it's a toddler, people only lie when they're trying to obscure something else.
Have you addressed what that lie was?
Yeah, I've talked about, we have a list of lies that we've been told about. We can find that,
In
I'm
the
sure.
meeting with her.
Well, no, I didn't want her to cage up. I didn't want to do this, and because I didn't know what to expect. Like I didn't know if she was going to be like, I'm so overwhelmed with everything, and I don't know who to trust the organization, and I don't know what I'm doing. Like I didn't know. I didn't want to.
Just out of curiosity, before anything happened with Charlie, how close were you and Erika?
Not very close.
So there's not a relationship.
No, I would say it's totally normal. Like it's not like there was any issues at all. We were always nice to each other. It just is our life went to a different phase, right? So Charlie and I hitting the ground, running around, traveling 4 days a week. Now I get married. I find love of my life. I get married and I get pregnant. I haven't stopped being pregnant. And what you want out of life changes. You don't want to be running around for 4 days a week and traveling on a plane nonstop. You suddenly want to start building at home and live. I was desiring that suburban life.
Did you guys ever do the double dates? You, George, her, and Charlie? Was there ever double dates between the four of you?
I was engaged to George quickly. We were planning our wedding. I was kind of in my bubble with George. George traveled with me and Charlie, but Erika and him were just starting to date at the beginning of 2019. George and I were planning our marriage. So George really got to know Charlie. I wouldn't say that I really got to know Erika. I was just rooting for them because I knew how much Charlie wanted to, find love. And so I was kind of his wing woman throughout that phase. And I was just happy. And I never was under the impression, obviously, that they were going to get married when they were dating. So it wasn't like I was conscious. I really need to get to know this person. And so it was just kind of normal that by that time, because of where I was in my life, that I wasn't spending any time getting to know Erika per se.
I'm gonna show you where my opinions changed of her. Sorry to sidetrack. I know I know this is a long life. I understand that. But I was actually with Candace Owens on this, and then right after this happened, I started looking sideways. But I still didn't say anything until Candace Owens was like, she didn't have anything that we don't see. This is where I was like, all right, this is really weird. I'm gonna make this big screen just so you guys can see.
I love you. I love you. God bless you.
That's where I was like, this is not normal behavior. This is not normal. So
Complicit part about Erika to you, is that a gut feeling? You think
It transformed when she lied.
you can take the lead? I'm just asking questions.
Yes.
If you want to
well, I
interrupt, go
don't.
for it.
I actually don't. I still don't understand what do you think she's complicit in?
Yeah, so when I say Erika's complicit, that's my opinion. When you tweeted Erika's too retarded to kill her husband, would you like to explain how you developed your evidence, your positive evidence for the fact that Erika was retarded?
So it kind of sucks that that she didn't answer the way I would have answered. Like I said, I would have just said, you don't have to be complicit in a murder just to be complicit in a cover up. She flipped it on him because I know she's wanted to figure out how to get this in. He called Erika retarded, which is probably one of the dumbest things you can do if you're gonna find yourself defending that same person a few months later. I mean, literally a few months later, and then also paying to defend this person.
You tweeted Erika's too retarded to kill her husband. Would you like to explain how you developed your evidence, your positive evidence for the fact that Erika was retarded?
Yeah, sure. So
Yeah.
I just think all women are retarded.
Oh, so you're allowed to just say stuff. Who knew? So, and
You
by
just
the way,
asked me.
what dramatically transformed your opinion of Erika after going to the headquarters? Because you were pretty hostile about.
I wasn't hostile towards them.
You don't think calling somebody too retarded?
No,
is
come on. That's like normal tongue-in-cheek stuff for me online.
Oh, you're.
So he thought that this was a good way to get out of that comment. It's so beyond stupid. Like, it's hard to come up with words. And what's interesting is she has a massive female audience, because that's who the people who are really, really into this genre, which is true crime type of stuff. It's a lot of women who get into this, and this isn't a disparagement or anything, but this is the target audience. They're really into this stuff. So when you get on there and you call them all tards, like, and you laugh about it, and you think that this is your way out of this conversation, it's unbelievable, because now you're defending this person that you already called a tard, and you're getting destroyed in a debate by a tard. So what does that make you?
Being tongue in cheek.
Usually when I call someone retarded, I'm being tongue-in-cheek.
Tongue-in-cheek.
Like, for instance, you got supporters. I mean, if you want to use the same exact argument, you would take a supporter like Owen Benjamin. He called you bad names and called your husband bad names. You're just like, well, that's no biggie?
I've never answered him on anything that he said. I'm saying that you now are her biggest defender. So do you still think
I'm not her biggest defender.
Do you still think she's too retarded?
You're not her biggest defender. You're the only person who is not only paid to talk about this topic, but paid a lot of money to talk about this topic. And the clips that you bring up are all related to Erika Kirk. And one of your biggest contentions is that Erika Kirk, the grieving widow, you're making a moral case for why Candace shouldn't be doing with her what she's doing. You are her biggest defender in every way. This is going to be the biggest or largest. Let me see where it's at right now. This is going to be probably the largest debate outside of presidential debates ever viewed. Let me look up and see exactly where it's at, because this is it's so dumb for him to say, I'm not her biggest defender. You're literally. Let's see. Whoops. I'm already subscribed. The Great Debate. On her channel alone, she's got 5.2 million views. On her channel alone. This is not all the clips. This is not people like me going over this. Somebody said Ian Carroll did the full thing like I did, because I saw it. I was like, oh man. But apparently he went straight through 6 hours going over this. PBD podcast. They what is his? They broadcasted it. They simulcasted that. His got, let's see, go to the channel. I know you guys can't see this. I apologize. I wasn't planning on doing this. But his version of this got 1.7 million views. So we are now pushing 7 million. I don't think Andrew Wilson will ever get 1 million views. But again, that's just YouTube. That's not TikTok, Twitter, everywhere else where people are watching this. There's a lot of small channels like this one where people are watching this. This is going to be one of the biggest debates ever watched, like I said, outside of presidential elections. And you don't think you're her biggest defender and you paid to be there? Come on, dude. Come on.
No. I didn't know Erika Kirk. I'd never met her before.
Okay, but you
I didn't
had
know. I just
issue
called her
with Turning
retarded.
Point being led by a bunch of fembots talking about
Still
the
do.
feminist angle.
Still do.
And then suddenly you go to the
Still think
headquarters.
it's a terrible idea.
You go into the headquarters. Now all of a sudden you've got text messages that you're sharing with them. You say that you and your wife are getting involved with management.
No. I'm not involved in any management at Turning Point
Well,
USA.
I'm pretty sure there is a clip of you where you say that your wife went to their recent conference and sat down. And then when you were on Joe Rogan.
No. Hang on. I'll explain what happened just so that you understand.
Yeah.
So I was invited there to do some debate training. That's literally what I was invited there to do on recommendation. So I went down and did some debate. That's the first time I ever met anybody at TPUSA.
Okay.
The CEO was called a tard by you. And now you want everyone to believe that she said, you know what? He's still a great debater, even though he called me a tard and a moron, because he literally said both of those things, and a feminist, which she is. But now apparently he doesn't believe that. You want us to believe that she just said, you know what? Let's hire that guy. He thinks I'm a tard. I want to prove him wrong. I don't believe that. And it's even worse, the fact that you think that of her and that you would work for her, because that shows that you have some integrity issues.
You said you sat down with Erika.
Well, I didn't sit down to her. I talked to her in a hallway.
So you didn't sit down and speak with Erika?
No, I didn't have like some sit down long conversation. We talked in a hallway.
Okay.
For,
Is that when you gave her the hug?
Yeah, gave her the hug right there. My wife did too. We were both very sorry for what happened.
Okay,
to
so
her.
at what point did you start receiving text messages?
By the way,
from
he felt very sorry for her. He called her a tard after Charlie's death. This isn't like something that, he said before, and I can understand. I feel sorry for her. I'm not gonna disparage her anymore. He did that after. He just did that a couple months ago. I think it was like June. And now, out of nowhere, he meets with her. She's no longer a tard. Maybe she's a half tard. And I'm willing to put up $300,000 to talk about her and why what you're doing to her is wrong. Yeah, that doesn't feel.
That you cited in your opening statement.
Oh, I just reached out to TPUSA and said, I'm prepping for a debate. Is there anything that's pertinent that I can use here?
Do you find it interesting that people have been asking for basic answers to questions, and you're saying that you walked into their headquarters and reached out and they instantly...
It's amazing, isn't it? If you reach out in good faith and you're not demonizing them and saying that they're complicit in the murder of people's deaths, that perhaps they're actually willing to release things to you that are pertinent, other than thinking that, perhaps you're diabolical.
Well, I don't know. I
have the best...
Imagine going in saying, I have a question for you in good faith, you tard. Can you answer this question for me? It's in good faith. And yes, I think you're a tard, but what do you have for me? I need your help because I'm about to pay $300,000. I need your help really bad, tard.
Like if I was going to release that information, I didn't demand that it be released to me. I actually never demanded that it be released. I just simply said that this is what was going on in the last 48 hours. Maybe to the media they could release it. They could release it to PBD. They decided to release it to a guy that called Erika too retarded in June.
So what?
Yeah, I just think it kind of shows that Turning Point is sending you as their horse.
Well, I don't know.
They don't have the courage to have the conversation.
Like,
if they were just releasing something in good faith to answer questions,
do you have any
I've never
evidence
demanded.
Of that claim?
Do you have any evidence?
You're
No.
sharing your opinion
No.
that she's too retarded. I can't share my opinion, but I think it's going to
Well, I never
register
met
as
the chick.
really obvious to the public that rather than presenting that,
I never met her. I thought she was a tard, and now I don't. And now I'm paying almost $500,000 to support her cause. So stupid.
throughout the course of everybody wanting to know what Charlie was going through his last days, they decided to give it to you to come to my house as some sort of a surprise.
Well,
do you think the public's not smart enough to see through that?
Do you think that if
It's
you
talking
know
about terrible PR?
if you know that there's a
So
huge
bad.
debate that's coming up, that's going to be probably one of the most viewed that year, and one of the debaters calls you and says,
Ever.
"I'm taking this position. This is the position that I feel like there's the most evidence for," and Candace also agreed to answer many of my questions in regards to this. So if you got pertinent evidence here that I can use, I'd definitely like to take a
But
look.
what is
So, retard, can you please help me? It's so stupid. It's so beyond logic, and he's the logic guy, and even logical guy here. It's so dumb. This is the worst lie he could have told. Just be honest. Just be honest.
It was actually amazing to me. It really was actually amazing to me how if you approach people in good faith and just say, "Hey, I'd actually
Good
like to
faith
know what the
tards.
facts and details are around this," they actually do talk to you. It's amazing.
Yeah, I just do not believe that they are doing this in good faith. I don't believe that anything you have done has demonstrated that's in good faith. It demonstrates that you walked into Turning Point USA headquarters and came out a different man because you were critical of the organization. You were critical of Erika, and now you're sitting here going,
Well,
Candace,
first
I
of
want to
all,
interrogate you for
have
an
you
hour
ever
and a half
been-
about everything
hang on,
you've ever
Have
said
you ever
about
been
Erika.
critical of somebody that you hadn't met and then you meet them and you're less critical of them?
Critical. You called her a tard. You never even met her. You don't know her. You called her a tard, and now you know what? I think I'm gonna come out of pocket $300,000 to defend you. That's how bad I feel about calling you a tard.
And the inverse has happened too. I was
You're right,
less critical
exactly.
about Erika, and now I'm more
But I'm
critical
asking
about her.
you, but I'm asking you, isn't it the case that there's people you've been critical of, and then you've met them, and you're less critical after you meet them?
Too
That's not
retarded.
the
I
instance.
feel like if you think that she's
Exactly.
dumb and let's just talk about your record. I mean, you're a person that has spent time in what most people would term to be the manosphere, talking about
Kind of.
well, yeah.
I debate against the
Against feminists.
and red pillars,
Okay.
and a lot of the actual. So I'm a Christian ethicist. I
and then
always
you
take
go
the
on to
ethics
Joe
position.
Rogan and
Christian ethicist calls women tards that he doesn't know. And he didn't just call some women, all women tards. Okay, Christian. You'll have to answer for that sometime.
you're like soft explaining away why Erika had to take over Charlie's company when they don't have a parent at home. So now you're a feminist icon. Like you just go into the headquarters and you just shift all of your perspectives.
That's a bizarre criticism. Like nobody's in a
Bizarre.
better girl boss position than you.
Yeah, I'm actually no.
You're in the
this
biggest
is,
of the girl boss positions. Like you don't have to do this.
Look,
You just do this. You could definitely not do it at all and be fine, right? But
I
you
don't.
What does that have to do with anything? How is that feminism? If she's married, she has kids, she stays at home with the kids, she educates the kids, she homeschools. But because she can go in her basement or whatever room this is in her house, I'm upstairs in my house. You can't say I'm an absentee father just because my kids are downstairs. Like, this is a weird. The logical leap that he's making from trying to defend Erika Kirk as not a feminist after he's openly called her a feminist. This is wild. I don't even know how he shouldn't even be able to open his mouth to say this
still
stuff.
do.
I would say that you are making a comparison that cannot be compared because Erika's husband was just assassinated in front of the world.
Which
The
makes sense why
parents-
she would take the organization
No,
over.
that it makes sense why you would go home to your kids. Just so you know.
Wait a second.
Yep.
That's bizarre. You
Because
wanna
they don't have a
protect-
parent. They don't have a
Bizarre.
parent, and they've just suffered a trauma. You don't go into the office.
You
6
want to
days later.
protect your husband's legacy,
Yeah,
right?
no.
And you're trying to find some
The
new
legacy
normal.
is his children, not the organization.
It's both.
No,
No, it's not. You guys have heard me say this 100 times. A man's legacy is his kids. First. Especially a man who did not think that a woman should be out of the home if they have kids, if it's possible for her to be home. You want to know how I know that?
Yes.
I am the wife. I am in charge of certain things, guardian of the home, helping with the children. Help. That is so I can make it easy for my husband to do what he needs to do. There's a balance
Yep.
there.
I mean, just becoming a CEO of a shoe company is not going to give you happiness.
Women have it so mixed up. You can have a career
Let me make
after
this bigger.
children, but if you try to have a career while you have your kids, there is no such thing as balance. That is such a myth. I can't spend half of the day doing one thing. I missed out half of that time with being with the kids. So like you have to choose where your heart has to be fully with the home. You have to make that decision on your own, but you can always, after your kids are in school or after they're in high school, you can always go back to work. You can always find a way to get back into the workforce. But if you miss those precious first few years, that is so hard to make up because memories are so much more important than an added paycheck.
That's weird.
And look,
so-
it's how God has wired us, and it's our nature, which is to have children, not just have a bigger bank account.
Yes, it is.
All right, so let's go back to this because this is an interesting point. Because Andrew is now arguing not only against Erika Kirk, but the man that he's supposedly on here arguing for, which is Charlie Kirk, because he disagrees with you, Andrew. She disagreed with you until Terrell Farnsworth drugged that bloody chair over so that he can get a camera. And then all of a sudden I need to get back to work. But you can't. According to her, it's a myth that you can divide this time up. So which one is it? You're arguing with both Kirks, actually, Andrew. Both of them.
Protect your husband's legacy,
Yeah,
right?
no.
And you're trying to find some
The
new
legacy
normal.
is his children, not the organization.
It's both.
No,
It's not.
Yes.
I am the wife. I am in charge of certain things, guardian of the home, helping with the children. That is so I can make it easy for my husband to do what he needs to do. There's a balance there.
I mean, just
Hey, Andrew, what happens when the husband dies? Does that make it more likely for her and more easier for her to go out and work? Or does it make it more difficult because now there's only one parent? Now, I've heard idiots say, well, who else is going to make the money? He left her with, I think she's about, I think her worth is between 18 and $20 million. She doesn't have to do it. Just like he was just saying, you don't have to do it. You don't have to do it. You're talking about a woman who has a husband there. He manages all of her business. She goes down in the basement once every, she does it 4 days a week. And you're calling her girl boss because she's successful. That's not the same thing as what Erika Kirk is doing. She's trying to be a CEO. Charlie said, he openly said he worked over 310 days a year. And this is what she's stepping into. Why? Because this is what she was saying. She was a help. She literally was calling herself a helpmate. This is biblical. He agrees with her, and you're disagreeing, Andrew. This is the position you're taking, master debater, Bloodsport debater. You're taking a position against Charlie Kirk and Erika Kirk on behalf of Erika Kirk and Charlie Kirk.
Protect your husband's legacy,
Yeah,
right?
no.
And you're trying to find
The
something
legacy
normal.
is his children, not the organization.
It's both.
No,
What does he think?
I am the wife. I am in charge of certain things, guardian of the home, helping with the children. That is so I can make it easy for my husband to do what he needs to do. There's a balance there.
I mean, just becoming a CEO of a shoe company is not going to give you happiness.
Women have it so mixed up. You can have a career after children, but if you try to have a career while you have your kids, there is no such thing as balance. That is such a myth.
There's no such thing as balance. So get rid of X off one of the parents. Do you think there's going to be less time or more time? Logical idiot. Maybe you can answer this question. Is she going to have more time with the kids or less time with the kids? Is this a good position for Andrew to take? Or is this a feminist position for Andrew to take? Because he seems to disagree with Charlie Kirk and Erika Kirk about their kids. I'm just saying, I could be wrong here. Well, actually, no, I couldn't, because this is a fact. This is actual evidence, right?
Can't spend half of the day doing one thing. I missed out half of that time with being with the kids. So you have to choose where your heart has to be fully with the home.
Who has to choose? Well, in this case, in this context, we're talking about Erika Kirk, right? So does she have to choose? Because she just said you can't do both. She said it, not me. I'm not making this up. She said you can't just spend half the time. You're missing these precious moments with your kids, people. Meanwhile, she wants to be the CEO, and she's missing these precious moments with the kids, people. He's arguing with her. He's arguing with Charlie Kirk. This is one of the issues people have with her. Because as soon as he was shot, all of a sudden she needs to be out of the house at least 310 days a year. Because she's got to protect his legacy, right? Not the kids. But, not the kids. One more time. Last time I promised you guys. Because it sounds like she's not saying that she needs to protect the legacy. What is she supposed to protect? Let's listen to Erika Kirk and what she says she needs to protect.
Your husband's legacy, right?
No.
And you're trying to find some new
the legacy
normal.
is his children, not the organization.
It's both.
No,
yes.
I am the wife. I am in charge of certain things, guardian of the home, helping with the children.
Guardian of what? What does a guardian do? Do they protect? Does a guardian protect? I don't know. Who am I? Who am I? I'm not in their home. But they put this out there for all of us to see. This was her advising young women to what? Be guardian of the home. What is that protecting? His legacy? Because to me, his legacy is exactly what she's saying it is. Not what Andrew's saying it is. Not what Candace is saying it is. Not what I'm saying it is. It's what she's saying it is.
That is so I can make it easy for my husband to do what he needs to do. There's a balance there.
I mean, just becoming a CEO of a shoe company is not going to give you happiness.
Women have it so mixed up. You can have a career after children, but if you try to have a career while you have your kids, there is no such thing as balance. That is such a myth. I can't spend half of the day doing one thing. I missed out half of that time with being with the kids. So you have to choose where your heart has to be fully with the home. You have to make that decision on your own, but you can always, after your kids are in school or after they're in high school, you can always go back to work. You can always find a way to get back into the workforce. But if you miss those precious first few years, that is so hard to make up because memory.
How old are her kids? They're in their precious first 2 years. They're between 4 and 1. She just said it's impossible. How does that work?
Memories are so much more important than an added paycheck. I just,
Oh,
And look, it's how God has wired us, and it's
How
our nature
God
which is
has
to have
wired
children,
us.
not just have a bigger bank account.
Yes, it is both. It's totally rational and reasonable to
Nope.
believe
Totally
that it would be
rational
both
and
Turning
reasonable.
Point USA, that is part of Charlie Kirk's legacy. He worked his whole
I
life
think
for
this is
it.
why people think she.
So, according to Andrew, there's no greater than here. His kids are just as equal as his job. Because I would argue that if he were able to say something, it would be, my children are more important than politics and my job. I'm just guessing because typically that's how men think. Men who are in their children's lives, they're numero uno. Their family is their numero. Not work. Work is a way to support that. So the job actually isn't important at all. It's as long as you're able to bring something in to take care of the real important thing, which is the family. She said it. And now Andrew Wilson is apparently turned into a feminist because he thinks it's both. You can split the time up between kids because he says so.
that is so hard to make up because memories are so much more important than an added paycheck. I just,
Yeah.
I
I
look,
agree.
it's how God has wired us, and it's our nature, which is to have children, not just have a bigger bank account.
Yes,
Now listen to the Christian ethicist.
it is both. It's totally rational and reasonable to believe that it would be both Turning Point USA, that is part of Charlie Kirk's legacy. He worked his whole
I
life
think
for
this
it.
is why people think she's sus.
And his children. Now, for you, though, to say that anybody's a girl boss, right? That's
I
like the
didn't-
pot
that
calling the
came out
kettle
of-
black.
That came out of your mouth.
No, that was you. You brought up girl
was
boss.
you.
Girl boss came out of your mouth, like soft explaining away why Erika had to take over Charlie's company when they don't have a parent at home. So now you're a feminist icon. Like you just go into the headquarters and you just shift all of your perspectives.
That's a bizarre criticism. Like nobody's in the bigger girl boss position than you.
Yeah, actually, no.
You're in the
this is-
biggest of the girl boss positions. Like you don't have to do this.
Look,
You just do this. You could definitely not do it at all and be fine, right? But you still do.
I would say that you are making a comparison that cannot be compared.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I'm telling you that you brought up this idea that I'm defending some feminist nonsense. I'm not. I'm pointing out that they're by the way,
She's not
there's
qualified
always
to
objective,
take over his
He
company.
brought
there's
up girl
always
boss.
objective outliers to each situation. In fact, it's the exception that proves the rule. And the interesting thing here is like, I'm still just as critical of feminism inside of TPUSA as I've always been. And I'm just as critical of any pro-Zionist position as I've ever been. None of that's ever changed.
None of that's ever changed except for whether or not women who are capable and able to stay home should. That he's completely changed on because that's not what's important. The husband who passed away, that's his priority. It's the job. Okay, Andrew.
By the way, I would think it's the most rational, reasonable thing on planet Earth to do if you wanted to actually see an organization change, to try to work with leadership or reach out to leadership to try to do so. Doesn't that make the most amount of sense?
I would like to state for the record that I think Erika is underqualified from to run the organization.
Sure.
And on the more emotional aspects, I agree with what seems to be a majority opinion, because I'm not gonna say it's scientific, that any woman that would leave her kids and go right into the office after their husband was publicly assassinated does not have their priorities straight.
Okay, well,
Yep.
I understand that you can have those criticisms, but I'm not understanding still how that would make her complicit.
I don't have to keep answering the same question.
Okay,
so
but
let's
do you
let's
feel
get
like you got an answer to how it's complicit?
Your team is asking to play a clip. So if we want to play this clip.
Again, his team is running this debate because he's getting pummeled. He's offsetting everything he's ever debated, and when it comes to the manosphere, he's offsetting it all right now. And he's proving to be a bigger feminist than most of those women. And so what does the team do? Hey, we have a clip. We have a clip. You got to play this clip. He didn't ask for it. They asked for it.
To just finish this segment on the Erika Kirk topic, we can spend some time on that as well. So if you guys are ready in the back, we're ready.
And causing that 30-06 diameter, as would happen with a pet and explosives, as we've demonstrated to you in the past, it accidentally, because of how Charlie was crouched, went up and hit his neck. And that ruined everything. That ruined everything. It was problematic. It's the reason why Terrell then had to scramble to get the cameras down, because they were never supposed to see it. They could have said reasonably that a 30-06 got eaten by Charlie, much more reasonably, obviously, than saying that the chicken bones in his neck stopped it because he ate vegetables. They panicked. That's why Terrell's nervous on the phone with me. Again, this is my theory, and I am now very much sticking to it. Okay. They panicked. It's the reason Erika had to step out. That's why she would have gotten on the phone with Terrell so quickly, because I was going, why is Terrell saying, well, I didn't want Erika to relive. Oh, that's why I did it. He didn't have an answer. He was nervous. It was crazy. But he acknowledged it. He spoke to Erika immediately. Why did you speak to Erika immediately?
So do you believe that there was a shape charge that killed Charlie?
Hey, can I ask you why you keep starting clips mid-sentence?
Probably to get to where the clip is.
No, it doesn't seem that way, because you can always start a clip at the beginning of a sentence. Like you're just it's completely out of context.
Wait,
But
I didn't prepare.
This is so awesome. Oh, crap. I just messed up something. He just said something important. This is something very important. 3747. Let's go to... That should be good. So she's making again, calling him out, which she should do. And I love that. But he's about to say something very important, because she's like, why do you keep doing this? And he's saying, I didn't pick this. Really?
No, it doesn't seem that way, because you can always start a clip at the beginning of a sentence. Like you're just it's completely out of context.
Wait,
But
I didn't prepare the clips. But
I think
You didn't prepare your clips? I find that interesting, Andrew. Is this your debate, or is this your team's debate? Who's back there preparing the stuff for you?
I didn't, but it's fine to ask it to back it up.
Like I said, I don't need to say what's happening here, because the internet will clock it. But in this episode, we are now going, and that's why I said we're now going to look at some alternative theories. I made it very clear that this was a theory that I didn't want to look at. This is, I believe, because I don't have every episode in my head, but I'm pretty sure this is an episode where we presented the evidence that was in the car, the photos of what was in the car, right? And so we are now inferring off of what we see in the car that this very much does look like that we see a bunch of shattered Rode microphone, which was an early theory that I was actually interested in, but couldn't really wrap my head around what was the shape charge explosive. As I say at the beginning of the episode, it was just not my expertise. And I was concerning myself with timelines and stories and statements that didn't make sense. Without question, Terrell Farnsworth is someone who made me think that we were missing a big part of the story.
So he has not addressed any of the points that she's made. She just now talked about something that she brought to light that no one else had, which is pictures inside the car that Charlie Kirk was taken to the hospital in his motorcade. Inside the car, there was glass everywhere, or what appeared to be glass. And she, again, to what she just said, this was a theory that she wasn't even fully bought in on, but she did an episode on it. And inside the car was glass everywhere. How did she get that if her sources aren't reliable? And he ignores this whole part, like to say, that is weird. What was all the stuff? Like, why is there broken glass on the floor if that's really the car that he was transported in? You're not going to ask that. He didn't ask anything about those papers earlier. Like, he didn't ask anything about the backpack. All evidence, literal evidence that he says she doesn't have. But because he doesn't know about it, he doesn't ask about it. And then he just keeps saying it over and over, you don't have anything. You don't have any evidence.
Walking them through John Bray's theory, if we started to insert what we are actually observing with the evidence that we're taking a look at and what took place that day. So we're completely in the hypothetical right here. And you're now introducing this.
If that's the case, if you're just hypothetically exploring it, that's why I'm just asking directly.
Yes, but that's obvious when you watch this episode. So that's why it feels like I'm in the middle of an interview with CNN when they pull up random clips and they're like, "What's this? What's this?" You watch the episode, you know what it is.
I'm just trying to make sure. Do you think that your alternative theory?
I think John Bray's theory should be explored. Yes.
Okay. Do you think that Charlie Kirk was killed with an explosive?
I think that is a possibility. Yes.
Okay.
And it should be explored. He's done a lot of work on it. John Bray has done good work, and I think that's why that theory is now starting to gain steam since we released the second set of the photos of what was in the car. Rob O'Neill go on to, I'm forgetting which platform it was, where he said, the first thing I thought was
Rob O'Neill is the man that killed Osama bin Laden.
Yeah, and I think he's qualified to say what he believes he saw. We should actually, since they're pulling clips, we should run that clip of Rob O'Neill and what he said and what he observed and his experience. Yeah. So I'm going to take that. And also there were people who immediately spoke to the media that day who said the same thing, that they thought that something happened under his shirt. That was actually, if you go back to my first episode, when I was just observing what I saw with my eyes, I was asking the serious question. I was seriously saying, why is it like somebody shot him from underneath? Why is his shirt moving first? That doesn't make sense to me. And that's
because of air dispersal from the bullet. So whenever a bullet is shot, a projectile shot, you can actually run this experiment yourself if you have a rifle. Mm-hmm. Take like an empty box of ammunition and put it on the table and then fire it near the muzzle, and that box will actually blow off the table.
Okay.
But that's right at the point of pulling the trigger. That's not at the receiving end of what the bullet hits. See, this is why she should have, I don't know. I don't know if I would have pursued this part because she doesn't know enough I don't know if she shoots or not. I don't know any of that. But this is, I know her husband does. But he just gave an example that makes absolutely no sense. He talked about if you fire a weapon and then when the jacket gets discharged, it blows this air, and that's dispersal that would knock something off of a table, not at the point of impact. And he knows it because he was a gunsmith, according to him. So this is just dishonest. What he's doing here is just pure dishonesty.
So, question for you: does that box go sideways off a table?
It can.
It can.
Yeah, it can. It depends on the dispersal.
You 3,000 pounds of energy or 2,000 pounds of energy coming at you. That's how much it carries.
Well, it's not 2,000.
If you line cans up and you shoot them and you hit one and it doesn't hit other cans, that's going to be the only one that falls off. It's not going to have wind dispersal to knock other cans down. That's not what's going to happen. And he knows this. So his example is because he's talking to what he thinks is a tard. So he's just going to lie and speak in a way that's very confident. That, yes, this is what would happen. No, it's not. You're lying.
Pounds of energy.
Well, we can fact check that. How many pounds of energy is it? A 30-06 being shot 150 yards away. That's a great question for Grok. I'm going to say when we looked at it, it was between 1,500 and 2,000. I'm pretty sure pounds of energy coming at you, and you just go upward and to the side. I don't really buy that. I'm going to just say I just think that that's not possible. It doesn't go through on top of that. So it's another miracle. You didn't get blown backwards. It didn't go through. But I also want to say that you're saying this can happen, and Rob O'Neill is infinitely more qualified, I think, to speak on that.
Why?
And because he's actually shot and killed people.
Why would that have anything to do with anything?
Well, to you, because you lied about your service and you lied about your experience as a sniper. Now you're questioning an actual sniper who actually served this country and actually did these things, and you're acting as if your word is more important than hers when you're talking about wind dispersal at the point of impact. And I never played that footage because, well, early on I played some footage, but I had to blur it out. My channel was way too small. It still is way too small to be playing stuff like that. But his shirt went up before he reacted to being hit. That's what she's talking about. She doesn't know about the theory, so she's telling you, go to the source. Why are you asking me this? Because you want a gotcha.
Did he slow down all the videos of the people he shot to see if their clothes moved?
Well, why are you able to assert your position as
because I'm going to tell you how projectiles work. He's not even going to I guarantee you this guy's not even going to disagree with what I'm about to say. If it is the case that you have energy and you have mass and the mass is moving in the air has to go somewhere. It doesn't have a choice.
I think you're totally BSing right now, man.
Not only am I not BSing, I'm telling you the truth. If a bullet is moving in air, air has to move out of way of bullet.
But maybe not at the bottom of a shirt here. I don't know. I disagree with that. I'd like to say for the record, I've watched some of you do these sorts of things where you assert something with a lot of confidence, and
you can fact check it.
So what he's saying is, Charlie was hit right here. This is my left. I don't know if you could tell because the mirroring, whatever. Charlie was hit right here, which is why his shirt, the wind dispersal from the bullet, from being hit here, the wind dispersal on this side of his shirt went up, knocked his necklace off. Like, what are we doing here? He thinks she's an idiot. He's already said he thinks all women are idiots, and he's just BSing his way through this part of the debate. Anyone watching who's ever fired a weapon knows that him being hit right here has nothing to do with down here. And I wish I could play this, but this is just silly. This is silly.
Bullets displace air.
Not about whether it displaces air, it's where it disperses the air. Underneath his shirt here.
It's not underneath.
Exactly.
The bullet's this big, and you're telling me it's going to hit his neck,
Candace,
and then
it's not underneath
it is beneath
the shirt.
The shirt
starts
cuffs
up here, and the collar's moving, and then you see the wave here as he's moving backwards.
No.
Yeah.
It hit his neck like this. What does that have to do with air dispersal down here? On this side, nothing. He's lying, and this is really deceptive because he's talking down to her as if she's wrong. Gaslighting. This is what he's been doing half the time. Just gaslighting.
Yeah,
that's not true.
It's not.
And we obviously can't show that clip. I disagree with you.
Okay, I understand you can't show it for TOS purposes.
Exactly. I disagree with you. People can go watch and make up their own minds. We don't need to debate it. Whether or not it was the first thing I said was, why is his shirt moving first? That didn't make sense to me. It almost looks just like this. It goes across. His necklace breaks first before Charlie even reacts. If you watch it in slow, his necklace breaks first, which I thought was very odd. And then you see a puff here, and the next thing you know, there's the.
Again, she's giving evidence, and now this goes back to something she said earlier. That is literally what happened. But then they took that necklace and didn't put it in evidence. They gave it back to his wife. And it wasn't his wife. It was man, I can't remember. That's not Dan Flood. It's the other guy, the guy who's suing her. He said he would not give that to the police, to the authorities, because it was his wife's and he wanted to give it to. And they said, "Oh, okay." Like that's not what happens with evidence. You can't decide what you're going to give to the police.
Entry wound on his neck. I would not confidently assert that I see smoke. I've never said it on my
Do you
platform.
think that an explosion generally has smoke?
I don't think that there's any quality
This is
version
dumb.
of video that would get us to be able to answer that question other than Terrell's 4K footage that he has from the front. So
There's a lot of, if you look at the Israeli pagers, it's assumed that it's a similar, if not the same type of explosive that was used inside the pagers that would have been used inside of this road mic.
I think that you should, since you love debating, you should debate someone like John Bray, who's worked on that theory for 11 months, and ask those sorts of questions of how a shape charge would work. I presented the evidence of what was in the car, and I also, at that episode that you're clipping, said John Bray has done an unbelievable amount of work on this, and I think he has debated a ton of people, actually, regarding this topic. So that's the route that I would send you on. For the purposes of my show, I do believe, to answer your question, that it is a hypothetical. I mean, that it is a theory that should be thoroughly explored.
There's two clips your team wants to show. One of them is the Rob O'Neill clip, since we're on it. So if you guys are ready in the back, before we go to ad break,
great.
if you want to pull it up, this is a good time to do so.
He's going to pretend like it's not a big deal.
And good to see you, General Holt. A lot of things bothers me about this. Nothing in particular. And it's not like I'm out there saying big lie or conspiracy or someone did it. I'm just saying I've been in a lot of shootings. I've killed more than a handful of people, and this thing looked shady off the bat. I mean, I've killed people closer than I saw the camera, and I've never seen a shirt move like that. That looks like an explosion to me. Just the fact that no one started doing first aid to Charlie Kirk, they were more concerned about getting SIM cards out of cameras, removing cameras, and then getting him off the X somehow. There didn't seem a lot of concern for his life. It seemed like just clean it up. And then, I mean, I've been told they paved it over a couple days later. And then you get Erika Kirk behind all the razzle dazzle, and she's really quick to forgive the alleged shooter, which technically says that was him because I forgive him, but that you can't forgive Candace Owens for having an opinion or asking questions. And they mock people by saying, "Oh, I'm just asking questions." Yeah, I'm a SEAL Team 6 sniper. I'm asking a lot of questions. No one wants to answer them.
And you're able to ask.
He's actually said very little about the explosive there.
So he observed, he said he's shot people up close, and he's never seen a shirt move like that, and it looked to him like an explosive. That's what he just said.
But when I play that video at full speed, I can't see a shirt moving. I can only see a shirt moving when we slow it way down. So if I'm in real time, I'm just assuming this, right? I mean, if I was in real time and I was in like a close quarters combat, you kill somebody situation, and I shot them, would you even see the shirt move?
Well, I just feel like 5 minutes ago you were arguing that it was because the bullet carried air. Now you're saying you don't see the shirt move at all.
Yeah, but that's if you slow it down, the disbursement of air, that's where you're going to see it, right? It's going to be very quick, very, 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 very fast.
Yeah,
and then
that's not what I saw, and clearly it's not what he saw, and he thinks that there could be an explosive. So I'm just saying to you, people disagree with you. Your opinion's not a fact. That's all.
Yeah, I feel like we got where we were trying to go, or at least for the most part. So
it's about to get good.
The two other clips, I do want to play the Twigs clip. That one is important to me, the Twigs DNA clip.
Yeah.
They're going to pull it up just to have you respond
to it.
Well,
you don't have to play it because, like, if you're saying that when I initially watched it, I thought that Lance Twigs' DNA, like, he was directly responding to that because the testimony was a bit confusing. They started by saying that they were going to, like, explaining how they got the samples, and they said Lance, Matt, and Amber Robinson, how they got their DNA samples. And then they started speaking about the gun and said, you know, multiple prints were found on them, and then they moved and they said Lance Twigs's DNA was found on the screwdriver. When I went back and rewatched it, I realized, well, they haven't officially said that Lance or Amber are on the gun, so I think I've already conceded that we don't know that. So I think, like, but if you want to play the clip,
this is directly you saying it is on the gun.
Twigs. I'm saying that I feel like I've already said to you, like, I've made that decision.
Just said why.
Just to be clear, whenever I make a mistake, I just correct it. So that's why when you were asking me 3 times, I've already said we don't know yet, and I've corrected that mistake. So if the purpose of you showing this is to demonstrate that Candace makes mistakes sometimes when she's taking in a lot of information and she's reading through legal documents and she's trying to remember 9-hour testimony.
It's to demonstrate something else. It is, in fact, the case. We're all going to make mistakes. Yeah. I'm going to make mistakes.
And I've already
You're going to make mistakes in the case. Yeah. But in this case, you were very adamant that his DNA was on.
So it's an adamant mistake. So we need to show this. Yes, you've already admitted you made the mistake, but we need to show this. We have to try and embarrass you because you were so adamant, but you were wrong. Yeah, I just said I was wrong. Yeah, so we need to show the people so I can have some. I need a W here. Please, I need a W.
The gun itself.
Yeah, so I'm just saying that it's not ruled out. We know that there's 5+ prints. I've said this so many times. I had to rewatch the testimony again. It's like 9 hours a day. It got very scientific when they were speaking about this. And I think I wrongly extrapolated that they meant all three of them were on the prints when the only person they officially named was Matt Robinson. So we don't know yet if Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the prints, DNA on the gun officially just yet.
Okay.
I've already conceded that.
Sure.
So
that's fine. And then the last one is one with Erika Kirk.
Sure. This is like the Erika Kirk. All right,
Well,
Erika, you could just sit down with me, Erika, but we can do it this way.
This goes back to a previous claim that you made.
Yeah,
by
sure.
bringing it up.
Of course.
Straight to jail, for questioning at least Erika. I don't care who's mad. I really do not care who wants to be upset after this episode. Really, you'll be wasting your breath. You can spend $1 billion on influencers because this is all becoming increasingly inexplicable. You are asking me to be an idiot, actually, and I cannot do that for you. Someone once commented beneath this show that if the situations were reversed and there were this many verifiable lies.
So straight to jail?
Yeah, so that's the show intro, and straight to jail is a monopoly term.
Okay.
Like, you know.
So do not pass go.
Yeah.
Do not collect $200.
Yes, it's obviously tongue in cheek. And then I explained that actually I think that she should be brought in for questioning because of inconsistencies. So this is the exact episode when I started to think that she should be sat down and questioned. And I still believe that. I still hold the perspective that Erika should be sat down and she should be properly questioned.
Do you know that she hasn't been?
No, actually, that would be a great thing for the spokesperson of Turning Point USA to say that she's already.
Why do they?
I mean, my guess would be she hasn't because they returned everything to her.
Yeah.
But
why do they owe you that though? Why
they don't owe me anything. That's my show you're watching. Just the clips that you're pulling are from my show. So if I want to say something on my show, I can say that. I didn't say they owe me something. I don't think that's ever. Unless you have
but
another
if you
clip.
say like you need to be sat down for questioning and you don't even know if they haven't been, that's strange, right?
Do you know if they have been?
No, I have no idea.
So you're just saying, what if they haven't been?
Yeah, if your
just kind of filling the air
if your
with
entire thing
just
is
junk.
No, it's not junk. If the query is why is it that Erika Kirk's not being sat down for questioning, but you have absolutely no knowledge whether or not she's been sat down for questioning or not, what that does is it creates an innuendo. It creates an inference. It creates out to the ethos that this should be happening because something's wrong here when you actually don't have the knowledge that anything's wrong at all.
I just think that my opinion is that she should be sat down and questioned.
But you're not sure if she hasn't been.
Yeah, and you're not sure if she has been either. So like I said,
he's been doing this the entire debate. Everything he says to her can be pointed directly back at him. Because the truth is, there is no evidence. There's no hard evidence.
I feel like now you're just kind of filling the air with
to my
nonsense.
knowledge,
or sorry, positive evidence.
Because Turning Point's like, we want
to my
make
knowledge,
sure that you go in there and you defend Erika. And I have to say, I don't think you've done an extraordinary job at that.
But I'm not here to defend Erika. The thing is, though, is like
that since 4 out of 5 of the clips that you had on the ready when we asked you guys ahead of time. I mean, I want to just assert how professionally we have dealt with this debate. As you can see, we have not planned any gotcha clips for Andrew. I expressed to him that what we were going to do was just to use people for fact checks, and because I might not remember something, or I do remember something, and you're saying no, and that is what I think will register to people as very fair. We did not take out of context clips of Andrew to try to
explicitly said
please
that I was going to bring claims.
We did not.
Right?
No, when you said you were going to bring claims that you would want me to speak to, you didn't say I intend on sitting you down with out of contexted clips to which we said to you before in an email. Any clips you want to share with us, send it over. Let's assert a debate claim so that we can both be ready to respond to it. This just
that's not really what happened.
Well, what's not what didn't happen?
this the way that you're framing the exchange. That's not that's not actually what happened. We were negotiating. It is true. We negotiated out the claim itself, right? Which one's going to take which position. I wanted to make sure that I had at least an hour and a half on mine, and you got the time for yours to question me. We did. We got through your hour and a half on mine, roughly an hour and a half now on mine. That's basically how this went.
But in the beginning, I did not take an hour and a half to just pull out of context clips with Andrew. I actually debated the substance of what's going on in this trial and this hearing. And I do think that you fell short of that.
There's nothing out of, hang on. There's nothing here except holding you to account for your claims.
Yes or no. Well, we were supposed to be debating the case and whether or not there was overwhelming evidence.
These are your claims about the case.
No, you then admitted that now you're getting into another sphere and you want to talk about the transcendentals and things that I've said. And like 4 out of 5 of your clips are about Erika Kirk. So the general perception is your Turning Point's horse. I think quite a few of them were. Were there 3 Erikas or 4?
So you're just making stuff up?
Can we get a count of how many were about Erika? I feel like
it was 3.
3. Okay,
yeah,
3. I said 4.
But those are extraordinary claims, which is why you're asking
about
them,
well,
right?
Okay, but the point being is now you're veering into trying to get me to defend my opinions, and then you completely shirk responsibility when I point out yours. No, they're not claims. When you tweet Erika is too retarded, you go, that's just whatever, and then you move on.
That's a claim, and I'm responsible for the claim.
Well, earlier when I brought it up, you said that it was tongue-in-cheek.
Yes, sure. That's me responding to your criticism of the claim. That's all I'm doing here.
I was interested.
This is so bad.
And I'm happy to get into also the Patsy stuff now if you'd like to.
Well,
your team has one more clip they want to play for 7 days ago. They got one more clip.
We were getting into the Patsy stuff.
But listen to PVD. He's about to sneak a shot in about the 3 or 4 videos that they were showing.
When you stopped it and I was explaining to you, they have one more clip. Okay, let's go.
They want to hit the minimum of 4 clips you were saying with Erika. So
100%.
This is absurd.
okay.
And what's funny is these aren't even his clips. He doesn't even know what these clips are. He's just sitting there waiting for it. So watch this. This is going to be the most awkward part of. This is the most awkward part. Well, I guess the next part is. This is so bad. This is so bad because she's about to ask him something.
And this is the one you're
They're
saying
waiting.
from 7 days ago.
Just silence.
Okay. While they're looking for that, do you want to continue?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
can I
yeah.
ask a question? I know it's been, or like, can I ask a question? Or are we
Not
just in
really. I'm just gonna.
Okay.
We're gonna hold to the actual contract itself.
the contract does
Wow.
not say that you are allowed to just question me without me being able to respond to you
I've never said you
or
can't
have
respond.
a conversation.
You've been able to respond to every question I've asked you. And by the way, the other thing is like
Let's have it your way. I want it to look like
still happy
we've
to have
done
the
everything
debate.
Andrew wanted to, so that people can fairly assess the situation. So you have it your way. I
Totally
will not
fine.
ask a question.
totally fair with me.
So are you good with her asking a question or
He
no?
said no.
Waiting for the clip.
Okay.
He would rather have dead air than allow her to ask him something because he's getting destroyed. And anyone who thinks he won, okay, I would love to talk to you and find out why you think that. But he literally just said, no, you can't ask questions. We're going to wait. And there's already been, 20 seconds of silence while they're waiting. And that's just the silent part in the beginning. Maybe not 20 seconds, maybe 6 or 7 seconds. But in the totality of this, it's been way more than 25 seconds where they're just waiting for the clip. And he's perfectly fine with that because he does not want anything to do with anything she has to say. This is brutal.
So you want to wait for the clip first. Okay. You guys have it in the back?
Still don't have it.
Okay, beautiful.
There we go. Silence. Crickets. Unbelievable.
You need the
Your
Jeopardy
team
thing.
told me they had it. So
That's what I heard. Okay, there we
come
go.
on, guys.
Did this crime. Okay? Because Lance
I can't hear
Twiggs
this. My
has his
anyone else just tell me
DNA
what
on
it
the
said longer.
towel.
It's fine.
Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the rifle.
Lance Twiggs
And to
has
be
his
clear,
DNA on the
Lance
rifle.
Twiggs'
Said this- proceeded this 4
DNA
times,
was
but I don't
not
know why they
as
feel like they need
degraded
to-
as Tyler Robinson's DNA was on Tyler's rifle. It's Tyler's rifle.
No, you
but
also
Lance's
said, it's
DNA
not as degraded on the rifle.
Yeah, because I thought he was one of.
They talked about this an hour ago. They just talked. She already conceded this point, but she didn't. This is about the degraded DNA. This has nothing to do with anything. He's just bringing it back up now, but it's not him. Sorry, it's his team. They need to figure out a way to get him a win, but they've already talked about this. So why now?
the things, but I've already that's what I mean when I say that. Like, it just seems like you're not actually here trying to engage, because even before you got to this and I knew that you had some secret clip planned, I said to you when I rewatched the testimony, I realized that they didn't explicitly say Lance Twiggs. They said 5 other profiles were on it and that his was the most degraded. So I hope your team feels fulfilled in playing that. Is there any more? I'm happy to play every clip that he has on the ready. Anybody?
You said you had some new evidence at the beginning of the.
So
Yeah, we
bad.
should
You had
show that
something
text
new?
message that you
Did
read, just
wanna
because
share
I
that?
think that's important for the public.
Listen
You
to
shared
this.
it out of context.
I'll do it on my show. I'll share the text
So you're going to
message.
read it on my show, but not show it.
Correct.
So bad.
Okay.
I'll show it on my show, but that's what I'll do. I'll show it on my
Can
show.
I ask why?
Well, because I want to drip out the evidence. You know, that's got to drip out that evidence. Keep people coming back for the show, right?
I don't know if snark serves you so well.
I'm just saying, like, yeah, I'll release it there. Yeah, that's my intention. But
I
yeah,
zoomed
I'm
in
fine
for
with
a
closings
reason.
If you want to do closings. Now we'll discuss this more later on in the debate, and maybe I have more never before seen evidence that exposes just how wrong and, in my opinion, idiotic many of these conspiracy theories have been. But that's what happens when you rely on what's called the evidence of the gaps. In other words, they don't have evidence. They seem to just make up evidence. And what did they make up? Well, in my opinion, kind of whatever lined the pockets. And I think it's ghoulish to profit off of the death of a good man.
You said
So, at the beginning of the debate, he said it's ghoulish to profit off of the death of a good man. And now he's saying he's going to wait until get back to his show so he can what?
you had some new evidence at the beginning of the.
Oh, yeah,
debate
we should
you had
show that
something
text
new?
message that you read,
Did you
just
wanna
because
share
I
that?
think
Show
that's
that.
important for the public. You shared it out of context.
I'll do it on my show.
Nah.
I'll share the text
So you're going to
message.
read it on my show, but not show it?
Correct.
Okay.
I'll show
So for the sake of making a point, I guess he's going to do exactly what he called ghoulish. We see people like this. You call them a name, and then they justify it by doing the behavior of the name that you called them. So he says it's ghoulish to do this, but I'm going to do it just to make a funny point and smile. He doesn't care at all about this case.
Show it on my show, but that's what I'll do. I'll show it on my
Can
show.
I ask why?
Well, because I want to drip out the evidence. You know, that's got to drip out that evidence, keep people coming back for the show, right?
I don't know if snark serves you so well.
Well, in my opinion, kind of whatever lined the pockets. And I think it's ghoulish to profit off of the death of a good man.
If I may ask,
Something about that word ghoulish. Candace Owens was talking about how Blake Neff used that word and Andrew Clovette used that word. It's not a normal word that people just use. So I find it really interesting that he used that word also. Ghoulish is not a normal word. It's kind of like bloviate. People don't often say bloviate. So when you hear it, it's like, oh, and then you just move on. But to have, again, this campaign, it seems to be a campaign to use this one word, ghoulish or demonic. These are the things, grieving widow. They use terms to either make you feel better about something or feel worse about something. It's very interesting that he chose the word ghoulish.
good question. Is that permitted?
Go ahead.
Just so I also have clarity.
Oh my
since
gosh.
Your basis has been.
Okay, I would say this is one of the, if not the most memorable debate moments I've ever seen, maybe ever. This is incredible.
Evidentiary. You keep saying that you have evidence or like you are following evidence. Which one of the charges against, or all of them, do you think Tyler Robinson is guilty of?
The specific charge?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think is that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
So he's buying time already. Because she asked him for what charge do you think is the most credible or whatever, the one that has the most weight, and he says, I think he shot Charlie Kirk. So he didn't even try to answer the question. He's buying time. I don't know for what, because the embarrassment's gonna come. But he's buying time. He didn't even answer it.
Yeah, but of the 7 charges that he's being charged.
Yeah, can we list them real quick? I'll tell you exactly which ones. We'll pull them up.
Well, do you know any of the charges that
We'll
he's
pull
up
them
for right now?
Yeah, of course. But
Well, do you know any of the charges
Yeah,
he's
of
up
course.
for right now?
yeah, of course. But
I had to slow it down because it's so, he just outright lied. Do you know the charges? Yeah, of course I do. I just want it for the people. The people need to know.
One of the charges against, or all of them, do you think Tyler Robinson is guilty of?
The specific charge?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think is that
He was shot.
Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, but of the 7 charges that he's being charged.
Yeah, can we list them real quick? I'll tell you exactly which ones. We'll pull them up.
Well, do you know any of the charges that he's up for right now?
Yeah, of course. But
Well, do you know any of the charges?
Facts and evidence.
He's up for right now.
yeah, of course. But I
Can you
want to make
name
sure that we
one?
have them listed.
Yeah, but like
that's
can
why.
you name one? Because my general perspective is that you don't actually care about this case. You're not following
Is that
the
it?
case.
That's the
Yeah.
question. You're
Yeah,
just
but-
not
but, I mean,
following
it
it
seems,
enough.
It seems pretty like if you're going to engage, you're going to say the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is guilty. I just think that you should.
All
Like,
right.
Can you tell me one
Then let's do the
charge
counter.
that he's?
You can really. No, this is a great
No,
gotcha.
no, no. You just got to ask me, play
Yeah.
clips out of context,
Yeah,
put me
yeah.
in the hot seat. So please just answer the
This
question.
is fair.
Can
Name
you
all
name,
7
can-
since you've been following the case.
Okay, sure.
Go ahead.
You name one.
Yeah, you named all 7.
I'm happy to do that, but can you name one?
I think he's been charged with murder.
That's actually incorrect.
Okay, great. Now name all 7.
He doesn't even.
So when the initial flip didn't work, and guys do this to women all the time. You get in trouble, you got to flip it somehow. This is what he's trying to do. Look at him. She said, "Hey, do me a favor. Just name one." She didn't ask for 2 or 3. Just name one of the charges. He named it. It's wrong. Yeah, okay. Now you go. Where did they do that at? How is that even a thing? And this is he just tries to shoot right past it like it didn't happen. Okay, yeah. Your turn. You go.
Go ahead.
Just so I also have clarity, since your basis has been evidentiary, you keep saying that you have evidence or like you are following evidence. Which one of the charges against, or all of them, do you think Tyler Robinson is guilty of?
The specific charge?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think is that Tyler
was
Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
So
Yeah, but
great.
of the 7 charges that he's being charged.
Yeah, can we list them real quick? I'll tell you exactly which ones. We'll pull them up.
Well, do you know any of the charges he's up for right now?
Yeah, of course.
Well,
He's feeling hot.
Do
He's
you
feeling the heat.
know any of the charges he's up for right now?
Yeah, of course. But I
Can you-
want to
can you
make sure
name
that we
one?
have them listed.
Yeah, but like can you name one? Because my general perspective is that you don't actually care about this.
We got to get the audience involved here. Just for the audience, we want to pull this up. Not for me. No. Obviously, I know. Let's pull it up so the audience can see, so they know what we're talking about.
In case you're not
Is
following
that
the
it?
case.
That's the
Yeah.
question. You're
Yeah,
just not
but, I mean,
following it
seems,
enough.
It seems pretty like if you're going to engage and you're going to say the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is
man.
guilty. I just think that you should. Like,
All right.
Can you tell me one
Then let's do the
charge
counter.
that he's?
You can really, yeah, this is a great gotcha.
No. You just got to ask me, play
Yeah.
clips out of context,
Yeah,
put me
yeah.
in the hot seat. So please just
Why
answer
don't
the
you
question.
answer?
Can
Name
you
all
name-
7 since
can-
you've been following the case.
Okay, sure.
Go ahead.
You name one.
Yeah, you named all 7.
I'm happy to do that, but can you name one?
I think he's been charged with murder.
That's actually incorrect.
Okay, great. Now name all 7.
He doesn't even. This is like.
Name all 7.
And I.
Can
I
you
think
name all 7?
I can't.
Now
do
he's
it.
pressing her.
Sure, you don't have to.
Do it. No, do it. I'll count them. Go ahead.
You don't
Name
have to put
'em.
your fingers up. I
Okay,
can do
hang on.
that.
Name them.
Yeah, sure.
Name them.
The first charge is aggravated murder because that's what carries
Okay.
a death
So
sentence in the
murder.
state of Utah. No,
Next.
that's not. That is literally not murder.
Okay.
And so
Next.
just for people, no, don't. I don't have to do it in a time limit.
Why? Like, you get it wrong. Okay, yeah. So murder. Still trying to get some win. He needs a win here because this is bad. But it's about to get even worse.
There's nothing going on. And just to explain to people the difference of why that really matters and shows that he doesn't actually care about this at all is because aggravated murder, it's narrowly defined
Just
and because
avoiding
it
the
carries
question.
a death sentence. I'm going to answer the question.
Okay,
You're
I'm
just going
waiting.
to recognize that your strategy of thinking that people are intimidated when you try to put a time constraint doesn't work, and you'll be better the next time you debate
I got
someone.
it. I got it.
Man.
Give me the other ones.
The more you cut me off, the longer I'll take. Do you want to just wait for me to finish of why that's a big difference so that
No,
people
I just
don't walk
want you
away?
to list the charges.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. You just don't get to pretend that there's a time constraint for me to do that.
Well, how long does it take you to list 7 charges?
Because I'm speaking. You just got to.
It sounds like you're just delaying it because you don't know them.
I know all 7 of them,
Then
and I'm
tell
going to
me
say
them.
again because you're going to get embarrassed. You don't have to rush this.
warned
I'm
them.
also showing an example of a very flawed debate strategy. I
Okay,
actually
well,
Him dragging this out made it so much worse. It made it so much worse. Just take the L, but he can't. He's not capable of conceding anything. So he's dragging this out, making it worse because if she's able to do it, you look even dumber because not only did you not get one, but she said she can list all of them and you're rushing her, trying to make her stumble. And it's making you look so bad.
under
got
no
one.
time constraint.
I got one.
Great. The second charge is the felony discharge of a weapon. The next 2 charges are for obstruction of justice.
Okay.
The next 2 charges are for witness tampering. And the
And what's
final,
the specific charges, though?
that is them. Obstruction of justice,
Both of
obstruction
those?
of justice, witness tampering.
Okay, wait, and there's no other specifics to them.
Well, I can tell you why he's being
No,
charged
no,
with it.
just the charges and then 7?
Yeah, see at the back.
It's so bad because when he's still trying to probe and find a way to throw off her game, she's like, I can explain why the charges are what they are. He didn't even know one charge. So why are you pressing her like this? You look so dumb. So dumb.
Oh, how long does it take you to list 7 charges?
Because I'm speaking. You just got to.
It sounds like you're just delaying it because you don't know them.
I know all 7 of them,
Then
and I'm
tell
going to
me
say
them.
again because you're going to get embarrassed. You don't have to rush this. I'm also showing an example of a very flawed debate strategy. I
Okay,
actually
well,
am
I
under
got
no
one.
time constraint.
I got one.
Great. The second charge is the felony discharge of a weapon. The next 2 charges are for obstruction of justice.
Okay.
The next 2 charges are for witness tampering, and the
And what's
final
the specific charges, though?
that is them.
That's
Obstruction of
charge.
justice,
Both of
obstruction
those?
of justice, witness tampering.
Okay, wait, and there's no other specifics to them.
Well, we can tell you why he's being
No,
charged
no,
with
no,
it.
just the charges and then 7?
Yeah, see, the bad thing is when you try to be an a-hole and it doesn't work.
What's the 7th?
The last charge is violence in
Man.
front of a minor.
Okay, got it. So then he's being charged with murder. You just say aggravated murder.
He's still trying to get a
That's
win.
the distinction. You just want
It's a massive. It's
Got
like
it.
you cannot
Massive.
say murder versus aggravated
Massive
murder.
distinction.
This gets to the entire crux of why him being up for the death sentence. And I actually find the
so bad.
defense's filing about why this is not aggravated to be very compelling of why it's not aggravated murder. Actually, if the state was going to even try to pull this off, they should have charged him with just murder. And then I do also, again, want to stress to audiences that debate strategy of thinking that you have to speak faster or somebody puts your hand up and they try to pretend like it's some sport. I think he thinks
As if it couldn't be bad enough, it's about to still get worse. And I know everybody's seen this, but it is so great watching somebody so arrogant get not only humbled, but just stomped on repeatedly. it's about to get even worse.
It's the blood sport. It's not. It's about being right and being principled when you're engaging. And you can make mistakes. I make mistakes all the time, but at least be genuine in pretending that you care about this case enough to know one of the 7 charges that are up against Tyler Robinson when you say the evidence is overwhelming that he's guilty. If you would like to move to final statements, I'm fine. I want to make sure Andrew has had the time that he has requested.
I think your team would like to pull up the 7 charges that he just asked you about. If you guys want to pull that up.
Oh my God.
The 7 you went through. Can you guys zoom in a little bit? For
Aggravated murder, felony discharge of a firearm, obstruction of justice, which is counts 3 and 4, 5 and 6, tampering with a witness, and count 7,
violent
I said offense in the presence of a
in front
minor.
of a child.
Yeah.
That's what
So
I
5, 6, tampering witness, 3rd-degree felony. Now, I did notice something I just was curious about.
So she didn't just list them, she listed them in order, which is unbelievable, which shows that she has a gift to recall things that she sees. Clearly. But now it's going to even get worse. If you if you didn't think this was bad enough, it's about to still be taken up a notch. I didn't know somebody could be humiliated like this.
If I'm just wondering, when you pulled out your phone just before you asked that question, did somebody by chance text you that question?
You can check my phone.
I'm just curious.
No, you can absolutely not. I have not had one communication with a single person, not even my producers who are in there this whole time we were here. You want to check my phone?
Look at his
I'm
foot.
happy to do it because you're just going to get double embarrassed. Where's my phone?
You want to see it?
She warned him. So he was so impressed by her ability to list off the charges, not just the charges, but list them in order, that he accuses her of cheating in front of the world. By the end of this run, there's going to be 40, I won't say 40 million. I'll say, what's up, AKA? I would say at least 30 million people are going to watch this. He was so impressed by her ability to do that he accused her of cheating in front of everyone. And she warned him, said, do you want him to look at the phone? You're just going to get double embarrassed. No, this is more than double embarrassed. It gets worse. When you know it can't get worse, it still gets worse.
I'm just curious. Yeah.
You can literally do that. Here you go. PBD, you're the moderator. Take it.
Let's see
See
it.
if anyone was texted at all during this debate
All right.
about the violent charges or
Brutal.
anything.
I'm looking through this. You give me permission.
You
so I'm
have
looking
full
at, I'm not gonna
permission to
give
go through
names.
my phone. I don't need to
So
cheat.
the last one has nothing to do with it. It's just a compliment.
Brutal.
I haven't even read my text messages.
That's
so
a compliment.
He's reading them.
You're okay. You'll give me permission. I'm
Yes.
just going to read 3
Yes.
LBC 1132 because after that, I don't need to read it.
And you know their texts. Could have been Telegram. Could have been something.
All I
like
have
that.
is Signal. You can check that too. I only have Signal.
He's doubling
Telegram I
down.
used in
He's doubling down. Well, no. I still think she cheated. There's no way. Okay, you're looking at the text, but can you check the other apps on her phone? It's so bad. So bad.
that was a download
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah.
Then-
I don't need to.
Now you'll take
I
her word
deeply
for
care
it.
about this case. I don't need to
I
pretend
get
to
it.
know
If you
stuff
deeply
that I
care
don't
about
know.
the case, I
Yeah.
just, I have my other question is about steakhouse receipt.
You just said,
So it was supposed to be over. This was supposed to be the last question. I'm gonna play it all straight through because it's so amazing that just watching it it brings such joy to my heart. It really does. It really does. He accuses her of cheating because he can't believe. He just can't believe. Check her MySpace. But he can't believe it, so he says, "Okay, well, yeah, I would like the moderator to look. Don't just check don't just check the text message. How do you know it's just text? She had Telegram." So he wants her to go. He wants the moderator to go through and check different apps as if she had time to do that. That's how impressed he is of what she did to him, and he can't believe it. And he's so convinced that it had to be some kind of stunt that he's just doubling and tripling down. This is
I
unbelievable.
think you were done asking all your
Nothing, just so
questions.
you know,
Yeah.
nothing there.
There. I don't.
Yeah.
So now he asks to ask another question, and watch what this fool does.
Do you have the
do that.
steakhouse receipt? Is my question.
I have said several times that I have
Steakhouse
never
receipt.
said I have the receipt for the steakhouse. I have said the person who's working on that story is going to be forthcoming with the receipt. And that was what I was responding to. And he then dropped the receipt. He redacted elements of it. And I said, stay tuned. He's the one working on that story.
Okay, so you haven't actually confirmed that Robinson was at that steakhouse.
All I did, as I said earlier in this conversation, was I spoke to the owner when I broke that story. I think it was back in January. I spoke to the owner, understood what had happened, and that there
Look at
was a
his
receipt.
foot.
That's it. That's the extent of what I shared is what happened.
Okay, so to be clear, there's no receipt.
No, I just said the opposite. I said there's
Well,
a
you don't
receipt.
have a copy of the receipt.
The receipt was
There's no
published online.
receipt.
Yeah, right. With blurred
The
out.
person working on this story
Yeah.
that blurred that out
Mhm.
is what I was referring to when I said stay tuned and keep following his stuff, because he went to go do what I hadn't done, which was he interviewed the actual server.
So there's no evidence that Tyler was at that steakhouse.
I would say the receipt
No
with his
evidence.
debit card number, it would be some hard evidence if that
I
is-
agree with that,
Yeah,
but-
so that's it. But you're questioning me.
But is there, as of right now,
He paid. If you're asking me, did he pay with a credit or debit card? The answer is yes.
No. Is there proof that that was actually his debit card that he paid with?
I think you should follow the person that is behind that story.
Well, the reason I'm asking,
I'm gonna go back. I apologize. That's too good. I can't. I'm gonna go back to that. That is so brutal. That's the okay. So we're right about here. Sorry. I have to watch that one.
thinking that you have to speak faster, or somebody puts your hand up and they try to pretend like it's some sport. I think he thinks it's a blood sport.
No. We got to go a little bit further back because we got to watch him fail and then watch her succeed.
Perspective is that you don't actually care about this case. You're not following the case.
Watch him question her success.
That's the question. You're just not following it enough.
It seems pretty like if you're going to engage and you're going to say the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is guilty. I just think that you should. Like, can you tell me one?
Then let's do the
charge
counter.
that he's...
You can really. Yeah. This is a great gotcha.
No. You just got to ask me, play clips out of context, put me in the hot seat. So please just answer the
This
question.
is fair.
Can
name
you
all
name,
seven since you've been following the case.
Okay, sure. You name one.
Yeah, you named all seven.
I'm happy to do that, but can you name one?
I think he's been charged with murder.
That's actually incorrect.
Okay, great. Now name all seven.
He doesn't even. This is like
name all seven.
And I
can you name all seven?
I can't.
Then do it.
Sure, you don't have to
do it. No, do it. I'll count them. Go ahead.
You don't
name
have to
them.
put your fingers up.
Okay, I'll name them.
Yeah, sure.
Trying to up the ante.
The first charge is aggravated murder because that's what carries a death sentence
So
in the
murder.
state of Utah. No,
Next.
that's not. That is literally not murder.
Okay.
And so just for people, I don't have to do it in a time limit. There's nothing going on. And just to explain to people the difference of why that really matters and shows that he doesn't actually care about this at all is because aggravated murder, it's narrowly defined, and because it carries a death sentence. I'm going to answer the question.
Okay,
You're just going to recognize that your strategy of thinking that people are intimidated when you try to put a time constraint doesn't work, and you'll be better the next time you debate someone.
I got it. Give me the other one.
The more you cut me off, the longer I'll take. Do you want to just wait for me to finish of why that's a big difference so that
No,
people
I just
don't walk
want
away?
you to list the charges.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. You just don't get to pretend that there's a time constraint for me to do that.
Well, how long does it take you to list 7 charges?
Because I'm speaking. You just got to.
It sounds like you're just delaying it because you don't know them.
I know all 7 of them,
Then
and I'm going to
tell
say
me
again because
It's
you're going to get
making it so
embarrassed.
much
You don't
worse.
have to rush this. I'm also showing an example of a very flawed debate strategy. I actually
well,
am
I
under
got
no
one.
time constraint.
I got one.
Great. The second charge is the felony discharge of a weapon. The next 2 charges are for obstruction of justice.
Okay.
The next 2 charges are for witness tampering. And the
What's
final,
the specific charges, though?
that is them. Obstruction of justice,
Both of
obstruction
those?
of justice, witness tampering.
Okay, wait, and there's no other specifics to them.
Well, I can tell you why.
can't
It's being
believe
charged.
it.
Just the charges, and then 7?
Yeah, see, the bad thing is when you try to be an a-hole and it doesn't work.
What's the 7th?
The last charge is violence in
Man.
front of a minor.
Okay, got it. So then he's being charged with murder. You just say aggravated.
Still goes back.
That's the distinction. You just want to.
It's a massive. It's
Got
like
it.
you cannot
Massive.
say murder versus aggravated
Massive
murder.
distinction.
This gets to the entire crux of why him being up for the death sentence. And
Yeah, literally the difference is one person who commits the aggravated one is up for the death penalty. If it's just murder, you may not be. So that is a pretty big difference if somebody's life is about to be taken.
and I actually find the defense's filing about why this is not aggravated to be
And she's still going into the detail. Like she's still talking about that. It's unbelievable.
very compelling of why it's not aggravated murder. Actually, if the state was going to even try to pull this off, they should have charged him with just murder. And then I do also, again, want to stress to audiences that that debate strategy of thinking that you have to speak faster or somebody puts your hand up and they try to pretend like it's some sport. I think he thinks it's a blood sport. It's not. It's about being right and being principled when you're engaging. And you can make mistakes. I make
And being
mistakes all the
honest.
time, but at least be genuine in pretending that you care about this case enough to know one of the 7 charges that are up against Tyler Robinson when you say the evidence is overwhelming that he's guilty. If you would like to move to final statements, I'm fine. I want to make sure Andrew has had the time that he has requested.
I think your team would like to pull up the 7 charges that he just asked you about. If you guys want to pull that up, just to confirm the 7 you went through. Can you guys zoom in a little bit? For
Aggravated murder, felony discharge of a firearm, obstruction of justice, which is counts 3 and 4, 5 and 6, tampering with a witness, and count 7,
violent
I said offense in the presence of a
in front
minor.
of a child?
Yeah.
That's
So
what I said.
5, 6, tampering witness. 3,
Brutal.
felony. Now I did notice something. I just was curious about. If I'm just wondering, when you pulled out your phone just before you asked that question, did somebody by chance text you that question?
You can check my phone.
I'm just curious.
Wow.
No, you can absolutely not. I have not had one communication with a single person, not even my producers who are in there this whole time we were here. You want to check my phone? I'm happy to do it because you're just going to get double embarrassed. Where's my phone?
You wanna see
So
it?
bad.
I'm just
You can.
curious. Yeah.
You can literally do that. Here you go. PBD. You're the moderator. Take it.
Let's see
See
it.
if anyone was texted at all during this debate
All right.
about the violent charges or anything.
I'm looking through this. You give me permission.
You
so I'm
have
looking at-
full
I'm not gonna
permission to
give
go through my
names.
phone. I don't need to
So
cheat.
the last one has nothing to do with it. It's just a compliment.
I haven't even read my text messages.
That's
so
a compliment.
He's reading them.
You're okay. You'll give me permission. I'm
Yes.
just going to read 3,
Unbelievable.
32 because after that, I don't need to read it.
And you know their texts. Could have been Telegram. Could have been something
All I
like
have is Signal. You can check that too. I only have Signal. Telegram I used in Russia. And that was a download for
I'll
Russia.
take your word for it.
Yeah.
Then-
I don't need to I
Okay.
deeply care about this case. I don't need to
I
pretend
get
to
it.
know
If you
stuff
deeply
that I
care
don't
about
know.
the case, I
Yeah.
just, I have, my other question is about steakhouse receipt.
You just said that you were done asking all your
Nothing,
questions.
so you know,
Yeah.
nothing there.
There. I don't
Yeah, do you
need
have
to
the
do that.
steakhouse receipt is my question.
I have said several times that I have
Immediately,
never said I
man.
have the receipt for the steakhouse. I have said the person who's working on that story is going to be forthcoming with the receipt. And that was what I was responding to.
So now he's going to move forward, and he's still going to try to get one last get back at her for humiliating him. And it's hilarious. He's going to try to test her memory again.
And he then dropped the receipt. He redacted elements of it. And I said, stay tuned. He's the one working on that story.
Okay, so you haven't actually confirmed that Robinson was at that steakhouse.
All I did, as I said earlier in this conversation, was I spoke to the owner when I broke that story. I think it was back in January. I spoke to the owner, understood what had happened, and that there was a receipt. That's it. That's the extent of what I shared is what happened.
Okay, so to be clear, there's no receipt.
No, I just did the opposite. I said there is
Well,
a
you don't
receipt.
have a copy of the receipt.
The receipt was published online.
Yeah, right, with blurred
The
out.
person working on this story
Yeah.
that blurred that out
Mhm.
is what I was referring to when I said stay tuned and keep following his stuff, because he went to go do what I hadn't done, which was he interviewed the actual server.
So there's no evidence that Tyler was at that steakhouse.
I would say the receipt with his debit card number.
Nothing
it
is
would be some
evidence to
hard
him.
evidence if that
I
is-
agree with that,
Yeah,
but-
so that's it. But you're questioning me.
But is there, as of right now,
He paid. If you're asking me, did he pay with a credit or debit card? The answer is yes.
No. Is there proof that that was actually his debit card that he paid with?
I think you should follow the person that is behind that story.
Well,
It's
the
more
reason I'm
something
asking you is because you always include it in your timeline that he traveled to the steakhouse.
Yeah, we've been building a timeline with things that we feel are
But is there any actual
Utah 1102
evidence?
approved. I think speaking to the owner, knowing that there's a receipt, seeing the receipt is good enough to put on our timeline.
But the receipt itself, the question I always had about it is, couldn't you just call the merchant? Like if I've ever had a merchant account, I just call the merchant account processor and say, what's the name on this?
Yeah, I would stay tuned. I feel that having spoken to the owner, that the evidence is compelling enough to put onto my personal timeline of what took place on that day. That's where it's going to stay. And if it gets debunked, I'm happy to take it off. If that's what you mean, that's how an investigation works. Like I said, I did more than enough. It would definitely pass the test by the Utah 1102 rule, for sure, for certain.
To be submitted as hearsay.
Yeah, beyond that, because they
Yeah,
didn't even
but-
have receipts. They were like, Bob told
But
me
the
this.
question is, the receipt itself, it has not been verified to have been Tyler
Yeah, I just want to
Robinson's,
say you're
right?
holding me to a higher standard than you are.
I'm not even holding it.
in
I'm
the
just
prosecution.
asking
Yes, he
specifically.
literally
Yeah,
is.
I've been very forthcoming. I told exactly what happened. I spoke to the owner. I got the tip, and
So
I
should that be
chased it
added in
down.
an official timeline that
It's
you
in
give?
my timeline. It's my show, and we can add and subtract what we want. And
So what this tells me that the timeline is also bothering them. It's clearly bothering them. So what are the other things that I said was bothering them? The timeline for sure. I've been here for 4 hours. What was the other thing that he kept bringing up? The DNA with Lance Twiggs in the testimony. They're pushing certain things more than others, and I don't know exactly why those particular things are bothering them, but this is one of those things that I would look into why, because he's obsessing over the timeline, and I haven't heard anybody else care about the timeline, but he's using the word official, so I'm thinking that somehow in there you can work in a slander thing saying that it's an official timeline that she put out, so that would be slanderous to Erika Kirk or something like that, because that's all he's been trying to do is get her to say something like that to trap her up. So that would be my guess on that. And then obviously he outright asked if she believes that Erika Kirk or anyone from TPUSA had direct involvement in his unaliving, which is like, okay, who's gonna say that? The other one was the France thing. So something's bothering them about those 3 points, and those are, I mean, I would have said they're not that big of a deal, but it's very, very, very interesting that he's honing in. He's so obsessed over this receipt.
we do. If
You
we
can
get
do what
something
you
wrong,
want, sure, but
well, I
I'm
just wanted to
asking,
make sure.
should you include a thing that you know hasn't actually been verified to be Tyler Robinson's?
Yes, you should. If we're trying
See?
to build a timeline, you should. Yeah.
You don't think that falls
And then
under...
you should remove it if someone somehow debunks it. But I think that there is very strong evidence that is where he was, and that
What's
is,
the strong evidence? Just the 2 people who said that they saw him?
you know,
All right. So what he does not consider strong evidence. One was a waiter and the other one was a person that paid for it. So 2 people on site said that it was him. They have a receipt that says it's him. They have the owner of the restaurant saying, I printed that receipt. He doesn't consider that evidence. So what's the evidence? Now, when you ask him what the evidence was, he would say there's confessions, there's text messages. Okay, well, aren't those hearsay? Yes, but those are evidence. So he does not accept eyewitness evidence at all. 2 people. He does not accept that the owner provided this receipt. The owner of that restaurant provided this receipt. The owner of the restaurant, who, by the way, is not happy about all this because they feel like they've been getting harassed, and they probably have been, by people who are trying to figure this out and who are being probably way overzealous. And Andrew doesn't see that as evidence at all. That doesn't mean anything. So you have what? 2 witnesses, big deal. You have a receipt, big deal. He doesn't seem to believe that this is evidence, which makes it really, 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 really funny, because the owner said it's the real. You don't have to believe him, but to say that it's not evidence it's hilarious.
I'm actually all good with being. I feel like I've sufficiently answered your question about how I got
All
the
right, fair enough.
information, what happened next. Would the next stage of this investigation being somebody accessing knowing what his debit card was and confirming it? Yes, and I do believe that will happen. If it does not happen and it gets debunked, I'll remove it from my personal timeline
There it is.
that I share on my show.
That officer, the first officer that was up on the roof. Do you remember his name?
Officer Bagley.
Yeah.
Look at, he's trying to quiz her now. He's trying to get her back for remembering all the charges. So you remember his name? Yeah. What's his first name?
What was his first name?
Christopher.
Christopher. When Christopher got up on the roof, you talk a lot about how his camera
That's so
died.
great.
Well, he talked a lot about that during the
about his
preliminary
camera
hearing.
died.
Yeah.
So great.
Do you think that he planted that screwdriver up there?
No.
No. Who do you think planted it?
If we're just going on am I allowed to have an opinion?
Of course.
At this stage, I would say that I don't buy his assertion on the stand that he didn't check to see if anybody went onto the rooftop before he got up there. I do think that it's possible, it's at least plausible that the screwdriver was planted. I don't believe him. What I can say strongly is that his cam died at just the right time. His body cam died at just the right time. I think that, as you were just grilling me about whether or not I had got the merchant receipt for a debit card, that kind of makes it difficult that we just have to sort of trust that a screwdriver was found and we don't have any should be evidence of a police body cam. But like I said, you accept that stuff and then are like, did you call the merchant and get, like, it just seems like you
Well, I'm not adding.
hold,
I'm
like
not
I said,
adding
you
this
hold the
to
prosecution to
Hold on,
the
wait a
state to
second.
a bit a higher standard
I'm
than
not
you do to
adding
people.
unconfirmed evidence to an official timeline that I'm putting out either.
What do you mean official timeline? This is my
Well, this is
timeline.
the-
I made it at home.
So then it would be
Official
official to your
timeline.
show?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, great.
Again, so he's trying to make this more, I don't know, official. It sounds like he's just trying to make it official so they can try to throw it in the suit. Let me ask you something about this. Howie Moth. 2 strangers to TR versus lover / roommate. So the guy who couldn't identify him on the evidence on the camera. I have a question for you. That's his lover, and that's what they're saying. That's his lover. They don't sleep in the same room? You don't find that weird? I find that to be weird. I find that to be really, really weird. Right. So why is he talking about it? He's talking about her timeline that she put out on her channel. So why are you calling me ignorant? He's not making a legal argument here, or he seems to be trying to. He said it in his testimony, Howie. Go back and watch. Do you guys even watch what's going on? He said it in his testimony that he was sleeping in a different room from Tyler Robinson. Why? They're lovers. They live together. How often does that happen? I'm just asking questions. I don't. Okay. I think you may want to watch this again because I showed how this goes. So I'm just saying. The hundreds of thousands of people. So it's her list. And this is so silly. Well, you didn't say it. I'm going to put this up here just to show this is the type of mentality that it has. You almost have to become a conspiracy theorist to not believe what you heard. So you're saying that they're lovers. 2 young men are lovers, but they only sleep in the same room 2 days a week, 2-3 days a week. Really? Is that what you really believe? Are they lovers, or I mean, because they kept saying "my love" in the text messages. So I'm just asking.
So then your official timeline, Candace Owens' official timeline,
Yeah.
includes a steakhouse stop that has not actually been confirmed at all.
Well, yeah, it hasn't even been discussed by the prosecution, so it's not like you're debunking that it happened.
Well, there's no evidence for it.
There's no evidence. All right. Should I go back? All right. What is this? 203:15. All right. I'm going to show you. No, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. You saw the clip. Everyone saw the clip. Jose or Joseph, whatever one it is. She humiliated him and recalled all the charges. He couldn't name one while he was trying to do that fake pressure thing that he was doing. And then he accused her of cheating. That's how impressive her brain power is, because he couldn't believe it. He even asked her later to test her memory. Hey, you know the officer's name? Yeah. What's his first name? And she just rattled it off. If she's so dumb and has no brain power, what does that make him when he thought that she was tarded and he got smoked by her? I'm just asking.
There's no good evidence for it at all. There's no camera there.
No good evidence.
And the steakhouse receipt itself has never been confirmed to be Tyler Robinson's.
I'm assuming this is just like a talking point they gave you, and you got to like keep pushing this, or like
I've been following it very closely on X.
the receipt. You weren't even following the charges of Tyler
Following it
Robinson.
on
You
X.
really
You
wanted
think
to know.
that
I've been
because-
following it
do you
very
think that
closely on
because-
X.
wait, you think
I'm calling owners of
do you know
steakhouses
that-
and having a
wait.
conversation. You're following Convo
Yeah,
on
I
X.
literally followed the entire trial or the preliminary live. I was live with an attorney. We covered all of it. You think because I have a momentary or lapse where I'm like, oh, it's murder? No, it's aggravated murder. Come on.
You didn't know any of the
That's
charges.
splitting
The difference is the sentence. It's a big difference. It's a huge difference. I want to say this to all you guys. If you get picked up for a crime, you're innocent until proven guilty, not the other way around. If the state has a theory, in order for you to be innocent, let's say you didn't do anything, they don't have to find the guy who actually did it for you to be innocent or guilty. You understand that, right? I'm just asking because I want to be clear that you guys understand this. In order for person A to be guilty or innocent, it does not rely on someone else coming up with a new theory on who else could have done it before person A is let go. They can never find out who really did it. But you guys are willing to put somebody to death. The death penalty is at stake here. And the guy who paid $300,000 on his overwhelming evidence claim, is only at 75%. That is not overwhelming. By definition, I've shown it several times on here. I'm not going to go back. But it's phenomenal. So your position is they must have evidence, so put them to death. And my position is I need to see more evidence before I put him to death. You see the different thought processes here? You're willing, he's already in prison. He's just sitting there waiting. And you're looking for evidence to free him, not the other way around. That's fascinating to me. The mindset is very, very interesting to me. The weight of the evidence is all a hearsay. It's been proven here. I showed a lawyer who talked about it, and I put all of the claims of what hearsay were as blanket hearsay, meaning the defense said the pictures, the video, all of the officer's testimony, all of the medical examiner's testimony was hearsay because they weren't saying it. The text messages were hearsay because it wasn't the actual text. It was a picture of the text messages. That is not evidence. That is all hearsay, meaning it is not the person saying it. It's somebody saying they said it, meaning it's not the actual text. It's me saying I have the text in my photo gallery. That's not evidence. That is hearsay. That is somebody saying that they have the evidence. Now, what Candace tried to explain to Andrew a million times in this debate, it's okay to do that in Utah at this stage of the proceedings. That's fine. But don't act like it's not hearsay. You can't say it's not hearsay because it's literally hearsay. They described it as hearsay. If I said Esteban did something, okay, that's direct witness testimony. If I say that Howie told me Esteban said something. That is hearsay. The entire case, almost the entire case, was hearsay. That was not direct testimony. It was video of testimony. It was not the police officer saying something. It was a police officer saying another police officer said something. That's hearsay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Everything he said about the bullet made no sense. Again, the bullet entered here. He said so that caused displaced air down here. On like it makes no sense. Makes no sense. But that's okay because they all think that this is real evidence to unalive somebody and put them in the chair, give them the shot, whatever, however they're doing it these days. Firing squad, I think they were talking about in Utah, and they're willing to do it on 75%. It's not even certainty. You can't even call it that. That's not overwhelming. Overwhelming is beyond a reasonable doubt, according to the definition, which I put up earlier. If you guys want me to put it back up, I can't because I've been live for a very long time today. It's been 4 hours. He said it does not apply here. What doesn't apply here? It doesn't apply in the state of Utah, but it's still hearsay. So when Esteban or Joseph or Jose, whichever one, your name's long, if you say that I believe the evidence that I saw in the trial, then you are saying I am accepting the state's hearsay evidence. That is no different than me saying I don't accept the state's hearsay evidence. It's no different because it's hearsay evidence. It's not actual evidence. It is a report of evidence. It is a summary, but it's not the actual person who wrote the summary. That's all hearsay. I'm just saying. Now, in the trial, or in the actual trial, if we get past the preliminary stage, we will see the evidence. And if they have the actual text messages, we're good. We're good. We'll actually see it, and then they could say, okay, well, you know what? There's actual text message. There's the metadata. The defense can actually look at the phone and see that it came from his phone. But Erika Kirk said she had the phone. So we have several issues here. We have people messing with evidence. We have people who are there's no other way to put it. When Terrell Farnsworth did what he did, that's literally stomping on evidence. He stood on a chair and took evidence from the scene and literally removed it. He stood. I can't get past the point that he stood on the chair that his friend just died in order to get an SD card and a camera and take it off away from the crime scene. It's recording the whole incident, but he decided he was going to do that and no charges. Because to me, that's a federal offense because it's a federal crime. And here he is just stomping on federal evidence. No charges at all for obstruction. I mean, gee, Will, I don't know how that's not obstruction. I just don't. But hey, Joseph thinks it is, so that's all that matters. And I'm not sure that that's the case, but it could be. I'm more open. See, here's the thing. You can't call someone a conspiracy theorist for looking at the exact same evidence and just inferring differently because it's all hearsay. There's nothing concrete there. You can't say, well, they have this phone and I disagree that that's his phone. Like that would be silly. But that's not what they're doing because they don't have hard evidence. Nobody has it. The state says they have it. Okay, well, we'll see. I'm saying I don't believe it. You're saying I do believe it. We're both doing the exact same thing. And if you go back and watch this live or you go back and watch their live, I chopped it up a little bit and put some things in there to explain what she was trying to explain, where she wasn't fully successful in explaining, especially when they talked about the hearsay evidence. I put a lawyer in there who talked about it, and then we cut back to this live. But it's fascinating watching people call someone a conspiracy theorist when they're going straight off of the exact same hearsay evidence. One just believes it. You don't have any knowledge. Zero. They haven't given any knowledge. Who said anything about CPR? Oh, somebody else said something about CPR. You don't have any knowledge. So it doesn't matter what you think because we have hearsay evidence. Everything is somebody told somebody this. So we're allowed to think different. It's okay to disagree, man. You don't have to pretend like Andrew to know something because he clearly didn't know anything. I watched all of it. What do you was I asleep? All right.
No, that's not supposed. It means you didn't follow the preliminary hearing at all.
No, it doesn't
Like
mean
you
that
don't
at
know
all.
any of the
That's
charges that are
ridiculous.
against him. When this is like
know
getting
any of the
literally to the crux, aggravated murder versus murder.
It's
a
ridiculous.
death sentence.
And not only that, let's point this out. One of the major things here is that this is your official timeline.
It's mine.
Yes. Who else could it be? Who else? There would be Candace
What's your
Owens'
issue?
timeline.
I just don't know what his
What's your
issues with my timeline.
What's your issue with that?
Well, so the issue is that the entirety of the evidence revolves around two people who claim that he was there and supposedly a receipt. There's supposedly a receipt where Tyler Robinson paid for his steak and his soft drink. No alcohol, right? No alcohol, right? You know nothing about the case. But
He's trying to prove something.
Anyway, this particular receipt, they could have called the merchant account, confirmed it, this type of thing. To date, this receipt has only the blurred information on it that would actually give you the information to confirm whose receipt it is. We have to date, nobody has confirmed that this was actually Tyler Robinson's receipt. And yet inside of Candace Owens' timeline, which she states over and over again, when she says, this is the longest 13 hours, this is 13 and a half hours, the requirement for about what, roughly 5.5 or 6 hours of that is that he went to the steakhouse. And that's not been confirmed at all. Not even a little bit.
I feel like saying
Not even a little bit. The waiter, the person who took the payment, the owner who provided the receipt, all say he was there. But the owner said he wasn't sure he was there, so I don't know he was there. But he had a receipt that had a name on it, or a credit card number. Didn't have his name on it. Had a credit card number on it. That you can't say that that's not evidence. You could say you don't believe it, but to say it's not evidence is absurd. How much more concrete do you want? You want camera footage? Okay, well, they don't have camera footage of Tyler Robinson at all. At all. There's no evidence. They don't have any evidence of, they have blurry footage that they say is him, that they infer is him. That's interesting that you can do that in that case. But then when you have eyewitnesses and a physical receipt, two people who said that they saw him, apparently that's not evidence. It's no longer evidence. It doesn't mean anything to him. I find that interesting.
that I spoke to the owner of the steakhouse is me, like, not just being on X looking at opinions, but actually doing the legwork. And that's.
Do you have proof that that was his car? Do you have proof that that was him? No. You see how everyone is doing the same thing. It's just one side is saying, I don't know, I need to find out. The other side is saying, I know, I don't want to find out. The state is right. The state is 100%. No, it was not debunked. It was not debunked. It was not debunked. I don't know which receipt you're talking about. There's only one receipt that was official, and it hasn't been debunked. But you can't say we have no proof, because there's no proof of anything. There's no proof that that gun was fired. There's no proof that if it was fired from where they say it was, that it was Tyler Robinson. There's no proof that that was his car. They had a partial plate. There's no proof of anything. So what you guys are doing is identical to who you're calling conspiracy theorists. You think you're seeing the truth, but you're not. You're guessing off of what they're doing. You're guessing off of what we're doing, off of the hearsay evidence.
Why, like I said, if you think this builds up a rapport with your audience and makes you seem like a serious person, we don't have to keep belaboring the point here. I feel like I demonstrated that. I did as much as I could to confirm this when it came in. I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, obviously took down everything he said, noted that there was, in fact, a receipt that he pulled. That receipt that was published is real. A debit card and a credit card was used. If for some reason somebody misidentified something down the line, or we find out it's a different Tyler Robinson, I'm happy to remove it from my timeline. But for right now, I think that there's enough under the Utah 1102 rule for me to keep it there. I don't really think we need to keep going into circles about this receipt. It's my timeline.
I don't know why the 1102 rule would apply here for your
because
timeline.
You will constantly cite things that are said in that courtroom that have less evidentiary support than me contacting and speaking with the owner of the restaurant. It's not like I dreamed it, as to use your expression. So it's in my timeline, and I'm going to keep it there if that's
sure.
Cool.
You can keep whatever you want there. I'm just saying that there's no evidence he was ever there.
Okay, thank you.
No hard evidence.
No evidence.
Yeah, I'm
he just disregards what she said. I already put it up. I put it up early. I'm not going to put it up again. I put it up as part of this. But yeah, people are going to believe what they want. That's okay. You can believe whatever you want. I don't care. I just find it funny when people are being contradictory and they don't realize it, but they're confidently being contradictory, like him. It's why he got humiliated. It really is. And anyone who can't admit that he looked insanely stupid when he tried to challenge her and when he said, I believe all women are retarded. Okay, so you just lost to a tard. And you really got humiliated by a tard because you were so shocked that she was able to do something that you couldn't do, that you called her a cheater. And this is not live TV or anything. This is international platforms. Everyone could see how foolish you look, and you paid for it. But you're not Erika's biggest defender. You just paid more than anyone on the biggest stage of all of them. Okay, is what it is.
And so before we wrap up, final thoughts. I'll come to you first.
Yeah, she had nothing. Just nothing. All of her claims of Patsy, nothing. She didn't have a single claim. She didn't have a single solid piece of evidence. She had no positive evidence Israel's involved in anything. No positive evidence that France is involved in anything. Nope.
She literally said a top official in the French government said something, right? And that's not the whole claim, because she then filed a report with the director of national intelligence and the Trump's office directly, and Dan Bongino at the FBI. And he's saying that that's not evidence. So they didn't look into it, but he's now accusing her of filing a false report to a federal agency, which is a crime. And he doesn't see that that's more conspiratorial than anything. You just accused her of committing a crime by saying that she didn't do what she said she did. Okay, well, you don't have to believe her. But if she showed one of the office's response to her, saying that, hey, this is not the office to send this request to, and forwarding her to somewhere else. So she at least got a response from one of those government agencies. They're just not looking into it. That's evidence. You don't have to like it. That's what it is. But here he is saying no evidence. Just because he wants to say it.
Positive evidence TPUSA is involved in anything. No positive evidence that Erika Kirk is involved in anything. When I ask her about her claims about Erika Kirk, yeah, it's just funning. It's just funning, Or yeah, I do think that she needs to sit down and ask some questions, but or answer some questions. But you know what? I don't even know if she has. Like maybe she has. I have no idea. Yes, I'm going to have an official timeline with unconfirmed evidence. That's just fine. Hey, it's hearsay. If that's good enough for the state, it's good enough for me. But my biggest problem with the state is that they're admitting all this hearsay. It's like she's a contradiction machine. On top of all of this, the thing that I wanted to get out of this more than anything else was to just demonstrate one thing. Yes, it's true. I'm not perfect on the case. I'm not going to ever pretend that I am, and never did. But what has been made very clear to me is that there's nobody with an alternative theory that has any evidence for it at all. None.
You don't have to have an alternative theory for the state's case to be wrong. That's absurd. It's pretty dumb for somebody to say that, because you're saying you're willing to keep this guy in jail as long as there's no other person found to have possibly done it, as if people can't get away. It's dumb. It makes no sense at all. None. I need you to give me the real person. And I need you, Candace Owens, you need to go out and find the real killer. Otherwise, we're sticking with this guy and we're going to put him to death. Like, what? Really? This is America? This is okay. I see what you're doing.
Zero. And the continuous kind of expression, we're running an investigation. What kind of investigation builds a timeline out on a receipt that they don't even confirm? What kind of investigation?
How can you say she didn't confirm it when the owner of the restaurant that they say he was at gave her the receipt? They didn't give it to her. Showed her the receipt. Somebody else has the receipt. Two of the people who served him say he was there. No evidence. Just completely disregards it. Like just because you say no evidence doesn't mean it's not evidence. It means you don't believe the evidence. That's fine. You don't have to. But to say no evidence is wild to me, because you're lying in everyone. You're playing in everyone's face. You're lying to me and saying that I didn't see what I just saw. That's what you're doing.
Tries to make these bold claims that Israel's involved and France is involved and all these different players are involved, and never shows any evidence. We're just asking.
Patrick Bet David asked her, did you give this to the authorities? And agreed with her that that's the only thing you really can do. What other evidence can she show? What else can she show? To her point, what she said earlier, what am I supposed to hack into Macron's computer and find out exactly what happened? No, that's the Fed's job. They need to figure out what happened. But she definitely filed this with them because she got a response and shared it on air. Trump's office never responded. They never looked into it because they didn't ask for any more information. But Tulsi Gabbard's office got back to her. So explain to me how that's not evidence. Well, you just want to say it's not evidence because you need a win here because you got humiliated.
Questions. It's again, like I said in my opening, it's always intuition, my feelings, how I feel about things, how I think about things. Andrew, how many times you hear this today? Andrew, you can't tell me how I'm supposed to think. Yeah, nobody's trying to tell you how to think. But you should rationally come to your conclusions based on evidence and facts. And the truth is that 90% of what you're saying is simply intuition based. It did.
90%.
It's intuition. Almost none of it has any evidence at all. Just I'm skeptical because these people over here said things, and that makes me skeptical.
That's literally the case. And I may go back and if I can zero in on the exact moment where I showed about the hearsay and all that, I may do that because there's people in here who seem to think that that's not a thing.
It's like, but no evidence. Note this to the audience, to everybody watching. You might hate my guts. That's fair enough. I get that. I'm not the most likable man. I understand that too. But there was nothing. I mean, no evidence at all that Tyler Robinson was a patsy that was ever
no evidence
put
at all
forward by Candace. This entire
Candace said that there was a backpack that was left in a spot. Right. And the backpack was found in an area where somebody could have taken a shot. But because they found out that it was one of Charlie Kirk's security, they gave him back the backpack. Okay. That's evidence of something because why was the security guard up on the roof when they said they didn't have access to the roof? But we'll just ignore that. Pretend that didn't happen. But is that something that's weird? Yes. Okay. When they paved over and took 10 inches of soil away from the spot where he was shot, and then they called a guy to come pave over it, and he came out and told us that he did this to pretend like that's not suspicious at all and can't somewhat allude to some kind of conspiracy. Okay, you don't have to believe it. Right? I find it hard to believe that you don't believe it, but okay, we're good. Then to have glass in this vehicle that they say looks like whatever they think it looks like, it may not look like anything, but it's glass in the vehicle. The federal government cleaned out the car and sold it, and they told us that they did it. That's normal. That's what we do. It's evidence. You don't have to take that as evidence, but it is evidence. To act like none of this leads to a possible conspiracy, and to only be 75 to 80% sure that it's overwhelming, which makes absolutely no sense. You cannot say that that's not evidence. Of course it. Okay. If you remove evidence from a crime scene, what is it called? Is it no longer evidence, or is it what do you call it? Displaced potential mounds of information. He took all this dirt and removed it and paved over it. What is that? That's not evidence? What is that? If somebody gets unalived and there's blood that we all saw, and that whole area is scooped up and taken away, what is that? I didn't say it's conspiracy. I said that this can lead somebody to think that there's more to it than one guy, which would make him a potential patsy, which is the point that she was trying to make this whole time. And you guys are saying that's not evidence. You clearly don't know what evidence is. You clearly don't know what evidence is. But it
debate. Now, maybe you could say that we stalemated when it came to whether or not Robinson did it. She says, I found the evidence convincing. Or unconvincing. Andrew says he found the evidence convincing. Okay, fair enough. Maybe you can't do too much about that, but there was nothing. She had nothing for Robinson being a patsy, nothing for any of her conspiracies, not a zero, zilch. And she backed away on a bunch of them. This is the first time I think she's ever really backed away from the Twigs thing. First time I've heard her back away from the Erika thing, back away from TPUSA, being very cautious about making any of those claims now. Whereas on her show, much more likely to be making those claims. So she just had nothing the entire debate. Zero.
Esteban, if you take hearsay evidence and infer anything from it, it's what you're saying. So when the federal government has blurred footage that you cannot tell who the human being is, they have blurred footage of a car. They have blurred footage of this person maybe taking a shot, maybe holding a rifle, jumping down. You can't see anything. You can't identify the human being. You can't tell how tall he is. You can't tell if he's black, white, Hispanic. You can't tell anything about it, right? And then you say, I didn't say this is hearsay. When you have all of this stuff and you say, I think that that's Tyler Robinson, I can look at all that same stuff and say, I don't think that's Tyler Robinson. There's nothing wrong with that. The evidence that was provided in the preliminary hearing was hearsay. All right. After this, I'm going to go back to it just to show you guys this. You weren't here.
Well, I think that is quite a conclusion. Admitting somewhere, maybe we stalemated. It probably signifies what I've been saying from the beginning, that you didn't feel that you were strong on the actual facts and the evidence, which I was willing to engage with you. I wanted to go over the screwdriver. I wanted to go over the towel and the things that you've mentioned, and you wanted to then move the conversation into a defense of Erika Kirk and her character, and what I've said about Erika, which is my opinion, and I have not edited that opinion after discussing with you. I would like to extend a compliment to you for being willing to sit down and to have the conversation. I still walk away feeling that the people who are jumping on the bandwagon about this case don't care about this case. They don't care about Erika Kirk. It tends to be follow that they take a meeting with Turning Point USA and they come out and suddenly have a lot of junk to say about Candace Owens. And I do want to also stress that Turning Point USA tried to pepper him with something as a surprise. He showed clips that were meant to be a surprise. I did no such thing. I stressed to PBD from the beginning that I was grateful he was taking this on and that I wanted this to be a clean debate because I believe I can win this on the merits. And I believe that I did win this fully on the merits by engaging the evidence of what has happened. I do still believe that there is more evidence which supports that there are more people involved and that Tyler Robinson has been set up and that none of the evidence that was presented was in any way overwhelming, which is why I think you wanted to move to end that discussion quickly and to speak to me about France and to talk about this Penguich receipt and my timeline. I want to remind people that a lot of the at-home investigators, which you were open to, as you called them, internet sleuths, I think it was on a show that you did right after Charlie was assassinated, that internet sleuths would solve this. This is the reason why Charlie, a year on, is still a conversation every single day trending on Twitter. I knew Charlie. I cared about Charlie. I care about finding out what the truth is here. My heart is in the right place. I think anybody who watches my show or even just watched this debate knows that if I get something wrong, I'll instantly correct it and own it. I'm not arrogant. I don't need to sit here and pretend that I didn't misspeak on the Lance thing. It hasn't been ruled out. But you saw that he just really wanted to hammer that point. You know, part of being a well-meaning person is to concede when you are wrong, to take something off a timeline when you know it's not right. And I would like to think that that is why I have earned the audience that continues to follow me, because they know my heart's in the right place, that I deeply cared about Charlie and I deeply care about the answers. I want to thank Andrew's team who are providing the fact checks. It's a very small room that they're in. I want to, as always, thank my team who worked really hard to make this happen and flip this set. And to you, PBD, just for being a great moderator. I think very fair, letting us both speak and making sure that Andrew got out of this what he wanted, which is a little more than what I wanted. But I'm very content with how I dealt with this. And I trust, I don't need to convince the audiences with the magic trick of what they need to think about this debate. They can watch it and draw their own conclusions.
All right. So let me see if I can find this just so you guys, because you guys think I'm just saying stuff. Hopefully I can get, because I showed all of it. Let me see. My apologies. I wasn't planning on doing this. I was planning on ending it, but there's a lot of people who are trying to explain hearsay to me. Let's see. That's where she's talking about hearsay. Yeah, DJ, she definitely did, but there's people who think she did. Here's where he outright lied and looked like an idiot. He lied a few times, and that kind of bothered me. Because it's a debate. Why are you lying? Just be right or wrong. You don't have to lie. Let's see. Here we go. All right. So here she is making the point about hearsay and the purpose of the preliminary hearing.
So that is why his video testimony would not be accepted in the main trial. And what I said to you is this entire preliminary hearing is under Utah's 1102. So they are allowed to just use hearsay. And
no,
so
you
the
didn't
judge,
say that.
he
You said most of it was hearsay, actually.
Why isn't Mr. Twigg in court for this hearing? Why are we even discussing parts of a tape to be played? The witness should be in court.
Yeah, generally speaking, you're right, Matt. But this is a preliminary hearing. In the state of Utah, they are moving on what's called an information instead of grand jury, information and preliminary hearing. So here, there's hearsay that is being admitted. I mean, we're in day 4. We've already seen a number of different exhibits come through the police officer, and they're continuing to do it. So that is why we're at a preliminary hearing. At trial, we will be hearing from the roommate. You can't get in the roommate's observations and statements or statements attributed to Tyler Robinson through the roommate like they're doing now. They cannot do it at trial because there we have the rules of evidence. There he has rights of cross-examination under the confrontation clause. There they have the right to object if the witness isn't live in the courtroom. So they get away with it now. They won't get away with it then because that will be a trial versus the preliminary hearing that we're watching now.
Yeah, it was.
Okay, so what he just explained is that there is evidence to be seen, but what we are seeing now is not that. We are seeing hearsay evidence. They're saying this is what we're going to show, and this is why we need to go forward with the case. That's the purpose of the preliminary hearing. It's all hearsay. And I'm going to go back, if I can find exactly where I listed all of the things that were hearsay in this case. Let's see if I can find it. Again, I apologize. I wasn't planning on going this back into the live, but people don't understand. Let's see, that this is mostly hearsay because it specifically listed that the photo evidence, the video evidence, the medical examiner evidence, all of the police testimony was all hearsay, which is majority of the evidence that we've seen. If I can't find it, I apologize. You might have to go back and look. No, that's oh, this is overwhelming. In case you guys want to know what overwhelming means, because this was his claim that overwhelming is just convincing to him, and that is not overwhelming. Overwhelming is actually beyond a reasonable doubt. The exact same thing that they're going to have to prove in court. The exact same thing that they're going to have to prove in court. So when you see that it's very strong, hard to beat, leaves no doubt, under the law, fingerprints, video, DNA evidence show that the person is guilty. That is not what we see. We have nothing. None of those things apply in this case yet. Now, that doesn't mean they're not going to show it in the trial. But what I'm saying, and what she's been saying, is up to this point, we don't see it. We don't see it. Yes, you have seen no DNA evidence. You've seen hearsay. You've seen a summary of something that somebody else said. That's what you're seeing. When you see the fingerprints, the lady actually testified to that. And what did she say? What did she say? Do you even know what she said about the fingerprints? Because this is interesting. You're making a point that Andrew he actually disputed. So I'm curious, because there's 5 sets of fingerprints / DNA on that rifle. That's the issue. That's literally the issue. We don't know whose it is because we only know about 2 people, just 2. Him and his father. The other people, they haven't listed yet. So you're assuming that that's hard evidence of what? Because this was the most degraded. So what do you? Because you'd have to have a conspiracy to assume that with 5 people's fingerprints on that rifle, that he has to be the one who did the shot. That's a 1 in 5 odds. I'm just saying. Yes, of course I have. But you're the one making the mistake here. Because again, you're assuming that he's the one who held it last when his fingerprints are the most degraded. Do you understand? Do you know what that means? Who did he admit it to? Again, hearsay. You didn't see text messages. You saw pictures of text messages on somebody else's phone. That's not evidence. That is, well, it's evidence, but that's hearsay evidence. That's not the actual source. That's somebody saying they have the source. Who lived with him? I'm not going to do this all night, but who lived with him? The guy who almost all of the evidence that they have, all of the hearsay evidence that they have, lived with him. Did he not have access to that gun? Like, you guys are, I get it. I get it. This is more about winning an argument. I fully understand, but you need to stop. You need to stop trying to be right and just wait and see. It's a much easier approach to things, because then you find yourself defending nonsense like Andrew Wilson and thinking that he won. You know he didn't. Everyone looked at it. It's not direct text. It's not direct text. They don't have direct text. That's why the defense said they don't have the phone. They have pictures of a text. They have pictures of Lance Twig's phone and the text messages on that phone. They don't have the actual text. What do you think they were complaining about in the preliminary hearing, saying, I need the phone, and the federal government saying they don't need it for this part of the trial? So they literally held up a phone and slid through somebody else's pictures to see text messages. That's not direct evidence. That is hearsay, but it's allowed. It's allowed. I'm just saying, just think about this. It's not lies. It doesn't have to be a lie. It doesn't have to be a lie. I don't know how you made this jump. I don't know how you made this jump that it's a lie if it's hearsay. That's not a thing. I don't know how you made that jump. Yeah, I don't know how you made that jump. That's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about pictures of a text text thread instead of the actual metadata and the phones. That's what the lawyers want, because I can take pictures of anything and say it's whatever I say it is. The defense wants the actual evidence. They want the phone. They want access so that they can literally go through and make sure it came from his phone and not a computer. Because I can text from my computer right now, and my computer can be right here, and somebody else can have my phone on the other side of the city, and I'm still sending text messages. I'm just saying. Who is they? All right. This was fun. I appreciate you guys. I really do. I like dissent. I'm not like other people. I don't get mad and argue when people are disagreeing with me. I don't really care. It's actually good. It's good for the brain to think about these things. But go back and start this at the beginning. If I can find another part that talks about this, especially the hearsay part, because you guys aren't understanding. I did watch it. I watched people say what someone else said. That's hearsay. Like, you guys aren't. Let me see if I can find the hearsay part. I may have it separate because I had to put it together. Let me see if I have it separate. Nobody said Candace is a source. No one said that. Let me see if I have the hearsay part. My apologies. This was not. This was not. Here it is. All right. This is the objection. Dodging what question? It's not perjury. So, if you witnessed a crime, Tyler. If you witnessed a crime and you said, "I saw X happen," you said, "I saw X happen." It doesn't mean you're lying, but what you can't do is say, "O Speaks told me that he saw it happen." That's hearsay, and that's what all the evidence is. It doesn't mean there's anybody lying. I don't know how you jump to that. I'm not implying anything. I'm saying there's different interpretations of the same evidence. There's experts for both sides. That doesn't have anything to do with perjury. I'm not understanding how you jump to that conclusion. I didn't say that at all, actually. But I have what folder is this in? Downloads. Let me pull this up. You can have two experts look at the exact same thing, and one be wrong, or they both be wrong, or they both be right. That doesn't mean that anyone's lying. Overwhelming hearsay here. All right, so this is the contention of the defense right now. This is the contention right now. The defense's contention right now. This is all the things that they object to And it's a standing objection. So the photographs, the video recordings, the Utah State Medical Examiner's autopsy report without the testimony of the actual medical examiner, the testimony from the police officers who are expected to talk about statements they received from other officers. That is all hearsay evidence, all of it. That's all hearsay evidence. You understand? I don't know how else I can explain this. If it's not coming directly from the source, it is hearsay. Doesn't mean it's not evidence. That doesn't mean it's solid evidence either. It just means it's just there. We need to probe this. The defense needs to say, hey, you said that you saw this many prints. How did you come to that conclusion? They need to be able to do that. If they can't do that, then that's just somebody's opinion. It could be an expert opinion. It could be 100% correct. This is hearsay. Secondhand sourcing, essentially, is hearsay. Not in every case, but that doesn't mean it's not evidence. Fake pictures and text saying that the prosecution is committing perjury. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I could say Lance could fake text, and they took it as truth. That doesn't mean that they're committing perjury. You're not following it all the way through. Yes, hearsay is absolutely accepted. That's what I'm trying to get these people to understand, but they're fighting it, and they're saying it's not hearsay. And I'm saying it is. They said it is, but it's allowed, so there's nothing illegal about it. So I agree with you. Welcome, Fran. I'm being dense. The source is not dead. Both people who had those text messages are alive. When they're texting back and forth about burn this note and all that stuff, they're both live. They're both still living. They're both, I don't know what you mean. The source is dead. Anyway, there's nothing wrong. There's not, so even I'll even to show you guys how fair I am. I wouldn't even say that there's misconduct right now for the prosecution. I believe that they believe that that's him. What I'm saying is all they put forward, because they said it in the preliminary hearing, they couldn't even get a lot of the evidence, like the actual hard evidence, which is why they're using pictures. They can't get the phone. They can't get the actual report. They got the summary report about all the DNA and fingerprint stuff. The prosecution doesn't even have it, which is why they're only providing the summary. They don't know how they got to the information to conclude in that summary what they concluded. That's the problem. And it's not somebody's lying or anything. The feds just said, we don't have to give it to you at this stage. So the defense complained about it, and they made it very clear that the prosecution, it's not their fault, but the feds won't turn certain things over. They still haven't had the gun. They still don't have, there are certain things that they don't have access to. And in its stead, the prosecution had to use photos of the text messages because they don't have the actual phone and the actual text messages. I don't know why this is so contentious. There could be misconduct. There could not be. I don't know. I'm not one of those people who will say it's somebody specifically, because I don't know. But I'm willing to admit it. You guys are saying, well, I have to accept this. I don't trust Lance Twiggs at all. Anyone who says that they're the lover of a guy who did something, and then when he's asked in his own video testimony, which they couldn't cross-examine, if they sleep in the same room and he says no, I find that to be very strange, because that doesn't make any sense. I didn't say it's a problem. I said it's hearsay. I don't understand. You guys are fighting something that I don't know if you understand that I'm agreeing. Who said anybody's lying? I love how people interpret things. I couldn't speak any clearer, but people will they're going to run what they want to run. But for the last time, videos, photographs, medical examiner's autopsy report without the testimony of the actual medical examiner, testimony from the police officers who are expected to talk about statements they received from somebody else, is all hearsay. It is not direct. So I don't know. I don't understand the issue. Can't defend your position. I don't have a position. My position is what the defense says right here. That's my position. You're arguing with that by saying it's not hearsay. Well, it literally is. It literally is. I'm sorry. No one's even contending. Even the judge said it is. He just said that there's nothing wrong with it because it's allowed. You're the only one contending with it. That seems to make you a conspiracy theorist. But IMO speaks, whether you like me or hate me, because I know I'm not a likable guy, like Andrew Wilson would say. Like, subscribe, share, come back and be annoyed with me again. I invite it. I have no issue with it. Can't wait till the trial concludes that he's guilty. So I don't understand. Like, you think I'm cheering for him? I'm treating him as any other American, as innocent until proven guilty. You're saying he's guilty and that the defense has to prove he's not. That's un-American. And I'm scared of people like you because during the Salem witch trials, they would burn the person. And the way that they would tell if they were innocent is they'd scream and nothing would happen. The way that they told that they were guilty is maybe they see a demon or something. I don't know. I don't remember exactly how it goes. But either way the person dies, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. To me, that's evil. And you're operating on an assumption that the federal government is doing the right thing. As if we haven't seen this play out before. And that to me is scary because you're just going to go with it. And you're going to say, COVID, schmovid. Butler, schmutler. Trump got shot. We don't need to know exactly how that happened. You probably believe January 6th was not an inside job. You probably don't believe that all those federal agents in the crowd, they were just there. It was all coincidence. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate you all. I'm operating on the prosecution being competent. Why? Why? You're supposed to be operating on innocent until proven guilty. So yes, if they're confident or if they're competent, then okay, then they're going to prove their case. How is that a bad thing? That's what they're supposed to do. Wow. This is a very scary. So when you drive, do you assume everybody's going to do the right thing? No one's going to cut you off? If they put their blinker on, they're actually going to turn? If they don't put their blinker on, that doesn't mean they're going to turn? You just assume everything's operating perfectly. Or do you assume somebody's going to turn, maybe cut me off, I need to be cautious? That's how I live. I'm just saying. We're different. I'm not betting anything. I don't care. If he gets convicted and they prove he did it, he deserves the death penalty. I'm just waiting to see it happen. You're trying to say, well, he must be guilty. It's weird. And what an attorney would tell you to do is keep your mouth shut and let us do our job. That's what they pay their attorneys to do. So yeah. You assume that if the car puts on that blinker, they're going to actually turn. Wow. Okay. I don't. I wait and see what happens. I'm a defensive driver. Accidents happen because of stuff like this. What if he forgot? Like, what if he forgot his blinkers on? He's going to run into him when he doesn't turn? Or like, how does that work? Yeah, and they're letting a kid rot in jail for it'll be longer than a year because if this trial goes forward, it's going to start in 2027. And then what if they say not guilty? Then what? Then what? Oh well, they can pay him some money and make up for the years that he was in prison being accused of all of that. I don't. How does someone in the car say they're going to turn? How does somebody else let you know they're going to turn? Are you saying you're in the car with them? That's not the scenario. You have to have faith in someone else. How do you know they're going to turn? You're just trying to argue. I don't know what you're trying to argue here. How do you know he's going to turn unless he uses his blinker? It was fun, Taylor. Hey, you guys subscribe. Like I said, share. You're all awesome. I have a bunch of links in my description. I assume somebody's going to turn in their car when they say they're going to turn. Is he going to yell out the window? Is he going to do the old school arm signals? How do you know he's going to turn? How do you know? Yeah, he's got to be trolling. I don't know. I'm the opposite, apparently, of a lot of people in this chat. I don't assume when they say they have evidence that they do, because there's a lot of times where the evidence is either wrong or it doesn't conclude what they think it should conclude. So, but I gotta go. I've been on this thing for 5 hours and 2 minutes, 3 minutes now, and roll down the window and say, "Hey, buddy, I'm gonna turn here." All right, man. That was good. That was good trolling. All right. I can't thank everybody. There was too many people in here, but I appreciate you all. And I'm out. Bye.